Welcome, everybody. It's time for that special time of the year again. It's September. I'm leaving that in. It's September 19th. It's Polly's birthday. We're going to go through Polysoft today, and we're going to read all the game entries here. She's made many games, many games, and she made a write-up about it, which I think is amazing. I love it when artists and devs and the sort really give feedback and what helps them do their thing. And we're going to go through that today. It's September. It's September 19th. I like September, honestly. September. All right. But here, let's start here. Polysoft. Oh, and before we actually start, I would like to give a quick shout out to White Hat's NES Mix game music. Look it up on YouTube. He has 3 of them. That's what you're going to be hearing in the background today. Hello and welcome to Polysoft, TM. You may have noticed already, but we're video games. Lots of them, in fact. Too true, too true. Some of them are even good. Some of them, Polly? Below, you'll find links to pages that contain full downloads for every game I've developed or co-developed, as well as the post-mortem for each one, and even some behind-the-scenes development materials where they're available. If you have any questions, please contact me at polly@socksmakepeoplesexy.net. All right, you've heard it. Everybody contact her now. Flood her email. Games at Uwa Bowl? Is Uwa Bowl going to make movies off of Polly's games? My email right now, I don't care. All right, this is the latest release, but we'll get to that. So we're going to go oldest to newest here. So let's go with pre-release experiments. And you can download them, of course. Release date, 2014. A small collection of sketches and experiments I made while learning the basics of Game Maker in 2014. Clicky Spinny Farty Ball, good name. You click the spinny ball and it farts while the room the ball... You click the spinny ball and it farts while the room the ball is in rotates. Synonym Scapuli, I'm sure I said that right, by the band 3 is also playing for some reason. Scapuli? Platformy, a simple platformer where you move with the direction keys and jump with Z. The level ends in a roadblock and there is no sound. And Shooty Thing, a simple side-scrolling shmup. When you reach 1,000 points, a boss appears. Those sprites in that Shooty shmup certainly look familiar. I do like the block of that. Credit all by Polly, creator's commentary. These 3 experiments or sketches are where I'd say my real game-making journey began. While I had initially dabbled in Flash ActionScript and some RPG Maker stuff in the mid to late 2000s, nothing of note or really playable came from it. They're inspired. Clicky Spinny Farty Ball. What a name. Is the result of John spending an evening on voice chat with me and showing me some basics of Game Maker 1.4's drag and drop interface. You just click the ball and it gets faster and the room rotates all silly-like. Since there's no limited speed, the ball can eventually end up so fast it shoots out of the room. I also found out through streaming this myself a couple years ago that it'll get your stream smacked with DMCA for the audio use, so maybe don't do that. Fair. Platformy was me playing around with things a little more with John's help, this time establishing things like gravity and jumping. Finding out you could do some simple scrolling so easily felt nice given all the headache I remember Rhett going through getting that working in Flash. And finally, Shooty Thing is me on my own, taking a swipe at making something with the rhythm of a real video game using lots of stolen Gradius sprites. Stolen? No. Inspired? Yes. Oh hey, and look at that, Moosey makes an appearance as the life counter, but we'll be seeing more of them later. Sure, there's no real level design or thought into how the enemies spawn, but it feels like a for reals shmup. I'm pretty happy to have taken the rudimentary idea further, included a simple boss I made all by myself. No GML code yet, all drag and drop. The boss bounces off 2 invisible objects vertically and fires using a couple of alarms. Shooty Thing may actually count as my first finished video game now that I think about it, but I've already written the blurb for what I consider my real first game, so we're going to be happy just sticking it here. Alright, well there you go. You can download these amazing titles as yourself. They're all going to be downloadable, available here. I will probably be checking out Shooty Thing later. I don't know if I've actually checked out Shooty Thing yet. Actually, I wouldn't mind checking out all three, but I will have to mute one of them. It looks cute. I see you also mirrored the Gradius sprites to come fight you, which is awesome. Alright, let's go back. Next up, Happy Moosey. We did check this one out last time. It was a lot of fun. Release date 2014. Keep Moosey in the air and don't crash into anything. This is the most unique and original video game idea ever. It does draw some parallels, but obviously it's the superior version, Happy Moosey. Based on the game Flappy Bird by Dong Nguyen. Game music, Bio Miracle I almost said something else there. Bio Miracle Bokute Upa by Konami. Voice and sound effects by Polly. Yeah, that is almost what I said, Polly. Creators commentary. Clicking Spinny Farty Ball HD for 70. Is it really that low? I'd pay for it. That's a different game. Outbite? Pretty fun. Creators commentary. Well, Happy Moosey isn't the first game I ever attempted to develop. It is the first game I ever completed and on my own. It also is the genesis of my game dev taste leaning towards little score attack games. Why this game is based on my friend Moosey, I honestly have no idea. I just had their avatar from the Giant Bomb forums at the time hanging around on my hard drive for some reason and it ended up getting used. It was also used as the life meter in my pre-release experimental shmup 2, so maybe that explains it. About a week or so prior to working on this game, my friend John had taught me some GameMaker 1.4 basics, mostly using the drag and drop interface, which was fun enough and allowed me to create some formative little experiments, but I quickly found the UI tedious and wanted to tear into GML proper. I don't remember the exact time frame, but I do know I worked on this game mostly on a Saturday and was finished with it by that night. Sounds about right. I took to coding in GML pretty quickly. I was able to reinterpret a lot of the drag and drop stuff I had used in my earlier game sketches into actual code, and the added flexibility let me work smarter. I was able to figure out randomizing the obstacles and their heights mostly on my own, as well as some simple high-score tracking. I'm pretty sure it used a lot of the same setup and initialization code I still use today. A feature I'd wanted to implement in an update was that over time the background would change from day to night and then back to day and keep cycling for as long as you played. I had the graphics and code already made for the background color change, I just never got around to adding it. Only bummer is I lost the original GameMaker project in a hard drive crash years ago, so all that remains is the final output file. I decided to do the game's sound effects with my voice because by the time I was putting them in, I was too lazy to make my own and Famitracker track down suitable ones. Funnily enough, mouth voice sound effects would end up in a few other Friends' games based on this silly bit of laziness. I actually love the little bit of the silly mouth noises when it comes to Moosey. That was one of the best parts of it. I think that it's so good. It's so good. I love the little like pop. It's like oh stuff like that. It's great. You really should play this. If you like the Flappy Birds, it's somewhat similar. Some might even say it's pretty similar. But, you know, what's their face? Dong ended up stealing this idea from Polly, so there's that. Alright, so that's Happy Moosey. Now, Operation KATB, which is fun. I like this one a lot. Release date September 20th, 2014. We're still in 2014. On an unknown planet somewhere in the universe, one brave social justice space pirate must find and rescue their fearless crew the only way they know how. Explore a fun little world and kiss all the boys to ruin video games forever. It's great. You get to kiss boys in it. in case this, wasn't an explanation enough, I'll double down and say you get to kiss boys in it. Credits: a Ruin Jam game by Polydawn and John Thayer. Nero, the gender-fluid social justice pirate by Inarashi. Uses music from Super Cyborg, Jill of the Jungle, and E-SWAT, City Under Siege. Boy kisser. It's ridiculous, I know. It's ridiculous. Could you imagine? No, I don't. Creator's commentary. Polly's no. Look at this little piece of artwork here. That's great. Creator's commentary. Polly's notes. My first collaboration with John and my first game jam, all in one title. This one ended up being a lot chunkier than I think either of us thought it would be. It was for Ruin Jam, a game jam set smack in the middle of the Gamergate nonsense that was going on at the time, with focus on ruining video games by including women, queerness, people of color. You know, all the completely normal things weirdo gamers have a problem with. True. The character, Nero, the gender-fluid social justice pirate, was a character sprite provided by the Jam's host, and it gave us adequate reason to dive into a searchy platformer. You like kissing boys, don't you? Still a very cute and fun design. This is great. I love this. This kind of reminds me of, if you've ever played the first, like, Monkey Island. This sprite makes me feel like that a little bit. Kind of reminds me of that, but really fun. Most everything up to this point is my game dev journey was learning the program to make it do what I wanted, and with a good bit of that under my belt, I spent a lot more time during this project being able to suss out game feel. We spent so long on Nero's jump gravity and speed, and building a big, to me at the time, world to explore. John also came up with a very simple but amazingly smooth camera movement this game uses, and I still want to yoink all these variables in camera to do something with a little more teeth someday. A lot of the map design for my part was just throwing down solid walls, floors, and ceilings, and seeing what it feels like to move through them. I didn't really plan many of the cool moments I think this little world has, though John did come up with a few intentionally. They just kind of happened by throwing things at the wall to see what stuck, which is all part of the process. If you all created anything ever, this is like one of the most relatable things ever. You just throw shit and you're like, oh, that sounds good, let's try that. Once the world was built with all placeholder solids, the time then came to create the actual tile set to give the world a look. Placeholder solid object. It's a red square. Look at it. It's red. If you don't know, most of my projects end up built on a parent solid object that looks like the sprite above, and then I either associate a sprite to the object later or tile over it with a tile set that the way we did this game. Other children objects can be created later that share some of the parents' traits to make things easier. Make use of parenting early in your time with Game Maker. It can save you a lot of time. Anyway, back on topic. I tile mapped nearly the entirety of our world over the course of about 4 hours in one evening, and it is just as tedious as it sounds. I believe it was at this point that I passed the game to John for the finishing touches to get the game across the finish line. Damn. And that's a pretty good-sized world for, especially for how short y'all worked on this. That's a good-sized world. And yeah, I imagine that takes a very long time. It's good patterns. It's good cave-like features. I like that. You got the drop here, and then you climb up here, and the big room there. It's good stuff. This is great. I like this a lot. The collectible, kissable boys were actually just very quick and dirty recolors and simple redraws of some sprites from Phantasy Star 4's Palma area. I've never played that one. I remember knocking these out in about 20 to 30 minutes very near the end of the game's development. Look at all these boys. Look at all of them. Don't you just want to go up and kiss them all? My final point of interest is that I insisted on the game having a UI that was completely non-functional and useless beyond the boy count, because it was funny to me that our game really had no hazards. Operation collect all the nudes, it's true. My first real bit of game design. It's good. It's a good map. This map reminds me a bit of Solar Jetman, actually, now that I look at it. And I think Solar Jetman has some pretty fun maps, even though this is kind of bigger than a lot of the early game Solar Jetman maps. It's good. The ground ceiling tiles are copied from Batman. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. But it's much more, like, windy and cavey. It's good. Another fun tidbit that keener eyes may have picked up on over the years is that I basically stole the design of the logo from 2 different NES Contra logos. The KATB portion of the logo is modeled on Super C's font coloring, and the operations design is taken from Contra Force's logo. I definitely noticed Contra Force. And I do see, I see now, like, Super C, you got that sheen, but you did it in a bit of a different way, but the big bulky letters. This is definitely inspiration. I don't think this is like a straight, like, quote-unquote inspiration like the Gradius sprites. This looks like your own work, done with some inspiration, but it's still your own, which is awesome. I did notice this, only because I speedran Contra Force. And it comes together well. And we're going to see some Super C and some Contra and a nice amount of, references to that throughout the day today, because any good game dev or artist all have sources for their creations, and what better sources than, you know, the earliest games that we all grew up with. John actually had to turn this game launch it for us because I spilled water on my modem the evening we were set to go live, and my internet was out for the entire weekend. That sucks. It's a fun story to tell now, but at the time I imagine you were fucking livid, which is understandable. John notes, I felt like such a programming genius when I figured out the KATB camera code. I had 30-ish lines of weird kludgy code that almost, but didn't quite work. I knew it didn't feel right, and Polly knew it. Then I figured out the same 2 lines of code a million other devs have figured out, and it worked perfectly. Feels so good. I like this one. The pacing of the world design feels nice. It's always snappy and fun for me on replays. Love it when a goofy jam conceit turns into something enjoyable. Polly needs a sippy cup. Yeah, I can just feel the anger coming from this. Because, God, that sucks. But yeah, this is an awesome world. I definitely say go play this one. It probably won't take you too long to beat, and you get to explore a fun little world here that was made 11 years ago now? September 20th? Oh, wow, look at that. It was release date was the day after your birthday. So tomorrow will be that long. But it's a fun little game. I definitely say pick it up and try it. I've played most of these, and I liked all of them. Alright, we're going to go to Poly Mario Bros. I don't think I've actually played this one either. So this might be another one I have to play today. This game requires Java runtime environment. Release date October 27th, 2015. It's Super Mario Bros. Except Poly made all the levels and the physics are kind of different and really weird sometimes. Get ready for 5 whole worlds of a complete and all-new Super Mario Bros. Challenge. That's awesome. Definitely have to pick this one up. Credits created using Mario NES Builder by Andrew Kellogg. All level designs by Poly. Poly at Mario Bros. Creator's commentary. Poly Mario Bros. Was created right on the cusp of Super Mario Maker Mania starting to heat up in 2015. I remember that. And deservedly so. I think when Super Mario Maker came out, it was really, really awesome. And to see, like, even though I hate Nintendo, especially now, to see them take interest in their old games and kind of breathe some life into them in a fun way that everybody can kind of edit and make something fun out of it, I think that's really cool. That's why I also, like, if you ever heard of Mega Man Maker, I'm pretty sure Capcom has embraced Mega Man Maker, and it's still free to download, and there's still people working on it all the time. I find this to be a really fun way to reconnect with older games with newer audiences, and they can see, you know, some of the stuff we played with back in the day. And it lets other people be creative with it, so that's cool. I didn't have a Wii U and wanted to get in on the action, and by complete chance, I ended up finding a Super Mario Bros. Creation tool named Mario NES Builder by Andrew Kellogg. Unfortunately, the tool is no longer available because Nintendo gargles turds. And even though I may have a copy of it squirreled away somewhere, I'd have to really dig for it, so please don't ask me for it. It was actually a solid creation engine that let you quite easily create your own big ol' Super Mario Bros. Game, as opposed to individual levels, which is all Super Mario Maker was doing at the time. Correct. It did everything the original Mario Bros. Game was capable of, and even a bit more, and it's still by far one of the easiest prefab creation engines I've worked with. Video download. I actually made a tutorial on how to use it in 2015. Oh, check that out. One of your retrospects is, have you read the words gargles turds? I gotta say, that's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. This, by the way, is still true to this day. It's as true as it ever was. Classic polyscatology. Nintendo does indeed gargle turds. They're awful. They are a legit awful company. You can buy and play whatever you want, but I'll heavily say, please don't give them more money or your time if you can help it. They don't deserve it. Alright, so all I really wanted to do was make a Mario game. I never had aspirations of creating any of the twisted and demented nightmare levels you see on Twitch and YouTube streams or in the Kaizo ROM hacks. Appreciate that. I just wanted to make what I consider to be a good Mario game. I feel like I mostly succeeded. A lot of the levels in this game are pretty traditional run, hop, and bop fare, though you probably will get more out of it with the run buttons taped down, since that's just how I play Mario games, and it ended up being how this game got designed. Feel that. I got as creative as I could with the bare minimum Mario 1 gimmicks available, and I think I was able to put together a lot of fun situations or ideas that the original game never really explored. I'm especially happy with how a lot of the final world and last level of the game ended up, and I think the ending is still really fun and cute. That said, replaying it for this write-up, I think the physics do leave a lot to be desired. It feels close to Super Mario Bros., but isn't quite there, and there are definitely going to be deaths because of them. If I could, I'd also go back and saw the tallest pipes in the game down by one tile. Again, I designed the game around running all the time, but if you end up not doing that, it doesn't always feel great. Could have done with some more extra lives scattered about too, but hey, at least there's a stage select right there on the title screen. This game definitely has some rough spots due to both me designing it a little too much around my own specific play preferences, something that may crop up later, and the engine's wonky physics, but I still think this one turned out really well. There's a start-to-finish flow the game has that I've always modeled after the tempo of the NES version of Super C, which you're going to be hearing that a bit. That is a big inspiration, and it's a good one too, because Super C is a really good game. I like it when a game feels more and more serious time the further in you get, and I think I nailed that kind of pacing and atmosphere here for the first time. Even if it's kind of wonky Mario, can still be fun. Very true. There's a reason Mario has been a certified banger for 700 years now. And yeah, we'll be checking this one. I don't think I played this one last time. Maybe I did, but I am uncertain. All right, next up we got Her Lullaby. This is gonna get this is a great game, by the way. It really is. But it's a heavy game. Let's just say that. I'm sure the write-up will include it. Lots of downloads here available. It came out on, is that Valentine's Day? 10 days before my birthday in 2017. There's a trailer for it, which is also awesome. Alright, who is she? Where am I? Why am I here? Why do I want to kill her? Her Lullaby is a 2-hour visual novel about trust and violence. It's really good. I played this one. Again, it's heavy, so you gotta remember that going into it. Credits written by Polly and John. Character design and art by Carmichael Michaelis. Music by Garden. She's great. Ending artwork by Andrea Ritsu and code designer Eleanor. Or code assistants Eleanor, excuse me. Creator commentary. Her lullaby spoiler cast and post-mortem. A 3-hour podcast with Polly, John, Carmichael Garden, and Andrea. Polly's notes. Years later, and this one's never once lost its luster to me. It had long been a dream of mine to write my own visual novel someday, which was largely sparked after I read the first Narkisu game back in 2006-2007-ish. That's fitting music, huh? It was a short and bittersweet 2-hour story put together largely by one person. Of course, I'd had dreams and aspirations of writing a long, sprawling Higurashi-like shoutouts. But what Narkisu did was show me that you could have just as much impact with a fraction of the hard work and runtime, and that's largely what inspired how her lullaby was shaped. I know I've told this story 100 times by now, but her lullaby was literally created from nothing. I opened Ren'Py, I don't know how that's said, apologies, and just started writing something. The opening scenes with Sal, who actually wasn't named by John for another build or two, and Toko, probably Toko, up through the first bad ending was done by me as sort of a writing exercise to just get something on screen. Polyrashi, that's good. I like Polyrashi. Polyrashi experience, check it out. There was only one background, though a couple of distorted versions of it are in there too. No sounds, 2 strangers, waking up in the same place with a headache, a knife, and some violence that happened depending on a few basic choices. Check out this, there's a rope there, there's a rope there, and there's a crate over there, and wood. The selection of that damn basement background will haunt me forever. In my rush to get something on screen, I went with whatever old dingy dark basement-ish looking image I could find, and lo and behold, it was actually from another game. I did not know this until after the game was out. Nobody in testing recognized it, nor did me and John. So, it ended up just sticking, even though the next game, because it'd have been weird to try and change it then. I keep threatening to one day do a remaster of this game that literally only addresses this issue by commissioning a real photograph of a digi-basement or having an artist put something together. Tangent aside, I wasn't sure what I wanted the story to be from the point that I stopped at, so I threw what I had to John and asked him to look it over and if he wanted to add to it, and that's how it all started. The file we were passing around and forth at this point had a working title of The Kill. Beautiful. Tochoi, because she's a quarter Italian. Tocho. I guess that does make sense, right? This it's pronounced taco. Okay, see, that's how I pronounced it in my head, but I didn't know if that was right. I didn't want to be like, oh, that's how that be, you know? Taco truck in the game. I thought I remembered that, but again, it's been a little while since I played this one. This is the genuine article. Built from the first Ren'Py project I sent John on November 28th, 2016. It contains the beginning of the story, which remained fairly untouched throughout the game's development, and the dead end. There was also a hook to proceed beyond the bad ending that I wanted to see John take a stab at following up on. Yuck. That if you want their ass to get beat at school. The next 3 months, which was nearly the entirety of this game's dev cycle, would be a loop of each of us taking a few days to a week to improvise and write the next part of the story. When we started receiving character assets from Carmichael and music from Garden, things started to solidify even more. The excitement for what we were making reached a fever pitch and never really cooled down. The writing chemistry me and John had during this project and the next was just intoxicating. It felt like we were always writing our parts to inspire the other, and even though I think John and I have different writing voices, it still feels like a cohesive thing. You can probably very clearly tell who wrote what, but I feel like it never gets disjointed or loses the consistency in its tone. It definitely has a tone throughout. If I played it now, I would probably notice who wrote what a little more, but it definitely has the consistent tone there. I think the only time we really had to stop and think about the story was how we were going to put a pin on the whole thing after the climax and our characters had done what they needed to. A couple ideas were pretty silly, but in the end, John had an idea that basically solidified the game for me as an all-timer. The closing moments perfectly encapsulate everything I'd grown to want to do thematically with this project once it started gaining form, and as a bonus, it brings the entire thing full circle by merely being some text boxes on a black background. I don't know if the last bit was John's intent, but it was a perfect little bow on a project, or perfect little bow on a project that was only lacking that little bit of extra flair at the end. The most important part of making this game for me was that it was the first time I ever made a piece of art by channeling the negative feelings and emotions I was going through at the time. A lot of depression, uncertainty, and anger needed to get out, and this game was the outlet for those feelings in many ways, and I've often cited Garden's amazingly dense soundtrack as perfectly capturing what the inside of my head sounded like at the time. Amazing how writing a little over-the-top violence can be cathartic. Like I said, it's a very heavy game. I highly suggest playing it, but just make sure you know what you're getting into. It's good, though. It's really good. While it is a very violent and unsettling story, it's also one with an emotional core which I think tastefully uses its violence as an exclamation point for how we may not always come out on the other side of things without something to show for it, and how you use that is up to you, which will be explored in the sequel title afterward. I feel like this is a game whose development cycle happened in a way that these things just aren't supposed to. Absolutely nothing was planned, nearly start to finish, and though we were a decently sized team putting together a pretty big thing for the first time, there wasn't really any sort of project management or wrangling. Nothing ever felt like it was going to fall apart at any moment like I hear so often in stories about, we're completely inexperienced, but let's make this very big thing. Which you do hear a lot. A lot of companies, or a lot of like indie startups probably aim to do more than, bite off more than they can chew. They want to make this grand scale thing, but sometimes you just need to get through the experience of doing these things and learn from things and keep going. And it doesn't always have to be some grand, like Silksong, for instance, some grand 50-hour experience. It just has to be something that you feel satisfied with start to finish, tells a story, and that's all that needs to be done, which I think it is done very, very well in this game. It honestly just feels like a perfect storm of ideas and ability to produce result hit everyone at once, and this was the result. Not a lot of other in-production, unfinished build stuff exists for this game, but it did have a very doofy title and logo throughout about 80% of the game's production. Polly and John game! I like the little scratches and like the stuff in the background here. Start new game, ending gallery preferences and the sort. We were racked for a while thinking of a title of the game, and I think for some reason I wanted to avoid calling the game anything with Lullaby subconsciously. When After 5 finished testing what was a near final build though, he basically said that was the only thing he'd call it, so it stuck. Good choice. I got John's notes here. Her Lullaby was the first large-scale prose project I'd worked on and helped see to the end. I love writing, and these days I see myself as much as a writer as I do a game designer. Having a blast getting this game together with Polly, Garden, and Carmy is what blew open those doors for me. There are a lot of little direction details here I'm proud of, but I especially love the choices in the finale and epilogue. Something I've avoided in my games is getting meta. I think that handling that stuff poorly can get embarrassing real quick. But the meta stuff in her Lullaby is all grounded in the logic of the world and characters. It works in service of the catharsis instead of being an end unto itself. That's a delicate balance, and it's cool we struck a note I'm still happy with almost a decade later. That's awesome. Well done. Garden has some notes here. Lots of notes. This is the musician. She's very talented. I should probably listen to the behind-the-scenes podcast we did on these games before writing this, but I can't stand the sound of my own voice. Understandable. While I will revisit music I've made from time to time, I doubt I've ever listened back to any podcast or live stream I've ever been on. I remember vaguely what I talked about, though I'll probably get some stuff wrong here now because it's been years. This would have been in late 2016. Polly had reached out to me asking if I'd be interested in doing music for a thing she was working on, and I was on board right away. I'm pretty sure I knew it was going to be a visual novel from the onset, but that was about it. She wanted me to make the music based on some general prompts without actually telling me anything about the context of what it's going to be attached to. My best memory of the prompts was essentially that she wanted one type of music that was more chilled out, kind of somber, but with something unsettling about it that could transition rapidly and suddenly into something chaotic, harsh, and noisy. I'm rather fond of ambient and drone music, so went in with that kind of mindset. I did 2 different example tracks. I think they each lasted about 30 seconds at that point. Just something to make sure I was on the right track with what Polly had in mind before I got in too deep. I remember she was pretty happy with what I put together at that stage. I think this is when the extra direction of making the music as one kind of long main track that Polly and John could splice into gameplay appropriate loops as needed. Remember that for my afterwards notes, that'll be a major difference. So I set about doing it. Those original demo tracks are in fact present in the final material, though they are buried under a lot of more distortion. I made all of this in Ableton Live. Ableton is a program I have a major love-hate relationship with, and I've presently given up on it, but I haven't uninstalled it. The soundtrack for these games is in fact the only reason I've kept Ableton on my computer. That's interesting. Me not having any prior knowledge in music making or anything. I don't know how Ableton works, but I understand the love-hate relationship for things. Let's tell a story about digital recording and file preservation. A couple of months ago from time of writing, May 2025, before I knew Polly was going to be doing these archive sites, I actually had a minor panic attack regarding the project files for both Her Lullaby and Afterward. I thought I had lost these to the digital void forever because I've moved through several computers since doing them. I could have sworn I put them on a cloud drive at some point or another, but I didn't. Luckily, I had several Time Machine backups on a physical drive from the computer I was using at the time, and with a few hours of effort was able to restore the project files to a usable state. I'm not always great about data preservation, but hey, thanks past self for making sure this stuff is still around. I like that. Now, Her Lullaby soundtrack file doesn't exist exactly as it did when I made it. All of the recorded audio in the MIDI files are intact, as are the synth patches, but I lost some of the plugin data, and some of the plugins I was using are no longer functional. Maybe that's a good excuse for a remastered audio release of the game. Something to talk to Polly about later, I suppose. That'd be awesome. The point of that anecdote is that digital preservation archiving is difficult shit, and you have to stay on top of it. Stuff rots in ways you don't expect. Saving the record of human history has always been a big uphill battle. For every film reel from World War I that survived in a watchable state for over 100 years, countless millions of yards of film went up in actual smoke. Sometimes old 2-inch master audio tape plays as good as it ever did, but other times, whether those poor storage practices or simply a spool of tape that came from a bad batch to start with, the tape is falling apart in the dark and the window for digitizing it is shrinking. All of those potential issues are even more extreme in the digital world. If a tape reel went sticky on you, you can bake it and buy yourself enough time to digitize it. If your old hard drive simply can't be read, you're fucked. Which I still have an issue with. If your cloud service goes out of business and you didn't think to grab everything off it before it goes dark, you're fucked, which is really unfortunate. I hate stuff like that. All this to say, back up your shit in a redundant fashion. One cloud backup is fine, I guess, but you seriously should have a copy of anything that's important to you on at least 2 physical drives. And you need to be checking on that stuff once in a while to make sure that it's even retrievable. Hard drives fail, companies die, and if you don't put in a little effort, your stuff is going to be lost sooner or later. I did more or less the bare minimum of preservation on this project, and that's the only reason it still exists in a working state. I can tell you that there's no samples, in the sense that I didn't pull anything from a pre-recorded source. Pretty much everything you hear is either an electric guitar or a synthesizer drum sound that came standard with Ableton. I separated the Ableton project file into 2 groups of tracks, the loud stuff and the quiet stuff. I build up layer upon layer of the dreary, ethereal, ambient synth stuff, sort of one loop at a time, and arranged it piece by piece. There's a few guitar parts that poke through the soup of ambient stuff, and one that you can't really hear very well. The loud parts are actually more sparse in terms of how many different voices are going on, but of course much louder and considerably more distorted. The signature feature of the noisier passage is an 8-string guitar played through an old Boss FC-2 Hyper Fuzz distortion unit. You probably know the sound best from the album Dope Throne by Electric Wizard. It's a blisteringly over-the-top, sputtery sound that is the enemy of melody and no clarity. There are, of course, synth sounds adding to the din with occasional flourishes of something that might be confused with melody. There's an utterly simplistic single-tone drum beat which gives a sense of rhythm. The actual lullaby wasn't my doing, that's all Polly. The super harsh and sudden static noises that accompany some of the sprite changes are also not me. I don't know who was responsible for that. The end credits are a reprise of the lullaby, but this time it's me playing it on guitar instead of the version Polly put together. I finished the song with very minimal processing other than what goes into the actual source sounds. Very little EQ or compression, mostly just volume balancing and lots of distortion and echo. I think the lo-fi amateur/lazy approach lended itself to the atmosphere. Polly was super excited when I sent off the final version, and I knew whatever this thing was, it was going to be cool. Overall, I'm not sure which of these two soundtracks is my favorite, but collectively, they're still the things I'm most proud of. I was so giddy when I finally played the game and saw just how well everything came together. That was very in-depth, and yeah, Garden knows her shit. And it does come together. The soundtrack is what keeps you kind of on edge a lot of the time. So you know it's done it well there. And again, her Lullaby is a pretty great game, and you can definitely see the influences of real life issues happening and being put into the story of this game. And that feeling, you're getting a lot of inner thoughts in this game. And inner thoughts are mostly unreasonable in a lot of instances, especially when you're emotional to a point of being too stressed out and such. And you get to hear and feel a lot of that in this, so definitely suggest picking this one up and trying it, and having a time through it. I'd say have fun, but it's definitely a little different than having fun. It's an experience, and it's a good one too. Alright. Now we get to go practically rogueliking action Poly Dungeon. Look at the glasses there, that's great. Release date, September 17th, 2018. You can download the soundtrack too, which is awesome. I remember liking the soundtrack for this one as well. Release date, September 17th, 2018. Welcome to Poly Dungeon, the most practical and user-friendly roguelike ever created. Create your very own Polly. Step into the dungeon and let the adventure of a lifetime whisk you away. You have what it takes to tackle 10 terrifying floors of randomness to have a chance at facing the ultimate challenge. You can create your own Polly. Nosy fluffy kitten. You level up. Credits, creation, design, writing, art, and sound effects by Polly. You take the quotations out of there. Game engine, Polymaker, coding and background art by Rhett, music, UI design, and Ghosties by Ghosty. Right, creator's commentary, Polly's thoughts. Poly Dungeon was born of my most favorite reason for doing anything at all, over-the-top harmless silliness. Bless your heart for it. I love over-the-top harmless silliness, and silliness in general. In the early years of the Sockcast, we ended up talking a lot about Akitoshi Kawazu's Saga series, which, for those uninitiated, are RPGs that are built on a lot of weird systems and a giant mess of randomness that governs said system. At some point during an episode, I'd made a joke that I was going to make a game entirely based on randomness, and the original idea was that it'd just be a title screen that went to a win or lose screen when you selected start. But as things tend to go with me, the idea quickly snowballed into an entirely fake RPG roguelike game where the stats don't matter and whatever happens is random. The Who's line of dungeon crawlers. But sometime mid-June 2016, I'd sent Rhett a design document outlining how I was going to turn the silly idea into a full-blown game. It was pretty ambitious. I can't believe I thought I could wring this idea for 20 floors. And I'm glad that cooler heads in the name of scaling down prevailed, because even by the end of 8 floors, I was feeling out of ideas for things to put on each floor. On June 22nd, 2016, Rhett sent me the base code with minimal presentation for what would become Poly Dungeon. And you can watch the video here, or download it yourself. You can also play this version for yourself if you wish. You can download the prototype, which is awesome. You get the prototype option. The game is entirely built on the skeleton with only a few tweaks later down the line and all the pretty graphics and sounds added on top. Rhett would later do the simple background design for the dungeon, which is just a clear to black gradient overlaid over a solid color chosen at random every floor. I'd also originally wanted to do some kind of Phantasy Star 1-esque moving through the dungeon animation every turn, but I felt like it slowed things down. We did get to revisit that little idea for the 9th floor leading up to the final boss room though, which Rhett is also entirely responsible for. Back on topic, speaking of how the game was built, it was built entirely in Flash 4 and runs through a .exe container. I'm not kidding. I still have Flash 4 installed, even on a backup Windows 11 system, by the by. That's awesome. I don't know much about game design in general, or like the programs you use, but the idea of building this all into one thing like this, I find to be great. Like forums, I miss Flash so much, dude. For sure. Anyway, once I had Brett's prototype in hand, I later approached Ghosty for ideas about the UI. You ate a bear trap. You ate a bear trap. You licked a mushroom. There's some screenshot loveliness. He got back to me quickly with the above rough concept, and I adapted it from this to what you see in the final game. Throughout most of the game's production, it actually had a pretty dull gray UI window color. My idea was keeping things as lo-fi looking as possible, but the more I looked at it, the more it just kept looking ugly to me. Despite the game just being text and text boxes on a static dungeon background, it needed a little more zazz. So the August 1st, 2017 build of the game was when the game started looking a little nicer. And these do look nice. I do like the brick colors in the background and such. And the menus look nice and clean. Once I'd suckered Ghosty into my trap of helping with the game, I then asked her if she'd be interested in doing the game's soundtrack. That's a huge ask for someone who's never been involved in a project like this before. But if years of people enjoying her tunes has taught me anything, it was absolutely the right choice. I'll let her speak on the matter on the game's soundtrack, of course. This game got off to a flying start. I knocked out the first 3 to 4 floors very quickly and felt confident, but by the end of 2016, the production hit a standstill, and the game lingered on my hard drive until well into 2018. It was somewhere around this time, or maybe a little before that, Rhett had implemented the Poly Maker that would randomly generate polys for each run. I love this. This part of the game is actually adapted from one of my own projects, Karina Dress Up, which you can download here. He uses all sorts of props from his own movies and games over the years, so it's almost a cute little time capsule in its own way, which is awesome. You can see Poly Maker here. You can make your own polys, by the way. You can download it here as well. You can see, if you want to remember, socksmakepeoplesexy.net/games. I should probably have a link around here somewhere. You can also play around with the Poly Maker yourself if you wish. Download Poly Maker by Rhett. In the summer of 2018, I'd begun playing The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel on PC. I was nearing the end of the game and had Cold Steel 2 already installed when by chance I stumbled across the dev folder for Poly Dungeon once again. I decided then that I would finish the first Cold Steel game, but I would not let myself touch Cold Steel 2 until Poly Dungeon was finished and in testers' hands. It took me only about 2 to 3 weeks to finish the remaining floors and go all out on a crazy final boss fight. A fun note, too, is that the game's final boss twist was entirely Rhett's idea, which was inspired from him listening to me talk about Metal Gear Solid 5. Poly Dungeon does have one bit of cut content, which was that there was going to be an alternate floor 7 that had a 20% chance of occurring that was space-themed. The entire gimmick is a silly little homage to Rhett, who has loved space since he was a child, and I may have stolen the title from one of his own childhood stories. and has characters named both 7 and FX. Unfortunately, I cut the idea at the end of development because the game just felt finished to me. Even though the floor isn't playable, all the hooks for it to be in the game are still there, including a unique transition and title screen, which I'd preserved through video, which, again, you can check this video out. Look at all this extra background content on this stuff. You can check it out there and download it yourself. Yeah, let's throw it up there. Oh, it is only an hour. Maybe I should turn off the other music here. The moment. Yep. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Half in the bag. No, we're not doing half in the bag right now. Ram pull or press space to continue. That's a little fish. Hell yeah. Oh. Welcome to the 7th floor. Oh, ooh, I do like the space running in the background. I like that a lot. Yeah, I could see that too. That it's awesome. Hey, whenever there's the big poly remasterings, you could still do it. All right. But that's that. That's actually the Wayhat video I've been playing in the background. All right, let's see here. Okay. The RAM-ROM check is mimicking older arcade game boot-up sequences and contains little shout-outs and an inside joke related to my friends at the time. Another silly tidbit is the dialogue that I wrote for when you finish certain floors of the dungeon had a tone in my head similar to that of Hyperdimension Neptunia's Neptune English dub. So, I guess if anyone was ever gonna voice Polly in the HD remaster of this game in 20 years, we're getting there. Ideally, it'd be Melissa Fawn. Overall, I'm still really happy with Polly Dungeon. It's a game created entirely on my own brand of silliness that got people to laugh, and I feel like that's hard to do in games a lot of the time. If I had the chance, I'd probably rework one or two of the gags. There's a Binding of Isaac pill color bit that doesn't really work, but other than that, I don't think you could ask for a better outcome of a podcast joke that got taken to the silliest extreme. Follow-up to Polly Dungeon is still a dream of mine. A for really reals dungeon crawler with some chunky combat and this game's same sense of silliness. Maybe someday. I look forward to it. Also, the font used in all of the game and logo is called Dungeon, and I have used it for years, and I thought it was funny. I made a game with Dungeon in the name and used the font I've been using for years named Dungeon 2. This is literally only funny to me. Ah, Polly. That's fantastic. Ghosty's thoughts. The musician. So as I recall, it was late fall of 2015, and I had just set up a DAW on my desktop for the first time. I was poking away making a tune just to test and to see how the process works. I sent it off to Polly, and soon she says, has to use me for a video game soundtrack, and I went, sure, that sounds cool. A number of months later, she says she started on a game. She has me read the design document. This sounds like fun. Not at all, Polly. I like these so far. I love lore. This is Polly lore. And other people lore too. So that's a number of months later, she says she started on a game. She had me read the design document. This sounds like fun. She'd like to talk about what she's picturing in terms of vibe for the tunes, links me some NES tunes, I forget which, but I know one of them was Journey to Silius, and I have a listen. The tunes she'd picked sounded pretty sparse and atmospheric, and those were the words I used to describe them back. Those two words became the mantra going in. Perhaps a week or two later, she has me download the first prototype. Next thing I know, she wants me to draw what the interface should look like. But I still don't really know what we're making here. I mean, we're making a silly roguelike parody, but that's about all the concept I have. No, draw an interface. She insists. Okay then. What followed was the purpley mock-up in the previous behind the scenes and ultimately my start on this project. Before long, she's put together the title screen. The ultimately removed before launch welcome to the this or that screen in first floor. Oh yeah, screen flashes are a lot easier than making particles. Good thinking, Polly. So I get to work repeating sparse and ambient in my head, not really knowing what I'm going to make or what's going to fit. Also, how do you make a tune that loops? How long should these things be? 32-45 seconds is fine, says Polly. Sorry, I got a little snake man in me. I have this airy synth patch I think sounds cool, and I picture this dark drafty dungeon. Hey, Adnol's got to work, right? This could be a bad doom metal riff if it were power chords on a down-tuned guitar, but no, it's a wispy, airy synth patch. Pitch shifting a shaker is also fun. For some reason, it makes me think of Super Mario 64. And there we have the first track for the game. Hollow voice of the dungeon. Hey, at least it fits pretty good. I couldn't get the runtime under 45 seconds, though. Soon, I have another thing going, trying to make something for the title screen. I got this cool synth chord thing. And then a couple of phrases of theremin. No, not an actual theremin. We test it with the game, but it doesn't quite fit. I split it, so I split it to be just the big chord for the title theme, and part of the theremin part plus a noise ended up being used for the game over tune instead. At this point, I think we're at the early alpha you could test. Polly relays me a message of Rhett saying something along the lines of, the title theme is absolutely perfect, and I'm reminded of the fact that, 1, Rhett is on this project too, 2, other people will actually hear my tunes, and 3, oh shit, will there be expectations now? This is where things started getting problematic. Got to Iliad today! I can't seem to come up with any more tunes for a bit, so instead I'm playing Shantae on the Game Boy Color. Because that's a thing. It has some baller tunes. Right after I finish the game, I come back to the DAW and in short order knock out Dancing Shadows. It's got a bit more rhythm and movement to it, but it's still sparse and spooky, and the runtime went up, but apparently that was okay. Alright, that went well. Nice. Unfortunately, that was not to last. Inspiration seemed to come much less often now. Still, after another month or something, I knock out Not Alone, picturing those tower dungeons in Terranigma. I didn't actually remember what tune they used for those dungeons, so I like to pretend I was making one to go with that game. I tried to get the feeling of solitude and all the mobs crawling around. It actually came out good. Maybe this would help turn my shaky confidence, but no. After this tune, I didn't make a single song worth adding to the game for months and months despite trying countless times. Aw, poor Ghosty. Creativity is hard. Another thing also happens. Hey Terraflare, how's it going today? Another thing also happens when you're making the tunes for a video game. You listen to your own songs constantly to the point that you soon start hating them. The lack of new tunes didn't help in alleviating the situation. Today is Polly's birthday, and we're going over socksmadepeoplesexy.net/games, where Polly has all of her games listed and write-ups for everything. And we're going to be playing some later amongst doing something else, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Early on, I talked to Polly and she said to please show her even half-finished things and works in progress and tests with the game. But somehow I started on a large number of tunes and never shared anything, even with Polly. Most of them were only 4 to 6 bars or so, but nothing felt like it fit the game. Well, I did share one half-baked tune with Polly that I liked a lot, but we both concluded it just felt a bit out of place. So it didn't go in, and I never finished the tune. Now that I think of it, maybe that was the fatal blow to my confidence. Uh-oh. Ghosty, please. At this point, it's the summer of 2017. I've essentially given up on making anything for the game. After a sad day, I'm sitting at the keyboard, staring at it for a while. I haven't played any music for what feels like a long time, but sometimes when you're feeling down, just playing something is what you need. So I made a tune. Not for Poly Dungeon, but for myself. I never got around to finishing it. And all I have is a lousy phone recording, but it felt like at least I got my feelings out in some way. That's good. It's now the fall of 2017, still no new tunes for the game, but at least by now I've talked to Polly about all the half-finished tunes I'd been sitting on. I felt better somehow. Polly was struggling to come up with more floors, creative energy for the project was running out. We made the sensible decision to cut the number of floors from 20 to 10, but we were still a floor short. Earlier in the year, she suggested that maybe I could come up with a theme for a floor besides the ghost floor, which went into the game earlier than this. But I never did. But suddenly now, I thought, a water level! I drew a coral and a kelp sprite and bashed out a tune in no time. Polly was impressed. However, the food floor was essentially done, and she didn't really have the energy to make another floor. Also, that meant we'd already done the hunger bar gag, so doing an oxygen bar now felt pointless. Polly still wanted the tune put into the game, but I insisted it was very specifically a water level tune, nothing but a water level tune, so it wasn't going in the game. Yeah, oh, no, that's okay, Polly. I like reading it all. Don't you worry. Come winter, I'd brought myself a dark jazz album that I sat digging for weeks, but it just wasn't jazzy enough. I needed more jazz. I decided I was making a tune. Not for Poly Dungeon, just a tune. Even if I had Poly Dungeon in mind to a degree. If it would fit Poly Dungeon, then we could use it. If not, then I'd just have a cool tune for myself. Thankfully, it did fit Poly Dungeon, so I gently worked it into a loop, making a loop. Loops was pretty natural by now. What came was Confidential Trudging, which remains my favorite tune for the game. It really turned things around. I could do this. I could make tunes. But at the same time, how do I follow up something that good? It took a good long while before I started on any new tunes, in part because the Final Floor segment and the Poly Boss battle weren't in the game yet, so it was hard to picture what the soundtrack should be. By the time summer rolled around again, Poly was finishing up the game. Everything seemed to be coming together, except the tunes. I had to get going. I used some leftover unused scraps from Fluvial Refraction, the water level tune, to make a tune for the treasure level. Note that the drum and bass patches are the same. It was thrown together hastily, but at least it meant we had a tune for the treasure floor. I made a list of what tune should go on what floor. Some had to be repeated. This is when Polly finally convinced me to put Fluvial Refraction in the game. For this, the floor tunes would just start counting from 1 again once we ran out of tunes. Polly wanted to test using one of my scrap tunes for the walk-up sequence on the final floor. It worked well, so all I did was chop it down into size. Around now is when the beta happened. I forgot if the beta had the scrap tune modified or trimmed down. The feedback from the beta was great. People really liked it. People also liked my tunes. This feedback kept trickling in while I was busy making the credits theme. I'm kind of terrible at making melodies, but the Confidential Trudging, I felt like I was starting to wrap my brain around it. Writing the credits theme has finally clicked, and it came together really good. Encouraged by the feedback from the beta and quite happy with my latest tune, I had one final challenge left, an up-tempo song for the boss battle. I felt I was in my best mindset, and getting to do an up-tempo song after all the down-tempo ones really felt exciting. At first, I'd been thinking about maybe doing something vaguely EDM. This was before I'd made the credits theme, so I had this 4-on-the-floor drum loop and synth chords sitting in my project file. But EDM isn't something I'm very familiar with, and I'd changed my mind about it by now. I'd been analyzing tracks for Mega Man X, trying to figure out what made the best songs. What did they have in common? What are some other rockin' video game tunes? I saw a pattern. I went back to DAW, found a great plugin for making electric guitar sounding patches, and tweaked it good until I had something nice and attacky, and a little synthesizer-esque. It was rockin' time, Mega Man style. Well, vaguely anyway. It came out great, corny as it is, with the sweep picking. Time to release was upon us. I'd made all the tunes. I made it somehow. It was a relief. It was like a weight off my shoulders. I didn't pay much attention to what people were saying about the game now. If anything, it felt strange to not be working on the game anymore. We've been working on this thing for years. What was I going to do now? It felt a little empty. I understand that. At first, I couldn't really accept any compliments in the tunes that came in, mostly because that's just how it is when your confidence is crap. I also understand that. Partly because I was really sick of the tunes that I couldn't enjoy them for myself. I like my tunes now, I just needed some time away from them. Understandable. But for some strange reason, people kept mentioning the Poly Dungeon OST for some time, and I finally started feeling good about making this thing. That's great. So thank you, people out there in the intertubes. I hope fleshing out this making of is of some interest, that is all. It was. Ghosty, you did a fantastic job. I specifically remember enjoying the OST from this game quite a bit. It was nice hearing that on loop for a while as you made your way through the Poly Dungeon-esque thing here. And that music UI design and Ghosties by Ghosty. You all did a great job on this, and it's a fun little game. It's very fun. I remember spending it's like an hour long or something like that. It's good stuff. PT, that's really good. That was a really good write-up. All right, we are going into afterwards now, but I have to use the bathroom. Burp. Ooh, okay. I needed to drink something after that. I needed some water. I find them refreshing that there's so much background info on these. It gives a nice dive into the prospect and work and mindsets of what goes into making games. Ugh. I wonder what game this is. Skate or die. Fitting for afterward, right? This is another one I would suggest doing offline. But here's all the downloads. Release date February 14th, 2019. Nice. The 2 or 3 years later, after her lullaby, same day. I see your symmetry, Polly. Okay. And of course, sometimes your best isn't good enough. That's a hell of a way to start it. Afterward is the sequel to Her Lullaby and digs into Sal and Taco's relationship after the event that changed their lives forever. Credits written by Polly and John, character design and art by Carmichael Michaelis, music by Garden, photography by Poncho Smith. Trailer voiceover, Holly Hampson. There's some really nice shots in this one, too. Nicely done, Poncho. Creator's commentary. Polly's thoughts. Thought. Polly's single thought. What amazing luck that we were able to actually release this game exactly 2 years after the first one, while this story also details a 2-year-long span of time. How fitting. Anyway, the idea for Afterward came easily. I woke up with the word in my head one morning and immediately attached it to her lullaby, and very quickly my brain sketched out the base idea of what this story is. What happens after the happy ending? Nice quotations there. I had not seen a lot of stories do what I felt like I wanted to do with Afterward, and I was immediately very excited to let my brain play with the idea. I was also nervous to bring this idea to John because I wasn't sure how making a sequel to a story like her lullaby, but without all the violence and psychological horror elements, would work. Just a story mostly about people talking and having inner monologues. Truthfully, I wasn't even sure I had the chops to do it. I wasn't sure how it fit in with how he viewed sequels, period. To my surprise, though, John was completely on board and the development process began. While everything about her lullaby felt effortless and breezy, Afterwards took a lot more work. Not really from the technical side of things, but from how we wanted to approach storytelling. And you have fallen for the oldest trick in the book again. Aliens distracting you with lore while they take over the planet. That 5 hours of lore in, was it UFO AI? That was incredible. I couldn't believe how much was in that game. In the beginning, before anything had even been... Oh my god. Are you sure I'm talking right now? In the beginning, before anything had even been written, ideas came fast, but I feel like we were overcomplicating things and worrying about how to connect these two stories together realistically. Was there going to be some point that Sal and Taco had to talk to the police? What about Sal's medical insurance? All this stuff was in very early outline drafts for the story before we found our footing and pared it down with the essentials. I think you were reading lore. I left and came back 3 hours later, and you were still reading lore. Hey, if you're gonna play something, you need the background info on it. You need that. Alright, yeah, we planned the hell out of this story. Nothing about making Afterward was easy. Her lullaby... Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, that was too far ahead of time, sorry. In the beginning, before anything had even been written, I did... Oh, wait, no, I did read... Oh, God, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Yeah, we planned the hell out of this story. Nothing about making Afterward was easy. Her lullaby took a brisk 3 months to put together, start to finish, whereas Afterward took 16 months of on and off development for us to see the release date. The thing that remained consistent between both projects was our chemistry. We still had it for the most part, it just took a bit more wrangling to get it all working together this time. The parts that we needed to write individually felt almost inevitable. Sorry. Tune really good. It's Cocarone, by the way. I knew that I wanted to write the big return to the warehouse scene, and when the time came, it was only natural for John to write the diner scene. It took a bit more to get where we were going with this one, but it was definitely worth it in the end. Something I latched onto very early and while drafting the game was that for some reason I wanted as much of the game to be the inverse of her lullaby as possible. It's something that I only cared about. It's something that happened by accident a whole lot, but it's something I really like about this game, how this game turned out. Some ways Afterward and the inverse of her lullaby include: Afterward is one word, her lullaby is two. Done. List over. Afterwards, green accent color is her lullaby's purple accent color inverted. Afterward takes place from Taco's perspective. Her lullaby was mostly Sal. Afterward features no choices. Her lullaby features many. John wrote the endgame chapter of Afterward. I wrote the endgame chapter for Lullaby. Afterward's trailer has voiceover. Her lullaby does not. Afterward's logo is rounded and clean. Her Lullaby's logo is erratic and scratchy. Afterward's title screen features music and is clean. Her Lullaby's is scratched up and silent. Afterward's credit roll is silent save for a sound effect, while Her Lullaby's credit roll features the main theme. There's probably more I'm forgetting, but it's something I leaned into a lot. The game taking 5 times as long to complete certainly wasn't planned, but it lines up too if you think about it. Yeah, you ain't wrong, Polly. Let me get some water in me. Hold on. Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water today. Initially, the idea for the story was to feature no violence. In the end, I think the violence afterward does feature can feel just as visceral at times. There's a feeling of a relationship being torn apart slowly and painfully. When I don't want you in my life anymore, and trying to avoid hearing that at all costs is more painful than any knife or sinew. Well, yes. I'm just gonna say yes. Moments when we brought back familiar sound effects from the violence of the first game, like a bullet casing hit the ground, reversing the gunshot sound from the previous game, and the death distortion hell sound effect all act as critical exclamation points to the story's more understated violence. I'm happy we were able to make that work, and I think John's staring of those parts of the story made it all the better. My only real game makery development story with this one was that I very specifically remember implementing the entirety of Taco's years-long text message breakdown on Christmas Eve 2018. We didn't have some cool, easy-to-use code we used to cycle in new messages or anything. There's probably a lot of very clear ways to do that, but we hadn't really figured out one and didn't really stop to try. Every single text message is literally a new graphic of the phone with new messages appearing and old ones being pushed up. I meticulously created each one in Photoshop and implemented them one by one along with proper sound effects to ensure there were none skipped or any inconsistencies in the flow of messages. That's impressive. That's really impressive. Because I realize, as somebody who's done a little bit of editing, this will take a long time. Yeah, this will take a long time. Don't do this. Find a better way. Yes, sir. 81 damn images. Seriously, there was very likely a much easier way we could have done this, but in the heat of just diving in and getting things done, we didn't really think it over much. I also have an affinity for being able to churn through very tedious work and it not bother me all that much, which is probably something that benefits me as a game developer in some way. I'd say yes. I'd say that's very beneficial for things you need to repeat. Since I can't think of anywhere else in this write-up to put it, all the background images for Taco's apartment were taken by Pancho Smith in his own residence. There's definitely some fun little things you could see laying around that maybe add a little levity to things. For a while, all the backgrounds taking place in present day at Taco's apartment had a sort of bloom effect on top of them. I'd wanted this to kind of help with expressing her state of mind at the time, or rather how her existence was seemingly clouded over and washed out, but it stopped looking good pretty early on. And later into the project, I removed the effect and went with only light edits here and there on the photos. Anyway, Afterward is powerful. To me, I think it hits harder than Her Lullaby in a lot of ways because it's so grounded and mostly quiet. We once again have Garden's amazing tunes here to thank for that. The reactions to the story from people that talked to me afterward, have been all over the map, and I absolutely love that. I think we wrote this story without casting judgment on either character, so it's easy to see the difference in folks' reactions to this one and Her Lullaby. Some sympathized with Taco and resented Sal's choices, others sided with Sal, and some were just mad we took their happy ending away. Again, all valid. Afterward is a story I look at even now, years after its release, and almost feel too intimidated to ever write another visual novel. I don't really think it's meaningfully prevented me from doing so. I'm just someone that waits for the right story to find me, and until it does, I'm happy with both Her Lullaby and Afterward being the representation for what I'm good at writing-wise. Well, isn't that just awesome? And again, you should play these. I won't play them on stream. I mean, I could, I suppose. But I think they're better as a by yourself atmospheric kind of game. Because they have some very heavy-hitting parts to it. Yeah, you kind of have to just let it wash over you. John's notes. Polly is being generous with her description above. I really whiffed it on a few fronts here. Not in ways reflecting on the final game, but in basic collab etiquette. At one point, I took a full 6 months to give a 5,000 or 6,000 word chunk back to Polly. And when I did, I'd mucked everything up. I'd over-edited Polly's sections to the point of stripping out their personality, and my initial draft of the epilogue was way too twee and wrapping everything up in a tidy bow. But we talked it through. Polly rightly laid out her issues, and we pulled everything together into a package we were both pleased with. This still feels like the most literary, long-form thing I've worked on. Instead of a big action climax, it's all quiet, sad character work. I think we did a good job threading the needle here and complicating Her Lullaby's mostly warm and neat catharsis. As you ever play it, I can have you do a full voiceover for the whole game. It's true. It's very true. Garden's notes. Polly probably approached me sometime in mid to late 2018 to tell me that a sequel of Her Lullaby was in the works. This time I was given an actual early build of the game with all the text but no sprites to work from, so rather than flying blind and striking gold, this time the composition and recording process was a lot more traditional. Would need to be British 50% of the time. Aye, governor. There you go. All I have to do is repeat that for every line, and I believe that's all the text, right? I can't think of a better way to go about it. It was clear the vibe was different this time. My initial feeling was that this game felt like having a hangover. As a consequence, the music is very distinct in tone and approach from the first game. Everything is a lot more spare in terms of both the arrangement and the production. A lot of it's just a single monophonic, clean guitar part with some 808-style drums running in the background. The atmospheric synth pads do come in from time to time, especially for the warehouse return and eventually the diner. Rather than Polly and John having to worry about splitting up a monster 12-minute long song into workable bits, this time I went for a more typical video game approach of having different tracks for different scenes that could be looped over and over as necessary. Though I did split some of those loops into even smaller bits. Like Her Lullaby, this was made in Ableton Live, my old nemesis. Like before, it's just one big project file with individual parts and loops arranged together and bounced out into individual tracks as needed. So rather than making, say, Apartment 1 as a separate file, it's all just in the one place. For some reason, that made sense to me at the time. I would probably do that differently if I make another game soundtrack in the future. The biggest scene, of course, is the diner, which was called for a change in both tone and approach. Rather than the sparse, somber kind of clean guitar composition that I was using for most of the rest of the game, the cafe music is something that I wanted to gradually build in intensity until the critical moments hit, where you learn what exactly Cell has to say to Taco in the aftermath of it all. That's where the big loud electric wizard fuzz tones come back into the picture, a sort of spiritual tie back to the music of the first game. I remember intending the 808 drum machine sounds that I used to be placeholders, just something to get the ideas going and give me some rhythm for the guitars parts I was writing. I don't know if it was Polly or one of the beta testers who suggested that it actually suited the game well, so I left them in as. I think it was the right call to leave that, especially because otherwise there's almost no low end to the soundtrack. Unlike Her Lullaby, which has some obsolete software grayed out in its project file, this file exists just as I left it. I'm not sure how I recorded the guitars for this one because there's no evidence of any software plugins in the file. I'm guessing I was probably using my Kemper Profiler, a gadget that I was really in love with for a time but eventually got sick of for various reasons. One of the synth parts in the diner track was made by running a guitar through a synthesizer pedal called a Marisenzo. There's only one instance of bass guitar. Probably the only thing I would change about this one is to add more bass guitar. Though it probably could use some additional layering on the guitar parts to give it more of a stereo image. Seriously, this whole thing is almost entirely mono. I was foolish in other ways this time because none of the guitar or bass bits have an unprocessed DI track copy, so the sounds I have are committed to tape forever. I seem to recall Afterward coming together music-wise much faster than Her Lullaby did, even though Polly and John's side of the equation took much longer than the first game. For some reason, I don't seem to have any chat logs from that time period, so I could be wrong. I'm not sure if that was a consequence of having a more minimalistic approach this time around, or just that having the actual game in front of me to compose made it more apparent that was necessary. Similar to Her Lullaby, you could credibly call this soundtrack completely unmixed. On top of having fewer overall source sounds, there's even less EQ moves here and just a little compression to make the volume more consistent. Like I said, in my more long-winded write-up of the first game, as far as the music I've made in my life goes, these soundtracks are the projects I'm most proud of by a country mile. So there you have it. If you want to hear some good tones and good music and some heavy games, you got Her Lullaby and Afterward. You play Her Lullaby first, and then you play Afterward. Yuck, yuck, ha ha, hoo hoo, wee wee. Excellent games. I haven't made it all through Afterward because after playing Her Lullaby and getting into Afterward, my brain was actually having a really tough time at the time. And these are very heavy games, so I backed off for a little bit. With us all feel like it helped them do their best. Yeah, and that's great. And this is what it's all about when you come together as a team to make a finished project. And it's wonderful, really. You got good music, you got the good photography, you got the good art, you got the great writing. Like, it's great stuff. Highly suggest checking it out, y'all. Really do. And back to Polysoft. And that's Her Lullaby, and then that's Afterwards. Now we're getting into some more of the newer games here. But first, you beat the Turbo Tunnel, baby! Let's see, this was made December 17th, 2020. 2020, huh? It's not a statement that that's in the past tense indicating something you've already done. It's something that you are going to do because I believe in you. Now go, claim your destiny, do the impossible! Hey there, pal! This game's great, by the way. Created by Poly. Uses assets from Battletoads and NES, tested by Lironet? The end of the monster write-ups. They're good, though. I like that there's that much write-up and information about it. And I think Her Lullaby and Afterward are two games that kind of earned that kind of write-up for it, and all that background information and detail. And the emphasis on how people have a rough experiences trying to do those things, but in the end, it comes out something that they love. It's true. It's true. Maybe even 3 to 4 hour retrospectives. Creator's commentary. This one's the first toy I made, I guess I'd call it. Something that I'd like to dabble in a little more, because I think making little shit-posty things like this caters to my sensibilities to aim for the silly. I'm sure we'll see some more of that later. The story behind this one is fun, firstly because I made the whole thing start to finish in about an hour at work. Can you say you ever made a whole-ass game while you were at work? No, but I could say I played a whole-ass game. A lot. Well, I guess if you're in professional game development, you probably got me there. Anyway, this one was literally created in about an hour while watching a Twitch stream of a speedrunner running Battletoads, and, as tends to happen in spaces like that, especially when Battletoads is being played, The conversation turned to the infamous turbo tunnel being impossible. It really isn't, you babies. So I just grabbed onto that energy and made a cute little game about a baby mode version where the walls jump over out of their way with springs and other hazards are harmless or even friendly. It was hard communicating the wall springs up with a literal spring. Is that a Mega Man spring there? Where's that spring from? As I was rushing this one out, it doesn't include jumping or jumping sections at all, but I still think the snake segment is very cute. I forgot how many, but he has a little pool of random things he can say before leaving. This kind of fun randomness finds its way into my games in a lot of weird ways sometimes. I also like the little bit where you can collect points. It's the only part of the game that's really gamey-y, since you have to collect all the points to complete the game with a max score. Even though this ended up being a silly little toy, it would actually prove to be very beneficial to my next game, which would heavily borrow and modify the way I spawn in objects on static timelines rather than placing objects in a room or level. Every project helps build the next, that's true. You get better at things as you go and continue adding new tricks to your toolbox, that's definitely true. Same with speedrunning different games, you learn different tools. I had another idea for a Battletoads game that involved throwing snowballs that I may actually riff on someday, but it'll probably be more game than toy. Oh, this looks fun. I like the little snowball. There is a blue and a red square here. Just saying. You grab a snowball from the blue box and throw it at the red one, which moves around. Not really entirely sure where I'm going with it, but I'm sure there's something there. Probably an idea that'll resurface somewhere else in another form that's not Battletoads. There's also 1 divided by 1 and 1. So who knows? A lot of things are happening here right now. SocksFakePeopleSexy.net. Alright. Here, this might be the first one I ever played. Luigi floating on an egg over the sea. Is this the first Poly game I ever played? I think it might be. You can download it, of course. It's got a trailer. Release date August 21st, 2021. You want to enjoy a relaxing ride on an egg over the sea with all your favorite friends? Of course you do. Everybody does. Get on the egg, Luigi. There's some lovely screenshots from this game. Yeah, I want to say it is. It's the one thing I can remember. Created for our friend Sayara. Created by Poly, assets blatantly and unapologetically stolen from Nintendo, bless. Additional ideas and testing, Rhett and John. Trailer voiceover, Dante, wahoo! Creator's commentary. This game is actually started as a toy similar to what I did with You Beat the Turbo Tunnel. There's going to be an endless silly gag I made for our friend Sayara, who is a prominent artist in the community and great friend, bless. Who not only loves Super Mario Bros. 2, but especially loves World 4-3 of the game, where a large chunk of the beginning of the stage is just riding an egg quietly across a few screens. The idea was literally all this game was going to be at the start. So calm, so serene. World 4-3. Life should be so simple. Yeah, it took me a long time to realize what you're supposed to do. I remember as a kid being like, I beat the Birdo, what else do I do now? But you're just supposed to ride an egg and have a good time. And then Polybrain happened, and suddenly I was now in the middle of a much bigger project than I bargained for. Production of this game was swift. It took about a week to create the entire thing start to finish. It was a feverish pace with ideas for new gimmicks and stages coming literally effortlessly. Nothing about this game was planned. Every stage, enemy, set piece, encounter, it was all completely off the cuff. I had a blast recontextualizing enemies from Super Mario Bros. 2 into something that retained their original charm, but also functioned more appropriately in a cute little dodge-em-up. Dodge-em-up, that's that. I never thought about that. That's a enjoyable term for it. If I had thought of something, I made it then and there. Even things I had no idea how I was going to pull off, I did so with ease. Not only did those things work, but the stages actually seemed fun. I rarely ever feel confidence in the middle of a project, but this is the first time I knew I was on the right track. I got giddy with every playtest of a newly implemented enemy or finished stage. I was making something I felt was good. This is great to hear, honestly. I like it when it starts to spur more confidence in yourself, and hearing you get more confident about your game design, and just generally enjoying what you're doing. This makes it all the better when you play these games and you see like it, and of course over years of building games you get better and better and your confidence is more. Where I actually felt like I could call myself a game designer maker confidently. Good. I'm glad you got there, because you are. Even with the silly stuff, it's still something you took time on, you know. The entirety of the game room the game takes place in. Accurate. I'm no amazing programmer or anything, but I'm actually really happy with how I put this game together. The entire game takes place in the near empty room above with just a scrolling ocean background. Luigi and his egg, a cloud object that randomly creates more scrolling clouds and a life bar. Everything else that happens in the game is spawned and built on the fly. The stages aren't mapped out in any way other than timers that build them tile by tile when spawning obstacles. That little blue dot at the top of the screen contains everything that makes the game happen once you've left the title screen. That one over there. A real simple example, let's take that second screenshot. Notice the ground in particular. You may think all of that is one big piece of land, but object level 4 ground. You can see the layers of ground going on here. In actuality, it's just a 64 times 256 pixel object that gets created every 32 frames. The alarm 0 repeats and resets itself to 32 frames every time a new piece of land is spawned and creates what looks like seamless ground. The object is created 104 times for the duration of the stage, then the spawner destroys itself. That's really neat. I did not know that. It's a complicated sounding explanation for a very simple mechanism, but I was happy I'd figured it out myself instead of creating an entire graphical asset the length of the stage to scroll in. Everything in the game gets pulled in and spawned off screen and then scrolled on like this, from the spitting fire plant to the bezos to the icy poles sticking up out of the ground. To seasoned game devs, it's probably nothing at all, but I felt really clever making the entire game like this. I had a problem and I solved it in a way that worked. Tinkering with timing and conditionals for the second half of the final stage in particular, and finally getting it right was one of the more important moments in game dev figuring things out. I also like this a lot. That's kind of how I got used to using a computer for the first time, or how I really got into speedrunning, just kind of doing the thing until you kind of get the idea behind it, seeing what works for you, that kind of thing. I like that a lot. So, I know I said earlier that everything about this game basically came quick and easy and with almost no issue, and that's all actually true except for one very big issue that cropped up when Rhett and John began testing. When I saw their test videos, the game looked like it was playing at almost 50 to 60% slower than I had designed it to. There was absolutely no way this game was somehow pushing other people's systems so hard to cause this level of slowdown. It completely wrecked the difficulty curve of the game, and it felt fairly sluggish and bad. The game played perfectly fine on my system, and there wasn't anything wrong with their videos, but something was messing the game up on other hardware. Talk about a real crummy problem to crop up 36 hours before launch. Let's check it out. Test version, fixed version. Oh yeah, that is much slower over there, isn't it? Holy moly. That's easy mode over there. This is normal. Yeah, I can imagine. That's a lot of work you put into this, and then suddenly it just doesn't work right. God, that's so slow compared to this. Holy moly. At this point, I had a little bit of a panic attack and concluded that if I couldn't find the answer to this, the game was toast. Game development had by this point already turned me into a little diva, you see. I stepped away from the computer for about 20 minutes to take a walk and clear my head, and by the time I've gotten back, John had also got back to the group chat with a possible fix. Sleep margin advanced, 10 milliseconds. Made with Game Maker Studio. Look at that, global game settings. By default, the circled setting is set to 1 for some reason in new projects created in Game Maker 1.4. Without getting too technical, I'll just say this is a setting that when set this low is far too intensive for Windows to handle the game loop, and it'll grind things down in speed very quickly if set to this low. Setting this to 10 milliseconds fixed the issue on all testing hardware, and thankfully Luigi floating on an egg over the sea was saved and experienced no other issues through release. Let's go, baby. This is the game where, for the first time, I genuinely felt like I got it. I've played, critiqued, and enjoyed action games all my life, and I feel like this game is proof that I absolutely do understand them and what makes good ones so good. Needless to say, this one was a confidence booster, and it's no surprise that my game-making output would pick up quite a bit in the years following this game's release. I love this. I love this again. You deserve to feel that instilled confidence in yourself. A few silly tidbits to end off on. There are 50 randomized intros that appear before the game starts. You can fart by pressing the Q at any time. It doesn't do anything special, you just fart for fun. There exists an exclusive version of this game where, for whatever reason, Luigi can ejaculate Skittles. Only one person owns this version of the game, and I think it's funny just to keep it that way. Let's take a look at this real quick. God, I forgot how great this is. The little cum cloud that comes off every time. I genuinely don't forget what the reasoning behind that was. Taste the rainbow. But wait, there's more. That version to anyone else. I believe I ran that version in a marathon, right? I could do it again for Shmuptember coming up here. I know you're thinking, what could possibly ever top that last little tidbit? Oh, is it Mario? Yeah, that's right. Horny, obviously. It was for Mario, that's right. I need to run it again for Mario. You could possibly ever top that lowest little tidbit, but I recently unearthed something I thought may have been lost by my own negligence. When I originally finished this game, almost immediately the idea for an expansion or follow-up hit me. Luigi Floating on an Egg Over the Sea Scrambled Edition. When the game released, a few people favorably compared it to Scramble, one of my favorite quick-fix arcade games of all time. I don't know if I've actually played Scramble. But it's an 81 game by Konami, as you can see here. Look at that screenshot. Fuel. Scramble by Konami is one of the first side-scrolling shmups to really gain notoriety, and is essentially what Konami's more popular series, Gradius, would eventually evolve from. Excuse me. A key mechanic of the game is your rapidly draining fuel gauge that you manage by destroying fuel depots. Yeah, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, early video games, you know? Yeah, River Raid did something like that. Oh no, actually you could blow up fuel and get screwed over in River Raid. You actually need to run over in River Raid. Anyway, all this is to say that for a while there was a new version of Luigi Floating on an Egg Over the Sea in development for a bit named the Scrambled Edition. Not only is it a clever name because of being tied to eggs, but the way this version of the game was going to be tied to Scramble was that you had an energy gauge you'd have to manage on top of normal gameplay. Floating on a... This cannot continue! Oh yeah, look at that gauge going down there. Where do you get... Oh, I see. Just what I needed! That's right, when you grab the heart, it says that.
Just what I needed.
That's great. Unfortunately, no playable version for this. The energy meter and battery are the only things added from the normal version of the game, and the energy meter doesn't actually cause you to lose once it runs out. This is merely just a build that has the visual hooks in, but the mechanics don't actually work yet. On top of the new energy mechanic, I was going to design entirely new levels or heavily alter existing ones to work better with the mechanic. I also planned a new final boss fight and escape sequence that would be more in line with an over-the-top shmup, but still retain Super Mario Bros. 2 silliness. Both versions of the game would also be available for play. Ultimately, it's just a project I never got around to. I think it's a really clever and fun idea, but I don't know that it's one I'll necessarily return to at this point. I think it was a great idea for the moment, and would have been great had I followed through, but it's not something I'm entirely excited about now, even though I have the confidence to say I think I could deliver on it. That said, I'll probably riff on Scramble someday. Do alternate levels and stuff for the Scramble edition? Yeah. It looks like it would be a lot of fun, honestly. I mean, it is a lot of fun. I like this game a lot. I think it's very silly but really fun. It is a dodge 'em up, which is a great term. I like dodge 'em ups. I think I Want to Be the Guy style games have a lot of those style of boss fights where you just have to dodge and survive. I think those kind of games can be a lot of fun, and this is no exception. I think this is really fun, and you should check it out. And you can fart all the time. All right. Ooh. Alright, Junkyard Dave eats a lot of shrimp. Look at that mouth. You can download this as well, of course. Release date is September 9th, 2021. Junkyard Dave loves shrimp and is also a for real and genuine Canadian person. True, they are Canadian. Help him eat as much shrimp as you can before time runs out. Afterwards, visit Junkyard Dave at twitch.tv/junkyard_Dave. There's shrimp, there's Junkyard Dave, and then there's how many shrimp they've eaten. Junkyard Dave as Junkyard Dave, created by Polly. Some music stolen from Bucky O'Hare on NES. Oh Canada by 8-Bit Universe. Creator's commentary. This game literally exists because after riding the high of Luigi floating on an egg over the sea, I still had some gas in the tank, but not enough to make something especially big again right away. As is typical for my reason for making games, this one is another idea that just happened on a whim and was finished in about an hour or two. I've been watching my friend Junkyard Dave stream, and it came up during conversation that he absolutely hates shrimp. Note, he is very wrong and Canadian for feeling this way, just so we're clear. So I decided on the ultimate revenge and made a video game about him eating a lot of shrimp, which is something we could all stand to do more of, just so we're clear. This game is what I'd consider early 2000s Flash game core is in pretty much every sense. From its presentation to being small and kinda shitposty, but also silly and actually decently fun. I had to actually dig around to find the headshot of Dave I used for this game because he doesn't traditionally stream with a face cam, but I was able to remember an older stream he'd done once where he did use a face cam and pulled a quick frame from it. Glad he hadn't deleted that VOD by the time the dumb idea for this game hit me. I guess there's not really much else to say about this one. It was a silly little game fired off from having some leftover drive from Luigi, and I think it turned out pretty alright for what it is. I think it's definitely in line with all the other little score attacker games I've made. I have not tried this one yet. I'll probably be playing this one later as well. That's a quick little one there. And after that, we got Polly's favorite games played in 2021, the visual novel. And after this, we're getting into some of their biggest games down the list here. But first, Polly's favorite games played in 2021. Release date December 25th, 2021. It's Christmas. In this short, cute visual novel, I go over the best games I played in 2021 with some commentary on each. There's some shmup going on there. Is that... what's the game called? Like Mahashamplifalishne, I think, or something like that? That looks like it. Please take this time to use the bathroom. If you do not need to use the bathroom, please take this opportunity to enjoy the bathroom song. Written and created by Polly. Assets shamelessly stolen from literally everyone on the list. Creator's commentary. That's a cool and interesting way to do a game of the year list, right? That was the thought anyway. Not to mention 2021 was absolutely stacked with amazing games, so why not do something a little special for a year of gaming that was trying extra hard in the middle of some more than trying times? Yeah, aren't you? It's just the damn truth. The idea for this one also happened on an episode of the Soxcast probably a few weeks before we were to record that year's Game of the Year episodes. It may have been even during recording the Game of the Year episodes because I know I didn't have a huge amount of time to get this together before my decided release date of Christmas Day. Anyway, the idea was sparked by a one-off comment about how someone at some point would turn in their Game of the Year list in some incredibly new and weird format, maybe even making it its own game. With that idea cooking, originally this project was to maybe be a cute little platformer with a little linear map that led you to each game, with little texty bits in the background giving my commentary on that specific game. Each area of the map would also be themed to each game somehow, maybe by coloring the tile set to something resembling each game's main color and or having some screenshots scattered around. This quickly became an idea that felt a little too ambitious to handle in the 2 to 3 weeks or so that I had to put it together, so I opted for the next and arguably most obvious genre solution people know me for these days, a visual novel. Once the creativity started flowing, though, writing for this little project was a delight. Who knew writing about things you like could be so fun, right? Mind-blowing, really. Using my VTuber model to give the overall tone something a little more silly than our Game of the Year shows was really fun. The writing came really fast, and the brief little intermission segments were just a result of me letting my brain run around and do stupid, silly things that made me laugh. It really was also fun to just write about video games again. I don't do that a lot these days since you hear my thoughts either during streams, let's plays, or podcasts. I had to find fun ways to keep with the jovial tone of the voice I was using while also getting across my thoughts about all these games I liked a whole lot, and it was a fun little exercise. This is an idea I may revisit again someday, maybe even in that cute little platformer form. In a year of gaming ever ends up an absolutely stacked for me as this particular year did. I'm actually curious to play this because I don't know all the games that came out that year, so I will probably play this one later as well. And we can go through 2021's amazing. About 30 minutes. Okay. I'll probably play that one later as well. We'll get back to that shortly here. Alright, here is one of the Polly's. I want to say this is like one of your biggest first score attack games. ASDF. And then you had Synchronize after that. I think this is when I started to focus more and more on indie games in general. When I was starting to get away from NES stuff a little bit. Yep, we are in modern Poly era now. Let's check out ASDF. You download this. And again, I would love to see people's high scores on this. I love high scores. I know this is a me thing. But I love leaderboards and stuff. And if anybody wants to get out there and start doing that, I would love to see it. Release date is February 22nd, 2022. It's 2 days before my birthday. A simple game where you just press buttons. Collect the smiley boys while avoiding the angry boys. Play your smart boy bomb, at the right time to save yourself and keep the game going longer. This is where you got, look at the points totals down there. Credits created by Polly, music by June Flower, testing ideas from John Sciarra, Ghosty, and After 5. Well, I had no idea at the time that I was going to hit my keyboard. That on February 22nd, 2022, or 2/2/22, that this would be the beginning of what would become a bit of a signature style for me. This was an idea I had kicking around for a long time. The reason I made this game and any of my other games that involve use of the keyboard is because I just generally enjoyed the act of typing. I always have, ever since I set my hands on an electric typewriter for the first time in 9th grade and proceeded to be at the top of both of my typing classes. That's really where these games came from. The idea had been kicking around for a few months, but I didn't really start messing with it until February 17th, 2022, which is the first recorded date of me having sent John an early prototype to play for feedback. Look at your 453,000 high score here. Look at that. Ah, I see how this is gonna go, yep. And you avoid all the other ones. Let's go into it a little bit here. Watch it pick up a little bit. And then, of course, you get all the rows there, which is more akin to what it is nowadays. You can give it a spin for yourself. The early build here. Even has the early builds in here. Yeah, it looks like it was a little more simpler starting out. It's not quite there yet, but the pieces are in place. And of course, you have your menus here showing what the Angie and Smiley Boys are. Also, can you believe they were called Angry Boys at first? I can't. They're definitely Angie Boys, not Angry Boys. Rather than starting with all 4 columns containing boys to collect or avoid, they started with only one and gradually began filling up over time. It was too slow and not exciting, so the first thing I did was change spawning to what would appear in the final version of the game. During our chat, John had also initially recommended trying to add a musical aspect to collecting boys, as well as zazzing up the backgrounds a bit. The musical idea never quite came to fruition beyond the sound effects I chose for collecting boys, which is just a simple EDM techno kick drum sample. But I did add randomized background colors and random color changes, as well as transparent floaty shapes that bounce around in the background to add a little excitement to things. These background elements have persisted to this day in all of my boys' games. Once the look and feel had been settled on, all of that really remained was to pace out the game's progression and how quickly the tempo would pick up. This is easily where I spent the most time and would record multiple playthroughs with a live split timer open to gauge how the game was feeling the longer you played, and also kept variables for boy speed and spawn frequency on screen to fine-tune things in real time. Boy speed, spawn rate. I love that it's boy speed. Boy speed is how fast the boys move down the screen per frame in pixels. Spawn rate is the number of frames between boy roast spawns. Can't wait to play some of these later again. I also made absolutely sure that I could play the game at its highest difficulty for at least 15 to 20 seconds in order to gauge how fair it felt. Maybe not the best testing method in the world, but it seems to have worked out okay. Added the one-time bomb item, which was an idea I sort of nicked from one of John's games, Into the Vortex. Good game. Fairly late into development. The bomb also lowers the difficulty by a set percentage, slowing the pace down and giving you a chance to get your bearings. This added a completely new layer of strategy to the game that I hadn't even intended at first. I just wanted to have a bomb because blowing up a bunch of things at once is fun. Seriously, I'm not a genius game designer. I just do things that feel fun or cool to me, and somehow they just end up being cool mechanics sometimes. Well, what better way to do these things than what feels good? I think that's the thing that gets lost in gaming a lot, which things like Hollow Knight come back and do well, is it has to feel good. The reason Hollow Knight is so good is because jumping is fun, slashing the environment is fun, and they made that all fun and come together well. Same with a lot of these point-scoring games that Poly has made. There's just the simple little crisp touches that is what makes it what it is. The last bit that needed to fall into place was the music. I wasn't really having much luck finding anything that I felt suited the game, so on a whim I commissioned an original piece from June Flower, who did a fantastic job of picking up on what the game needed and literally delivering on a banger in about an hour's time. It just feels perfect, whatever pace the game is going at. I really felt like that'd be a problem, but June's tune really did manage to be a perfect fit. A small bit of trivia is that when the get ready prompt is blinking before a new game starts, a string of binary runs down both sides of the screen. This is a small hidden message that serves as a dedication to a dear high school friend I'd recently found out had passed away the previous year. Aww. Weirdly, both ASDF games ended up being dedicated to people. A little morbid, but that's life sometimes. I don't think it's morbid. I think it's nice. I think it's something that is just a fun memory to uphold and spread a little piece of yourself in the games you make. I think that's awesome. When the game released, I was honestly surprised how many people played it and how many actually put in time to achieve scores that were far beyond anything I thought any one person would aim for. This would further strengthen my love of creating small, quick fix score attacks, as you'll no doubt notice as we march further into the next era of my game dev journey. A little over a year after this game released, I would do a functionally similar yet obviously very inspired gag release named Fard, though it started out named Fart, as an April Fool's joke. Good old Fard. But yeah, ASDF, amazing game. Definitely check these out. Synchronize is next, however. This is a toughie. Get your downloads, get your PDF manual. Download trailer art book by Sayara, manual app by Rhett. Released January 3rd, 2023, and May for the version 1.0, and May 12th, 2023 for version 2.0. Get those fingers and brain meats ready. It's time to synchronize. It's a mad dash against the clock and your own coordination to collect all the smiley boys before the time runs out. Control both players by yourself or team up with a friend to test your synchronization. Excuse me. And yes, this one's tough. You gotta break your brain a little bit on this one to do it proper. Credits, created, coded, and level designed by Polly, of course. All background art and art book created by Sayara. Music by Elite Ferrix. Final boss theme by June Flower. Four-way movement code by PBA PAPB. Tested by Toad22484. Who's that weirdo? Ghosty, Iffy, Psychic Heist, Garden, and After 5. Version 2.0 feedback and testing, Rhett and John. Creator's commentary. Ooh, boy. Synchronize was a journey. For being a game that only took about 3 weeks to complete, this game's entire history is pretty dense. This is a game where a lot of lessons were learned from every aspect of game development. From what to expect of your players and their interest in your games, to being more direct with your testers, in making sure you're communicating exactly what's meant, to learning where and when to compromise on your vision a bit. It's a project that both humbled and improved me as a person who makes video games in a lot of ways. This game's entire gimmick was inspired by Rhett's games Zalazer and Super Zalazer, which are awesome, by the way. The latter of which I'd argue was the first time I really helped with the game's development, despite only helping plan the structure and making the sound effects. I even stole the freaking title screen music and used music from the same artist for this game's main theme. Anyways, I fell in love with the idea of controlling two-player objects by yourself from the get-go. I'm a drummer. It doesn't feel all that hard to me. As a drummer, you get to, do all your drumming. You get your different extensions. I've been watching a drummer on YouTube a bit, where they just completely remove 4 different parts of their body and do different beats. That is mind-blowing to me. Big game dev mistake warning. Don't assume your potential players have the same kind of dexterity or skill set you do. Anyway, I started putting the pieces to this together on December 6th, 2022, and had a pretty good proof of concept ready that evening. You can give it a spin or have it look below. Blaster Z concept download for the earliest of downloads. For whatever reason, the initial name this project had was Blasters, as evidenced by the file name, but you never do any blasting in the game at all, much to Danny DeVito's chagrin. The rooms do blow up really nice when you die, though. I was so over the moon happy with that effect, even if it's fairly processor intensive in a few later stages. A big difference between this prototype idea and the final game was that you could initially move diagonally. At first, I didn't think that would be a problem, but it would definitely make for some tricky level design ideas. But issues involving limits of how many keys can be pressed on a keyboard at the same time quickly arose. The movement was then limited to 4 directions using code I borrowed from GameMaker forums user PBAPAPB. In conversation shortly after that, Rhett was the one that actually coined the game's name and put together the game's logo. Synchronize. Oh! Beautiful. This is good, Rhett. That's good. As the game continued taking shape, I felt like it needed more of an identity and more going on background-wise than ASDF. On a whim, I threw one of Sayara's paintings in as a title screen and stage background, and with the application of some cropping and a few effects, it looked marvelous. I then brought the idea of using his paintings as backgrounds throughout the entire game, which he was entirely on board with. A few of Sayara's paintings, as they appear in the game, they're transparent to work in tandem with the game's background color switcher. Love Sayara's art. Very colorful. Enjoy the imagery of them a lot, and you get to see a lot of them in this game. And some games coming up, too. Stuffed me full of good material to use, and now the game was starting to feel like something really cool and unique in more ways than just its gameplay. It's Satoko from Higurashi crying? You're right! Oh my god, you are absolutely right. I see that now. Oh my god. Talk about a heartbreaking spot too. Like, what a capture of a moment in that show. Oof. Great show, by the way. It's what Freak of Furude is from. He stuffed me full of good materials, and now the game was starting to feel like something really cool and unique in more ways than just its gameplay. After all that was settled, I just dived into making stages. Making new levels came very quickly to me, and I had most of the game's initial 20 or so stages finished in about 10 or so days, give or take. This was when I started passing the game around for its first round of testing. Everyone seemed to enjoy it, but there were definitely indications by some that the game was really hard. And at the time, I didn't really interpret their feedback to mean too hard. Just that I made a hard game, and that with enough perseverance, people can beat hard games. I did a really bad job of following up with testers on this one. I don't think anyone was being dishonest or didn't do the job right for the record, but I also never prodded more to see if maybe hints were being floated that I should tone things down a bit. Maybe I didn't want to hear that either, because again, I thought I'd made just a hard video game and people would play and or want to get good enough at it to see it through to the end. Big game dev mistake warning. Don't assume people want to play very precise and hard video games and put in the time to get good at it. Yeah. Silk Song is something for the most frequent of memories. Some people don't want to put the time in for that, which is understandable. The final 5 stages were completed with relative ease, and I even improvised a fun little escape sequence to lead into the final boss to tie into the climax. Again, during this time in testing, capturing the game was really hard, but not interpreting that as too hard. Final boss and endgame sequence were implemented a couple days before Christmas. I tore through this part of development at a speed I just did not know I was capable of. Final boss sequence itself is fairly complicated, and I had to learn a lot of new tricks. And the end sequence itself had to be built from the ground up using code and resources I'd not made yet. On top of that, it hit a personally emotional tone that made me very happy. It's something personal to me, but that context isn't needed for it to still be a cool little moment. Which is great. With that, the game was officially finished. I'd set out the finished test build to resolved to release the game very early into the new year. No major bugs during testing meant that the game was basically ready to go. That said, really hard, still not interpreted as too hard. Wake up, Polly! I cruised through the holidays feeling excited that I'd put together such a huge project. It felt like a dream game in a way. I continued the excitement by creating a silly little NES-like manual for the game just because I was so proud of what I'd put together. Release day, January 3rd, 2023 rolls around, and by that evening, a good number of people had played the game. There was a lot of positive feedback for it, and it felt nice. I even saw a couple streams and some YouTube videos of people playing and enjoying the game. That said, there was a lot of really hard that finally made the leap to too hard, with a lot of folks letting me know they couldn't finish the game even with stage select. The too hard feedback continued well after the game's release, and even though the game had definitely been appreciated and some folks liked it, as time went on, I felt like I'd whiffed a lot harder on this than I initially thought. I sat and stewed on it for months, quietly letting it get to me in what I can look at now as a manner that was kind of unhealthy. A few very honest conversations with some folks made me realize the biggest thing I'd overlooked during and after Synchronize's release I hadn't really considered You're Only Gonna Hear It Once. Groovy tunes. You're only gonna hear it once per attempt. You're only gonna hear it once. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. And you didn't consider this at the time either. I hadn't really considered the player's point of view much during the development of this game. Version 1 is very unforgiving. It's precise to the point of frustration in ways that I honestly hadn't even liked in other games. There's absolutely zero leeway on the hitboxes. The normal stage timers don't allow for many tiny mistakes at all. Even though I was able to finish the game with the allotted 30 lives, I'd failed to take potential players' abilities into consideration. Hey Ralph, how's it going today? I think there's absolutely a time and place where you should stick to your vision regardless of feedback, but I did finally realize in the end that I'd basically made a game only for me, and I was frustrated nobody wanted to play this because I made for only me. Big game dev mistake warning. If you make a game that is only for you, don't get upset if others don't like it in the same way you do. Once I'd put all that together, I immediately threw myself into creating a synchronized version 2.0 with a lot of feedback from John and Rhett that aimed to retain all the things that I liked about my idea, but had a decent level of forgiveness in the areas that made the game once impossible for a lot of other people. Version 2.0 features a bevy of changes that brought the game in line with that vision. The hitboxes are much more generous, some troubled stages were edited to pull back on gimmicks that were too much, I replaced a couple of stages entirely, and the final boss got some slight reworks that made that part of the game make more sense. It's not compromised, and it's not selling out my original version, trying to attract more players. It's merely injecting the player perspective I usually approach my games for that was missing from the sauce when I first released this game. I'm doing well today, thank you. It is Polly's birthday, so we're going over socksmakepeoplesexy.net/games. There's write-ups for all of our games, and that's what we're going over right now. Then we're going to play some later and do something a little different after that. Version 2.0 is what this game should have been the first time. But sometimes we get full of ourselves and a little too attached to a thing we're making and can't see the forest from the trees. It's an experience I'm happy to have had because I think overall it's made me an even better developer, and I think Synchronized is an even better game now with the version 2.0 build. I agreed with this. The initial build, I remember playing it. I did beat it. It was tough as fuck. That is not a lie. This game was really hard when it first came out. And yeah, it took me a bit, but I play games literally every day. And as somebody who's speedrun 1 billion games and done all that, like it takes, it takes a little bit of rhythm to get used to it. But as I say for a lot of games and mods and stuff, when people are designing them, if they're designing them to be harder, you have to take your average gamer in mind still. Your average individual who's going to pick this up isn't going to be really good at stuff probably. And or maybe they are, but I would still plan for like the average gamer experience to be like a whole and one that they could still get through, but they still need to learn from it, but they still have to get through that experience. Synchronized does have a couple of fun little Easter eggs. On this title screen, you can press down Y on the keyboard to enter the @PonchoSmith code. I won't tell you what it does. It was inspired by a tweet from Poncho when I previewed the manual on Twitter, where he recited that code to me to write down with the notes portion of the manual. Lastly, on any stage, you can press the 8 key to give yourself basically infinite time. Get it? 8? Infinity symbol? Endless 8? This trick is hinted at very badly in the game's manual. If you look at the SZ logo on pages 8 to 12, you'll find the word 8 spelled out by rotated letters. I don't know what to tell you. It was the end of the project and I was on empty at that point. Terrible hint. Anyway, this game's awesome. I still love it. I love it a lot. As the biggest game I think I've put together by myself, and I'm amazed it only took 3 weeks to do. It's a great game. It really is. And you can even try the tougher version if you want to. And I would say go for it, especially if you're into these kind of games. It's really fun. It's all about, like, you kind of have to watch one side while your other side is just kind of mimicking the other side. And I think it's fun in that regard, and you really have to kind of get a good feel for it. And this is another really good one of the newer Poly era games. Again, this was in 2023. Not that long ago. Not that long ago. All right, I have to use the bathroom before we get to Fard. Burp. This is Life Force, which is an amazing, amazing game. We got what? Fard ASDF 2, Numlock, Rika Furude 24 and 25, Screaming have I seen this one? Planet Attrition, Yomu, and Plus. We're getting into the meat of Polly's point era. Oh man, goodness. We've needed quite a bit of water so far, understandably. There's a lot of great write-ups here. I love the lore. There's so much lore here. All right, let's get to Fard then. Also, Shmup-Timber's coming up, and I will have to practice a few shmups, including Salamander 3. I put it in. Alright, let's check out Fard. Release date April 1st, 2023. Hey kid, do you want a Fard? TM. Don't miss your chance to play the stinkiest version of the Just Press Buttons game literally everyone is talking about. I've never not heard anybody talk about this game, to be honest. Credits created by Polly, music by June Flower, testing ideas written John. You can see the, I want to say that's the dude from Booger Man in the background, squeezing out some gaseous intent. Creator commentary. Man, I don't even know what to tell you on this one. If you know me, you know why this one exists and why it's the funniest thing in the world to me. Fart is obviously just ASDF retooled a bit with different inputs and sound effects, and of course the pre-fart Boogerman sprite is Boogerman, okay. It was done as an April Fool's release because I hadn't done anything fun for April Fool's in years, and it was a very easy and funny edit to make. The original idea was to name the game Fart, and then it was actually completely finished in this form almost up until the day of release. Fart. You can get the Fart version. I changed it to Fard last minute simply because I think Fart is way funnier. What better reason? ASDF obviously works because of a standard QWERTY keyboard. Those keys are right beside each other, but a really fun disconnect happens when you keep the columns the same but change the keys to be completely different and out of order. I think this is a super fun version of the game to play, but as I mentioned in the ASDF write-up, I just like typing, so bending my brain to play this game just feels a bit more fun to me. And FRAD, if you pay attention to the letters, it's pretty easy to keep up with, but if you don't, your brain will get screwed up. It's a fun little game. This is Bionic Commando. So good. Alright. ASDF2, which more people should play. More people should play all these. It's also amazing. I don't know, have I listened to that? I might have at some point. I'm pretty sure I've played them. You're talking about like the remastered update, not remastered, but like the newer Bionic Commando, not like the FPS one. I think there was like an FPS one, which I don't know if I've ever even seen. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I remember having a good time with that one. I think I was on the 360 when I played that. It must have been the 360. Third-person shooter too, but it was goddamn silly. Oh, man. Release date June 12th, 2023. This is ASDF 2. It's a never-ending Angie Boy TM invasion, and your only choice is to adapt and survive for as long as you can. This one's really neat. Fire correctly colored blaster shots to vaporize incoming Angie Boys TM, and unleash the devastating Laser Kiss TM to saw through the horde indiscriminately. It's a hopeless battle against the odds to survive and vaporize as long as you can to achieve a new high score. I've got some pretty good high scores in this one. I don't even think it's mentioned here, but you can melee them essentially as well, which adds even more points. Credits created by Polly, testing feedback and good ideas, John and Rhett, background art, CyRT, music by Panic Pumpkin, additional testing by Strika Lillian? Creator's commentary. So the thing with ASDF was when it came out, it did fairly well for how many games typically tend to catch on. Or my games tend to typically catch on. I was seeing high scores posted on social media, in our Discord, and even a few stray emails here and there from people that were able to blow that game wide open. Along with that enthusiasm came a lot of requests for a sequel. People wanted a sequel to one of my games. Yep, they wanted one. They wanted a very specific sequel. ASDF JKL. Behold, the sequel that almost was ASDF to Double Type. Woof! Oh man, that would have been crazy. This is legitimately what I was asked for over and over in conversations with people who like the original game. This isn't me just making a joke. It's the most obvious path for a sequel. There's room to play around with the idea, and it continues the idea of ASDF being made because I like typing. Never got around to prototyping this version of the game beyond creating the playfield graphic above, but I was set on the name Double Type and had a couple ideas on how to spice the formula up. It's just not an idea that inspired me, though. It didn't feel exciting. It felt predictable through the motions, and even maybe even kind of too jokey in a way, if that makes sense. A few months after the release, Synchronized, and a month before the release of Synchronized Z version 2.0, Synchronized Z, Very nice version 2.0. I decided to start fiddling with the idea of going back to basics a bit and maybe work on a shmup. I'd been mulling over the idea of doing a shmup with the aesthetic and Red Blue Boys TM gameplay for a while. Yes, I guess that'd be a total ripoff of Ikaruga in some way. Shut up. But I was leaning towards doing something kind of Space Invaders-y with it. I did play around with the initial idea of the player ship freely moving left and right on the ground and shooting red and blue bullets up at moving targets. Unfortunately, no prototypes exist. Sorry. But in the middle of playtesting this, my mind visualized the ASDF playfield under it, and suddenly something more interesting started taking shape. Could I do a shmup with ASDF's rigid lane-based movement and mix that with some kind of color changing or shot color mechanic? Could ASDF's sequel, blow completely by the original idea, instead evolve into some kind of neat shmup? This felt immediately more exciting to me than simply doing the obvious. Sure, it was a huge leap from what people wanted, but I just had to find a new way to use the keyboard that still felt as seamless as ASDF and added a little more meat to the Twitch-based gameplay, while adding new functionality that still felt as easy to pick up and play. My first attempt was very freaking not that. Check this out. I mean, I can see the layers of it, though. There's definitely the beginning groundworks of it that are happening here, for sure. Weird aside, but this game's working title was Tomato until I'd finally decided to make it an ASDF sequel. ASDF to Tomato version. That's great. You really have to play this to understand how bad it feels, but for those that can't download it, let me explain. This was way too overcomplicated. You still change lanes with the ASDF keys like normal, but the firing and color swapping mechanics are awful. You use either the up or down arrow key to fire, and you can change your ship's color attack with the spacebar and left or right arrow keys. You could fire a laser once it was charged with the G key. Just an absolute mess of controls. Rather than embracing the keyboard as a keyboard, this awkward and completely clunked out mess of a control setup was trying to turn the keyboard into a gamepad, and it felt ridiculously ham-fisted. When I sent this prototype to Rhett and John, it was painfully clear that I was off on the wrong foot. After a little discussion, the controls found themselves pared down to what they are now. J and key keys fire blue and red shots, and spacebar fires the laser. This new setup got the game back on track to feeling more like a typing game. Like I said in the ASDF commentary, I love typing! Have you ever thought about making a, like, Typing of the Dead style game? I feel like with your enjoyment of typing, you could make a really good version of something like that. After the new control scheme was in place, I basically pulled Rhett and John. Something I think I want to try sometime. I think you would do a great job. I think it would be a lot of fun. Typing games are fun. After the new control scheme was in place, I basically pulled Rhett and John into being co-developers for the rest of the game's development. Every idea went past them, and they were probably sick of me sending new builds every other day or so, or showing them video of some dumb new thing I added. Wrong. Everybody likes it. Their input was vital, though, and it was also the first time I really let anyone in on my development process without it being a direct collaboration. I always valued doing things in secrecy because I want to surprise people, but these days I'm less precious about that idea and often get early feedback at games now, and it's all due to the ASDF2 experience being as helpful as it was. Here's the alpha version. If I do this, oh yeah, that works out well. You can download the alpha version as well. Love me some ASDF. It's a good game. ASD2 alpha download. This version dated April 4th feels much closer to what the final game is and would basically be the foundation the rest of the project will be built on top of. It's kind of wild looking back at this version in the original sketch and then seeing all the zazz the final version ended up with. Player's art was once again pulled into the project because it just looks really good with my simple game design superimposed over it. Since ASDF2 doesn't contain different stages, all the backgrounds are shuffled through randomly during gameplay along with some random color shifting to make what is essentially a fairly static looking game feel a lot more dynamic. It's true. It gives it a really nice look. Most of ASDF2's balancing and pacing were handled exactly the same way I handled the first games. A lot of time spent recording videos, playing with voice speed and spawn rate numbers, and then locking them in. I settled on the game's progression pretty early and it never really changed too much through the final game. What I did spend a lot of time on this time was mechanics. Smart. Since it's a shmup or shmup adjacent, I wanted to fiddle with the scoring system a bit, so I added in the combo and multiplier mechanics, made the laser juice the multiplier even more to incentivize aggressive play, and even added spiking, intentionally hitting a boy with your ship's nose when they're the same color, to add some flavor to things. It's a very simple system, but everything feeds into everything else. And I'm really happy with how those parts of the game came together. And it's always a treat seeing people really take advantage of the system to squeeze as many points into a run as they can. Everything else was polish. A lot of polish. I think ASDF2 is probably my most stylish looking and feeling game. There's a snappiness and sharpness to everything I'm extremely proud of, as you should be. I was tweaking and adding little things almost all the way up to the game's release. I was even able to put in an interactive tutorial for the first time just because I wanted to. And it's just another little thing that I think makes the game feel very cool and put together as a complete package. Agreed. What did take a lot of time to settle on, however, was the game's logo. I struggled with this for ages. I knew I wanted a logo to feel more shmuppy-y and not just be pixel blocking letters again. But I'm in no way a graphic designer, so I just grabbed a ton of fonts and tried some things out. ASDF, 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 ASDF. And yeah, I could definitely see this one. This one also fits the best for sure. And then mixing the letters of number font 2 and the number 2 in superscript from font 5. Oh yeah. Create the basic logo. And then came what to do with coloring. I tossed the idea to Brett and he came up with a lot of ideas. That's awesome. I love that they're all posted here. It's fun to look at the history of all this. But in the end, I went with a very simple white ASDF plus color shifting too, and it looks and felt perfect. Brett did have a very cool idea inspired by the Zero Ranger with adding the ships to the logo. That does look cool. And Zero Ranger is something I need to get back to someday. I really wanted to go with this one. I even planned an animated title screen where the ships would circle in, leaving room in the middle for the ASDF2 portion of the logo to crash in. This particular logo was finished a little too late into development though, and I didn't want to redo the title sequence I'd already put together. Could have maybe used it for the itch.io page logo or something. Either way, very cool. It is awesome. When ASDF2 was ready to go, I could hardly contain myself till the release date. I really felt like I nailed everything I wanted to do with this game, and it's the most confident I actively felt going into launch. When the game launched, I posted the damn thing everywhere I could. I'm never one to be a great promoter, but I promoted the hell out of this game the day it came out, probably even more than I did Synchronize. And sometimes things don't quite hit your expectations. ASDF2 actually bombed. Not that I'm a numbers person and I don't make any money on my games, but this was the most I'd ever experienced complete and total silence on a release. In the game's first 2 weeks, it saw a mere 9 downloads and a scant few people posting scores or messaging me about it after all the promoting on social media and discourse I did for the first game's small reputation. There's no way to ever know how anything you put out there is going to be received, or in this case, if it's received at all. You have to be prepared for the possibility that any one of these could be a complete whiff no matter how hard you worked on it or how awesome you think it is. If I'm honest, it's still a bit of a sore spot, and it spun me out really bad for a while, but like I said, that stuff is out of your control. I still consider ASDF2 to be the hidden gem of my game dev collection, the black sheep in a way. It's like my own little Zelda 2 or something. I actually remember this, and I remember how you responded to this, and it made me really sad. Because I was one of those people that downloaded it and played it, and I really thought more people would really like this game. And I still do think a lot of people would really like this game if they just gave it a chance. It's got layers to its point system, and I think the game flows really smooth and well. The sound effects go well, the art is nice, it's very flashy and snappy like you said. And yeah, I remember this time, and it surprises me to this day that more people did not download and give this one a try. And I think a lot of people should download this one and give it a try whenever you have the possibility to do so. It's one of, I think, Poly's most polished games in general, with how it works and interacts, its scoring system, its mechanics. I think it is the most polished, I would say, out of all of them, I'm thinking. And the music is great. The action aspect was great. For an hour and we're still reading. We are Peltor. I was just getting on this ASDF2 one. You should check this one out. It's really fun. If you like score attacks, this one is fantastic. Sorry, I wrote too much. Polly can write. Polly writes a lot. You should check out socksmakepeoplesexy.net, not just for the /games tab, but there is a ton of stuff there. Holy crap, is there a ton of stuff. I agree, Peltor. I agree, 100%. That's why I have not skipped anything, and I'm not going to skip anything. Because I like all the I like all the interesting tidbits behind it. But yeah, this is the one that really made me want a leaderboard for the first time, I think, in Polyland. Because this is one I feel that has some of the most unique, different scoring aspects to it. You got the laser, you got the ability to shoot, and you have the ability to poke them. And all, especially the ability to poke them, means a lot in the scoring system. So I feel like this one could like legitimately be like a highly played, high scoring game. Like if this was released 20 years ago on a Flash website, this would have had millions of people playing it, guaranteed. It's a shame that it didn't get a higher release. I hope someday it kind of picks up. You got to remember, things like Among Us were like dead and empty for years until it just caught on fire. I feel like ASDF2 could have a similar feel. I'd honestly release this onto Steam as a free download, even. Because then you could get, like, you get a message board going there and stuff. And then, and I'm sure there are things that go along with releasing something on Steam that you probably don't want to mess with. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But I do feel like this one could absolutely have a driving scoring community behind it. And I really hope it does catch on someday. I really, really enjoy playing this one. And I think a lot of other people would too, especially older peeps that are more into arcade and point systems, or younger peeps that are into it. I know a lot of younger people get into some older games too, and I think that's great. I love to see that. And I love to see gaming's full sphere in general. I love new games. I love old games. Games are for everybody, and there's a game for everybody. And things like leaderboards and stuff, I feel could just go really, really well with it, especially this game. So I'm hoping one day it'll get to that. I really do. All right, now we're going to Numlock. We're almost at Rika Furude Sim. Numlock was July 24th, 2023. Look at that Angie boy up there. Note, a keyboard with a numpad is required to play this game. You also need to enable numlock on your keyboard. Press the correct keys on your numpad and collect as many smiley boys as you can as time trickles away in this fast-paced score attack game. Avoid touching those stinky angy boys though, or your remaining time and total score will suffer. This is a lot of the mechanic you'll see in a lot of Poly's games coming up here, including the newest release, which we'll also be playing later today. And credits created by Poly, music by Panic Pumpkin, tested and feedback by Ellie and Beepner. We got Ellie and Beepner sightings in here. Let's go. Creator's commentary. There's honestly not much of a huge story behind Numlock's development. It's really a game that came together in a couple days and was once again inspired by my love of typing. The game's first build was July 20th and the final build was July 22nd, 2 days before it's released. Just to give you an idea of how quickly it came together. From start to finish, this game basically looked exactly as it does in its final form. Pulling the ASDF aesthetic into a new project is very easy, so I didn't have to waste much time on getting the game ready other than coding the main menu. I opted not have background art for this one just because I thought it was fine as is, and I didn't want to shrink Sayar's art down to the very tiny window this game plays in, 480 by 360, my lowest resolution game actually. The only thing that took some figuring out was randomizing the boys in a 3x3 grid and then refreshing the board once all 5 smileys in a board have been collected. I recycled some room completion code from Synchronize to achieve the latter. I think the thing I like about this game the most is that despite the fact that it's such a simple premise, the game has a good feel to it, which is some of the best games. Again, as complicated as a game like Hollow Knight is, gotta understand that it all comes from the simplicity of its movement and why it feels as good as it does. Everything is snappy, the little flash of selecting a square feels good. Most importantly, the sound effects are perfect. The game is a sensation of popping bubble wrap, and I think we all agree that's one of the most satisfying things ever. Too true, too true. Speaking of satisfying, it was really fun watching people run for scores on this one when it came out. What I hadn't expected was that there would be people who would be testing and be insanely good at it. Even so good to almost triple all high scores set during testing. My friend Ballis is particularly had a technique I had not anticipated. Let's check this out. Oh, they're using 2 hands. That's good. This is funny because this is a technique I've used. I was just about to mention that, Polly. This is actually a method I've used for Clone Hero / Guitar Hero, when you have to do some of the faster notes, so you bring your other hand up top to just double use your hands. It's brilliant. I love that they use this, and you can tell they're a rhythm gamer. You can absolutely tell. Big game dev mistake warning. Never underestimate rhythm game players' ability to recognize patterns and press buttons really fast. Numlock was created in the midst of a really bad time. Synchronize and ASDF2, 2 games I'd really put a lot of effort and myself into. Both had troubled launches. Now I was smack dab in the middle of the worst year of my life emotionally. I needed something that felt like a win, and I'm not ashamed to say that this game, getting the elevated levels of attention it got, did make me feel like maybe I still had it, even though it'd been quite a while before I made another action-focused game. And I understand that. We all get knocked down a lot of pegs a lot of the time. We all feel like we're failures if we don't do something and it doesn't pop off as well as we thought. We build up this self-image in our head of, you know, it going perfectly, all these great things happening with it, so many people loving it or whatnot, or you doing a big challenge thing, like in my case, completing it and wanting to move on from that and just feeling good about it. And sometimes it gets us down on our own level and really hurts. So it's good to see that you kept with it, you kept doing things. And I think we're all very appreciative of that, as we are here today, again, celebrating these things and having a good time with them. And I appreciate you being very honest with how you feel on the background of these, because, yeah, again, I remember when ASDF2 came out and how you were feeling at the time, and I was like, damn, you know? Because it's really good. Like, it really is. This isn't me just trying to blow smoke up Polly's ass or something. Like, ASDF2 is a very well-made and constructed game that feels crisp, and I think a lot of people would enjoy it. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think that. And I hope one day, again, that it pops off like it should have been. And sometimes these things do take a while, so I will keep playing these things, and I'm hoping people will come along and get some high scores. That's why I always like posting my high scores on the boards on the itch page, to hope people would get the idea. And I also realized in doing that maybe I shouldn't I shouldn't grind it so much that it's an unattainable high score. I feel similarly when it comes to speedrunning. I like grinding to a certain point, but I like leaving a little space there for other people to come in and beat my times. Because I think that breathes fresh life into games and speedruns that wouldn't otherwise. Not everything is going to be Mario 1. You're not going to have 6 million runners on one game like that. So not perfecting a game to its core, you know, it's like leaving a little money in the tip jar to get people, you know, excited to leave more tips in the tip jar kind of thing. You just got to leave that little bit of extra space for people to come in and do the thing. And that's why I'm always so happy when I see people beat one of my speedruns or something. Like, Lanks beat one of my oldest speedruns, and by a good amount, too, a month or two ago. My Batman Return of the Joker speedrun. And he has a great time in that now. And I think it's starting to also help him continue in his enjoyment of speedrunning, because he was super pumped when he got that record. He was so pumped, I was, like, watching, and I got good feelings from it, because he was so pumped from it. And I think that's great. I think that's a great part of gaming that can go unrecognized when people get overly competitive about things, which does happen, unfortunately. But again, these are good games, and I will continue promoting them until my stream is debunked and dead, like myself, because I would love to see more people play these things. And Numlock is a really fun game. It's really really simple concept. As it said, you get the numpad, you got to hit 5 smileys before you can move on. And it's fun. It's fun little ideas like that can mount into bigger, like, you know, the boulder rolling kind of ideas. And it's the old arcade style games that a lot of us grew up playing and really enjoying. And we test ourselves as the game get hard to possibly impossible levels. Look at Tetris on NES, for instance. It's still, in this day and age, people are still playing it. And they're still getting higher and higher. And a lot of young people are playing NES Tetris as well. And like, they're maxing it out. They're going to levels that people only thought TASes could do. But they learn techniques on how to roll their fingers on the D-pad, how to very quickly put things in position, and stuff like that. And these games, again, no exception. They're very similarly styled in that way. So I really hope to see more people getting on that in the future. I really, really like ASDF2. I also really like Synchronize. But I think ASDF2 was one of my favorites of Polly's of all time. Alright, it's time. Rika Furude Simulator 24. Here it goes. Download, of course. Overview, release date September 6th, 2023. The never-ending June of 1983. A tragedy that repeats itself violently over and over. One girl's resolve slowly deteriorates as she travels the fragments, looking for the one world where she can finally break free and find her future. The one where she rules all sixes. It is now your turn to embark on this never-ending journey with her. Rika Furude Simulator 24 is a silly little Higurashi no Naku Koro D dice-rolling fan game that is entirely based on random dice rolls. Look at Rika! Mouse nose. All sprites, music, and backgrounds by 7th Expansion. Created by Polly, tested by Rhett. Can't wait for this. Anybody that's known me for even a short amount of time knows that I'm a very huge fan of 7th Expansion's visual novel slash anime series Higurashi no Naku Koroni. It's a story that's been special to me since about 2006 when I first discovered it, and references to it have seeped into all of my work in some way or another ever since. So I guess it was a given that at some point I'd end up making a Higurashi fan game. I honestly had no idea that Rika Furude Simulator 24 would be the form it would take, especially since another sillier idea took root when I was streaming the Higurashi visual novels in 2020. This is great, but Mioncopter? This is great! I love this idea. This should still be a thing. Someday. Anyway, the story for how this game came together isn't a very complicated one. While watching a stream one day, I had a d6 dice sitting on my desk and I was playing around with it. I was half-heartedly rolling it over and over to see how many sixes I could roll in a row. I topped out at 5, by the way, which is impressive, by the way. A single die roll of 5 sixes in a row. And this fact reminded me of Rika Furude's situation in the Higurashi series. I won't go over how rolling 6 sixes relates directly to Higurashi because I don't want to spoil too much, but it's a major point that gets brought up in the start of the 7th entry in the series. It felt like something very silly that I could make a game out of, and so I set about doing just that. I grabbed a bunch of graphics from the original visual novels and modeled my game after how those games look to feel as authentic as possible. And that's all there really is to Rika Furude Simulator 24. There's no tricks. It's entirely random. There are 6 variables, 1 for each die, and they're all re-rolled when you press the button to roll. You have to roll 6 sixes to win the game, and when you do, the game is over. You can't play it anymore unless you find and delete the save file and start over. I briefly considered a mercy system that would choose a random number of rolls the first time you booted the game up, so it'd still be random for everyone, and would eventually just let you win after the number of rolls. That didn't really feel in the spirit of things, so you just have to do the damn thing. Good. I'm glad you decided that. This game's success isn't something I actually expected, but I think a large part of people actually downloading and playing this silly thing is entirely thanks to Toad22484 playing it on my birthday in 2024 and getting so hooked on that it became its own daily segment on stream called the Daily Nipa. Yay! To my knowledge, Toad is the only person to have 2 confirmed miracles in rolling 6 sixes, and 5 other people to this date, May 4th, 2025, have also done the same. I think it's still at that. Sometimes the weirdest things will just hit. I guess you just really gotta take those silly ideas and run with them when they come a-knockin'. Which would be the exact impetus for what would come a little over a year later. I've seen someone rolling about 8 dice, all showing 1 twice in a row when they were playing Shadowrun in a game store. Damn. There's always amazing moments like that. I remember I was playing, I think it was a Star Wars RPG with my brother and a friend. And my friend rolled they used the Force and rolled 15 dice. And I swear to God, at least 14 of them came up as a 1. I think there might have been 1 or 2 non-1s, but almost every single die was a 1. And we all just started laughing our asses off. Excuse me, I had to cough a little bit there. But I think that's also part of why Rika Furude is so fun. It's just random. It's just silly. And I think that's just part of the fun in it. And it's just something that's happened. And I'm really glad Polly ran with it and has the patience to deal with my stupidity a lot of these times. Because I have been known to run things into the ground. By the way, did I mention that it's been a year of the Daily Nipa today? A year? Alright, let's try about Screaming Soy yo 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 yo. Yes, an entire year. Release date April 7th, 2024. Suo is having a moment. Click on Suo more and more to see how she'll react next. This is an accurate representation of Shirahane during Flowers Levalium Serprinteps. Crying and screaming. Credits created by Poly. Extra clips submitted by Erica Badon, Rhett, Tengu Gemini, Millie, Beepner, Jen Ray, and Freezing Inferno. Creator's commentary. This one's almost too specific a reference to really be appreciated by anyone that's not already a fan of the Flowers Yuri visual novel series. The long and short of it is that the character featured, Suo Shirahane, is the protagonist of the first volume of the series, and she's an absolute nervous wreck of a person who's not had a lot of interaction with people her age. So, she ends up being a bit of a disaster girl for a good part of the game's runtime. The next volume of the series features some extra comics once you finish the game that features the cute stylized art of Suo freaking out, which was then used by the Flowers community Discord as an emote, which I also stole for the SMPS Discord. I've always wondered where that came from. I know I've seen that face. Maybe I'll nap a little longer. Score. I'm so embarrassed. Please wake up, Rika-san. I made this little toy on a whim because the image is so expressive and thought it'd be fun to hear any number of sounds coming out of it. So I just made the image jerk around like nervous shaking, drew a frame of Suo with her mouth closed, and plugged in a bunch of sounds that play at random. That's all. Just a fun little toy that's about 27 randomly played sounds and all. That's cute. I know nothing about this. I have not seen anything about the anime or anything attached to it or visual novel. But the character's adorable. Look, she's adorable. It's a fun little game. April 7th, 2024, so we're just in last year territory now. And now we get to go to Rika Furude Simulator 25, where we have played oh so much Rika Furude. Downloads, of course. Release date November 21st, 2024. It returned once again to the never-ending June of 1983. The world Rika Furude seeks still lies beyond a roll of 6 sixes on the die she must cast to determine her fate. The highly acclaimed fate-defying simulator returns with this highly anticipated incremental update that will have you clicking to roll the dice again and again, perhaps even for eternity. The future she seeks is just as far away as it's ever been, but with you at her side, Rika is sure to find the miracle she's been hoping for. The 2025 update features a slew of new features, bells, whistles, and secrets that are sure to make playing with the fragments more fun than ever before. There's Hanyu! Look at Hanyu over there! She's so cute! We've seen these quite a bit, actually, these backgrounds. All sprites, music, and backgrounds by 7th Expansion, created by Poly, tested by Rhett, and a special thanks to Toad22484. Special thanks to you, Poly. Creator's commentary, Rika Fruit. Oh yeah, here's the discussion. Hey Bo, you're gonna get a you get in here. Rika Furude Simulator 25 simply would not exist without Toads streaming Rika Furude Simulator 24 daily for about 2 months. Oh, 2 months. It was on a fateful stream November 19th, 2024 that a user named Bo in chat asked me if there would be a 25 version of Rika. New game? What? Will there be a 25 version of Rika? I'll just release it with a new title screen. Don't think I won't. Classic. I will update this game. Don't think I won't. Well, replies were initially joking that I would simply update the game and change the logo from 24 to 25. Things, as they do when I'm involved, spiraled, and a good portion of this fateful stream actually ended up being the impetus for me opening Game Maker then and there and starting work on this game. You can watch the original stream here. Thank you, Polly. There's a link to it. What's the background there? Oh, that was when I was doing UFO 50. Oh my god. I haven't opened UFO 50 since January. Holy shit. I loved UFO 50. I really wish my brain didn't collapse in on itself. My original intent really was to just release an entirely new version of this game, and the only difference being the title screen update, but why stop there, I thought. And thus, I spent the next 5 or so hours dropping in all the new content and that would round out Rika Furude Simulator 25. Added about 20 or so backgrounds and all of Rika's outfits from the visual novels, and they all get shuffled every time the game boots up. I also made some smart UI improvements, like including the tragic fates count on the main game screen. Appreciate that. The game released a couple days later, and over the next few months, I found myself adding more and more little surprises and silly things here and there to end up with the version of the game we have now. This whole thing came a hell of a lot farther than I think I ever expected it to, especially since the first game was just a one-off joke that somehow caught on a little bit. Rika Frude Simulator 25 is exactly the kind of leaning into a very dumb joke that I have the most fun with, and I'm happy that folks have enjoyed. I don't know that there'll be a 26 version because I feel like I've done all that I can with the idea without expanding it in some way or just adding more assets from the visual novels, which isn't super appealing to me. Understandable. Still, this little thing has a lot of wind in its sails, and the fact that something so silly can catch on even a little bit of recognition like that is really fun for me, and I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Fatty Bucha! How's it going? Welcome to Poly Appreciation September 19th Day Part 2. Part Poo, excuse me. We were going over all of our games and our write-ups and all our games on our website, socksmakepeoplesexy.net. You can see it right down there. This is specifically .net/games, and we were just going over Rika Furude 25, which is in large part thanks to all of you. And of course, Polly did an incredible job adding things to this game. There's so many little things to it now. Alright, now we got Planet Attrition, which is also one of my favorite games Polly has made because I like mouse control games. This one's great. Let's see, release date November 19th, 2024. The Spudarian Menace has won its intergalactic war against Planet Attrition. In its final hour, Planet Attrition has chosen to stand bravely in the face of their annihilation, take as many of the alien bastards down with them as possible. Survive as long as possible, but fret not, the end will assuredly come, as it does. It's pretty tough. Created by Polly, Pixel Planet generated by Deepfold, music by Chris Logsdon, tested by John Rett and Iffy. How sexy am I for only taking my socks off to change them for a shower? The sexiest, Peltor. Oh shit. Ah, so good. Alright, sorry, I got a little distracted again. That is an adorable emote. Creator's commentary. For such a simple game, it took Planet Attrition a while to finally materialize. This game's initial early premise was shared with John and Rhett on January 22nd, 2024, and it was an entirely different kind of game when I initially pitched it. I actually managed to salvage the original design graphic I made. Planet Attrition. Planet Attrition is doomed. It will soon be destroyed, though its inhabitants have put into motion planetary scale evacuation program. As preparations complete, the vessels escape the planet. You must defend it long enough for all evacuation vessels to escape. Randomly colored enemies fly at the home of the planet. Left click, kill blue. Right click, kill red. That is very different. Contact. Planet damage, 1 to 3 hits. Health regen, unsure. Largest enemy types, more rare. Required 10 hits. Alternate between red and blue after each hit. Larger enemies, which spawn red or blue, require 5 clicks to destroy. Escape vessels leave planet at fixed intervals, adding to evacuee score. Game finished if all evacuees escape. Screen playing bomb gauge. Unsure how to fill time? Evacuee based? Think every 30 seconds a vessel leaves the planet. The number of evacuees and the number of enemies you destroyed while it filled up. The process begins again, but then a multiplier is added to every escape vessel leaving, so the score ramps up as you go. Once you reach X number of evacuees, you win. The game will intensify the higher number of evacuees. Kind of the rough idea right now. Yeah, Past Polly. Keeping it real simple there. Not only was it originally intended to be a game where you evacuate as many inhabitants from the planet as possible, but it was also tied to the ASDF/Synchro Red and Blue gimmick I've been featuring in my games for ages. And with this original design, the game was intended to eventually be able to be beaten. Definitely a bit less dire of a premise than the end theming the game would take on as the idea evolved. I wanted to do a mouse-only game now. That was kind of the big point here, I think. A lot of my games up to this point were keyboard-intensive in some way or were gamepad compatible. So I wanted to use just the mouse and try to make something simple. Still one of the coolest songs on NES, sorry. But with mechanics that fed into one another well. Unfortunately, I never got too far into actually working on this version of the game, so there's nothing to show for it, but the idea of enemies swarming in on a planet that sat in the middle of a screen while you use your mouse to destroy them absolutely stuck with me. Though the evacuee idea never saw any kind of implementation or prototyping, I did create an early concept of the enemies swarming a planet just to get the idea down. I often sketch out ideas like this in Game Maker, even if they never lead to finished games, because I like just having little ideas around I can play with or pull into other projects. It's smart. The sketch would be saved as intense circles, named after the circles that move erratically around the perimeter of the screen and spawn enemies random. Check out this early version here. Oh yeah, the little spawners on the side. Look at all the spiders, they're not even wiggling. Kind of spooky in that regard. You can download Intense Circles. Oh wow, bombs going off. Just bombing all over the place. Hold left click to shoot, press right click to bomb. Spiders? Before they were spiders, they were just red dots that moved toward the planet. Again, it was just a sketch, but the more I played with it, the more I could see little spiders skittering towards the planet instead of spaceships or anything of the sort. So I doodled a quick spider sprite, minus skittering for the moment, and voila, Spoodurians. Look at those Spoodurians there, that blue boy burrowing. The final detail I'd work in is that once an enemy has come into contact with the planet, its animation speed will increase and the sprite will begin to shrink. This was meant to kind of get across the idea that the spooder was digging into the planet. It also doubles as a sort of last chance mechanic, since spooters can still be destroyed as they're burrowing into the planet. It's only about 5 to 10 frames. I think each new spooter type introduced has a slightly faster burrow rate, but you can have many close calls and keep things going, and I think it feels neat when you are able to pull off saves like that. It is. It is a good idea. This would be where the idea would sit for most of the year. I always kept coming back to it in my mind, though. Not so much the planetary evacuation idea. I let that go pretty quickly. I think. That said, I think that idea does have legs, and I may even revisit it someday. I still really like this smaller idea, though, so I held on to it. The game did have one minor control change. For a while, the player had to hold the left mouse button to shoot and use the right mouse button to deploy bombs. But that really didn't make much sense, since there's no point where you'd want to stop firing in the game. As can also be seen from the early prototypes, the bomb was implemented from the beginning. Rather than recharging over time like ASDF2's laser, Planet Attrition's bomb initially requires 10 enemies to be dispatched to be deployed, which increases by 3 every time it's used. I wanted to balance this enough so that you could get use of a lot of bombs, because it feels fun blowing up lots of stuff at once. But the game's ever-increasing intensity would reward strategic hoarding of bombs too. At one point, the bomb could also damage the planet, but that was only for a very brief period where the planet had a life bar. I'm pretty sure I started working on the game in earnest after the US elections in 2024 just to keep my mind off things. Yeah. Funny that I chose to work on a game whose theme is literally fighting till you literally can't fight anymore, but I assume that was entirely coincidental. Once I started in on it, the game came together fairly quickly. I had a demo build out to John and Rhett on November 17th and had already put together the game's logo in itch.io site. So I really tore through this one, which is something that just tends to happen when I get hyper-focused during game dev. I understand the getting hyper-focused aspect, as I've played Hollow Knight and Silksong for about 120 combined hours in the last week and a half. 2 weeks or whatever. Speaking of the logo, I'm actually pretty happy with how this one turned out. The Angular font was one I'd briefly considered for ASDF2's logo. When I added the red accents to the subtitle, it just really popped for me. I am by no means a designer to this thing, so this thing could just be trash, but I think it'd probably be my best one. It is not trash. Oh yeah, y'all have Rhett to blame for the secret joke logo that I could sometimes start with. Survive until you're lost. It's frickin' loss. It's loss. The only thing the game really needed was a good solid progression and balance. I used the same techniques I'd used for the ASDF games to get a feel for this one's tempo, added different colored spooters that moved at faster speeds, and programmed the game's overall pace to increase at regular intervals, and that was all that needed to be done. Once I was finished with the game part of the game, I liked what I had, but I didn't entirely love it yet. I think that took the longest was finding the right music to suit the game's speed and atmosphere. The music's good in this. I spent a whole afternoon digging through known artists I've used before, looking for songs to rip out of old games, and scouring YouTube and Newgrounds portals for something to use, but kept coming up empty. On a whim, I decided to check out community member Chris L's Spotify page, rooted around for a bit until I eventually found the tune that come to be what made this game complete, a song simply titled Some Beat. I really connected with how the start of the song is so sparse, almost helping paint the image of a quiet, lonely planet experiencing its final moments. And then the beat kicks in, and it's a kicking ass till you can't anymore. The second this tune was in, and I tested it the first time, I went from liking to loving this game. It also made the game's trailer pop. I don't really put much time or thought into trailers for my games, but I ended up really liking Planet Nutrition's trailer a lot. Despite the fact that this game started with a completely different concept, I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. I think it's a good example of how scaling down a bigger idea can leave a lot of really tasty meat on the bone. This one's really fun. I like mouse control stuff. I was into, I got Kovacs, which is a trainer, basically, for aiming your mouse for, like, first-person shooters and sort. And I feel a lot of draw with that. This one, mouse control is peak in this one, and it will teach you to do some good mouse controlling with it. And it's just a lot of simple fun again. It gets harder as it goes on. The music amps up. And it's great. It's another game I really like putting for high scores on. I think I got a pretty good high score on this one too. And there's a little secret that is not in the notes, I noticed. There's a little secret in the game you can do. All right, we got Yomo and Plus left. I gotta use the bathroom, get a burp. Bum 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 bum. All right, so we got Yomu Yomu Ball and Plus, and then we have wrapped up the Polysoft game lore, and then we'll get to playing some. So, Yomu Yomu Ball. The downloads, unofficial mouse control test version. This is the hacked together version test version. I like this version. I think it's both easier and harder to do, actually. Release date April 21st, 2025. We are in this year now. It's time to do some dexterity and reflex training with everybody's favorite half-human, half-phantom gardener sword girl, Yomu Konpaku. Help Yomu keep the yin-yang orbs in the air for as long as she can with as many slashes as possible. Try not to drop too many balls, or maybe drop a few. It may be helpful. Yomu Yomu Ball is a small and simple little Touhou score attacker with a focus on speed and precision and balls. That's right, Bo. I think this might be Bo's favorite game. All perfect cherry blossom stuff. Team Shanghai Alice Zune. Created by Poly, tested by John Rett and Ghosty. Creator commentary. I have been a Touhou fan since I first laid hands on Perfect Cherry Blossom back in 2003. And though I'm not quite as rabid a fan of the series as a lot of the fandom can be, I've still fallen in love with a large swath of Touhou fan-made content. It's a fan base like no other in terms of its passion and creativity. Zune himself has always been supportive of fan works and has even made it easier in recent years for fan game creators to create commercial works based on his expansive world. I've always wanted to make a Touhou fan game of some sort because there's so many characters I like, and Yomu Konpaku lands very near the tippy top of that list. Look, my best of lists are always in flux, but I'm married to Yomu, okay? You're married to a lot of people, Polly. I mean, look how cute and soft she is. Oh my god, though. She is adorable. Look at her there. Oh, she is so soft. Soft. Yomu Yomu Ball came together in the span of about 24 hours, and then spent the day before release going through the usual polishing phase my games tend to go through. I just wanted to make something, almost as a way to prove to myself that I still could after having gone through a pretty rough depression for the end of the previous year through the start of 2025. Yum. Yum yum. The game initially started as a breakout-like, where Yomu would bounce a yin-yang orb around in the screen to destroy fairies. Since it's Touhou, the fairies were planned to move around a bit and fire bullets at Yomu every now and again. Very simple premise. It's where the groundwork was laid for the game initially. Look at this. That's great. Look at all the little fairies out there. Destroy them. Destroy them, Yomu. Unfortunately, there is no playable download of this version of the game for me to offer here, and it didn't really feel in the spirit of the site to try and recreate it. I kept working from the same project file while putting this game together. As it evolved into something else, the breakout elements got removed and the gameplay feels a bit different from how the initial version played. This video is all that remains of that version, and I very specifically remember almost deleting it before showing anyone, so we at least preserve something. That said, Breakout Touhou isn't even that original of an idea, because the first Touhou game on PC 98, the highly responsive to prayers, was actually a very cool and interesting Breakout light. Like that absolutely is worth playing through. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Oh, I guess you have to... Oh, you kick it. Okay. Well, that's fun. Let's look into it a bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, they absolutely go... Oh, you got obliterated there. Oh, that's really cool. Huh. Interesting. I played with this idea for a bit, just placing the fairies in random configurations around the room to see how it felt. And during one of those tests, I actually forgot to place the fairies, leaving Yomu in the room alone with the ball. I started whacking the ball around a bit and really felt the new direction for this game suddenly take shape. So I threw 2 and 3 and 4 balls in the room at once and kept batting them around, and I had it. Once again, paring things down and going with the simpler idea was the thing that made the game feel right. I went back and forth on balancing small things like the hitbox of Yomu's sword strike and how long it stayed active. I opted for there to be a little bit of precision involved with the hitbox being a little small, but the swipe itself stays on screen longer. I always wanted to kind of capture the idea that Yomu is a swordplay instructor, so I like that there's a little precision involved and you can't just smash it out. Smart. You also can't spam sword attacks since there's an 11 frame cooldown after you attack. The only thing missing was something that made the game feel more Touhou. Enter the dropped orb penalty. Initially, when an orb fell onto the bottom of the screen, Yomu would just die and the game would be over. It worked, but it wasn't original and didn't feel satisfying. So, to add that bit of Touhou back that I lost with removing fairies that shot at you, I made it so that when the yin-yang orbs hit the bottom of the screen, they'd explode into a very simple to dodge bullet pattern whose bullets actually become slower the more times you let it happen. It's created a fun little back and forth where it's totally okay to let orbs to go if you're getting overwhelmed, but you do risk muddying up the playing field with slow-moving bullets if you let it happen often enough. Back and forth strategy of keeping orbs alive for maximum scoring potential and letting them go is something I'm very happy feels as good as it does. The game isn't perfect, however. The bounce code can get wonky sometimes when subpixels are involved and can cause balls to momentarily get stuck in walls on very rare occasions. If anyone wants to help me fix my bounce code, I'd happily pay you to. It is kind of funny when they get stuck in the corner. I also wish I'd done more with the background, like dropping in some clouds that roll by or something. Animated background was a bit too much for an ask for such a small and fast project, unfortunately. That said, I see a lot of ways this game's idea could be expanded upon that may or may not make for some kind of follow-up in the future. I like what I've done here, and I feel like I could play with it more, but those are ideas that probably need to settle for a bit to see how I feel about them down the road. At any rate, Yomu Yomu Ball is another fun little quick-fix score attacker for the pile that I think turned out a lot cooler than I initially thought it would. It also doubles as me being able to finally put my own little stamp on the Touhou fandom, just as I did with Higurashi with a silly little game. The nicest compliment I received for this game that'll stick with me for a while was from a friend that said even if my name wasn't anywhere on this game, they'd know I was the one that made it. It took the better part of 10 years in game dev, but it feels nice to know I've developed a strong game dev voice on my own. That's really sweet, and it's true. You do have your style. You have your score attack feeling games, or living as long as you can style, and I think it works well. It is especially prevalent in a lot of the new releases. And Yomu Yomu Ball is wonderful. It is very fun. Either you use keyboard or mouse. Either one is tough in its own right, but fun and fair. And as long as you keep one of the balls up, you do a pretty good job. I think we got up to over 1,000 something at some point. Have to go look at that one again later. And finally, the newest release, Plus, which is another Angie Boy style game. Download it here. Release date July 21st, 2025. Version with the mouse controls. For sure, but you can download it. But yeah, this just came out a couple of months ago. The boys, TM, are back once again and ready to test your eyes and reflexes with another quick fix arcade experience. Enter the crossway and collect as many color-coded smiley boys as you can before time runs out. Careful you don't mess up your score and remaining or your score and remaining time will suffer. Credits created by Polly, music by Panic Pumpkin, testing and feedback Rhett and Ghosty. Let me check real quick. There's a Windows download, an HTML5 download, and an unofficial mouse test version, which is probably just Windows, yeah. Is that good enough? Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright. Creators commenting, without getting too personal, I actually tend to do some of my best work when I'm either in a bad mood, depressed, or angry. This game happened at a time when I was juggling all three like I was center stage at the damn circus. This one only took about 3 evenings to come together. The idea of marrying Numlock's simple just press the button premise to the more focused and precise nature of ASTF 2 had been knocking around in my head for a while. I wasn't really feeling like diving back into my much bigger project that, as of the time of this writing, July 18, 2025, is about 50 to 60% complete. I decided to pull this one out with the idea pile and start hammering away. I wanted this one to be playable with keyboard or gamepad because I wanted to see the difference in how others approached it as well as how my own skills would differ between the two. I like both fairly equally. The only really big change to the game was that it was going to be 2 minutes long, just like Numlock, but I added another minute of playtime on the final version because I liked how you can sort of start feeling yourself struggle a bit in the last minute as the time ticks down, which is true. There aren't really any cool in-development assets or versions of this game or anything to show off here. The game had a relatively painless dev cycle and, as mentioned, was finished rather quickly. That said, there are some bits of presentation I put in that were fun. Firstly is the use of GameMaker 2's built-in effects. I already started using them in the aforementioned big project, but I decided to bring them over here since both games share the boys aesthetic. Download the video here. But look at that beautiful flashing. I do like this. Like, all that matters. Like, it's going on in the background, but all of that matters for sure. I'm a fan of the light glow that the playfield and certain elements have. Just makes it feel a bit more neon and future cool. Oh, 1 second, y'all. Come in. Aunt hand delivering me the most beautiful thing anybody can be hand delivered. Mental clarity. For now, I'm gonna have a couple of sour peach rings. Okay, the second. I'm sorry. Oh, baby. Okay. Let's see here. I'm a fan of the light glow that the playfield and certain elements have. This makes it feel a bit more neon and future cool in a way that looks good to my eyes. There's also a warpy animation or animated distortion effect happening on the background in the floaty shapes. Originally, I wanted to just yoink some Earthbound battle backgrounds. There wasn't an easy way to go about that, so I improvised by taking an old generic desktop image I've had on my external hard drive for years, doing a bit of editing, and throwing the ripple effect on the room editor. I got something close to the wavy, gravy look I was going for. Lastly, the music is of course by Panic Pumpkin, who's had a really good record of having tunes that fit these games perfectly. Oh yeah. Shoutouts to Solstice. I fear I may have mined the depths of their material for tunes that work for my games, but we'll cross that bridge later. The only other note on audio is that the oof sound that plays when you mistakenly knock out one of your earned +1s is me. I did about 20 oof takes and just used the first one layered with that silly stock punch sound effect you've literally heard everywhere. Oof. That's great. Oh, man. So anyway, what the hell is this game even called? It's just a symbol. It could be plus, cross, or some combination of the two. While making the game, I couldn't settle on anything I like, so I just chose to go with plus. That's how I see it, and not elaborate further. I do have a title that I think of it as now, but we'll just let the game stand on its own as my very first single character game name. Isn't that fun? Yes. Lastly, a couple things about the logo. It wasn't until the game was finished that I realized the original version of the logo was actually offset on the left side. Oh yeah, look at that, by a pixel. That side of the symbol was one pixel longer. This required me to tear out the logo I'd animated and used all over the game and re-implemented it in both versions. Only took about an hour, but it was definitely embarrassing. I understand that being very annoying. When I see something like that that's not quite centered like it should be, my brain won't let it go. I've actually left a holdover of this in the game as well because I'm lazy. The main menu cursor is spinning plus, but the left side is offset by 1, so the spinning is ever so slightly off if you look close enough. Anyway, this was a cute little project that I have a lot of fun playing, and I think turned out well. I love Plus. I think it's awesome. This is one of the coolest rhythm-type games I think you've released. Because it's so fast. Like, when I got to playing this at my highest level, it's pop, 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 pop. It is not easy to keep that up, because it's not just hitting the corresponding buttons. You have to press in that direction. Excuse me, let me get a drink. You have to press left, right, up, and down, and then you have to press the right button that matches the color of the smiley boy. And it's definitely the one I feel is most like a rhythm game that you've made, and I love it for that. Speaking of, actually, I had an idea. If you ever do make like a full-on rhythm guitar style game, you have to make it Bocce themed. I think there's so much to mine there with a Bocce themed rhythm game. So much. You can have her do like the little trash can thing when you lose or something. She's an amazing guitarist. You could you could do it like the NES version rhythm game. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it just uses the D-pad and the buttons. You could do something like that on the keyboard with real music. Oh, I didn't say real music. Like popular, or in music from the show actually would be great. Now that I think about it, because they'd play their own songs. But I think something like that would be amazing. Jesus, my throat is all scratchy after that. But that is going to be all the write-ups here at socksmadepeoplesexy.net. Please check it out. There's so much good, fun shit here. Like, look at all these games she's made over the years. Co-made, made herself. We went through all the explanations for them. It's honestly astounding looking at your body of work. It's large, and it's awesome. And you can see the polish come with age, too. As things came out more and more, you learned more and more, you have more ideas. And yeah, like, once ASDF hits, that's when you start to get into the polished big games. ASDF 2, Chef's Kiss. My favorites are probably ASDF 2, Planet Attrition, obviously Rika, but that's for a different case. Yomu and Plus, maybe. I really like Plus. I mean, I really like all of them, but it's hard to choose favorites sometimes, because they're all really good. But that ends the reading portion of this. Once again, check it out yourself at socksmadepeoplesexy.net. And you can go to the games tab, you can go to the art tab, you can go to so many tabs. This is specifically the Polysoft section where she gives tons of background information as we all went through here and the development cycles and such. It was a lot of fun going through that, so a big thank you to Poly for having all this amazing stuff available. And now we get to the fun of playing the games. So, let's see here. Let's go ahead and take this off now. Let me go to my Poly Games folder. I have a games folder dedicated to Poly Games already. I'm wondering if I already had... Doesn't look like I do already have it. I was wondering if some of the pre-release experiments, but I haven't gotten them yet. So let's go ahead and get that. I swear I did. I probably forgot. Let's grab that. Let's grab Poly's favorite games played. We want to go through that one. Excuse me. And I believe I have the rest of them. But we'll start with the ones I haven't played yet. Add to my Poly Games folder. Which for some reason I have a file in there just called Tits. I don't know why. Okay, now I remember why. Never mind. And, yeah, what's up, Ralph? How you doing? Let's get a pre-release, put all these in there. I think I may have played these offline, and I just forgot. Alright, Poly Game of the Year, also going into my Poly folder. And, oh, we forgot the Junkyard Dave eats a lot of shrimp. Get that one as well. I believe I have completed my Poly collection at this point. $303 tragic fates happened here in the meantime. Okay. What was I gonna do here? Oh yeah, we're gonna start with the pre-release stuff. I think Shooty Thing was the one I wanted to try here. I assume it's all keyboard based. Shooty Thing. I love the name is flawless, really. Wait, can you... Hold on. Okay, this might not work. Try video game capture instead. Not video capture, please. Game capture, there we go. There we go. Alright, shooty thing. So, controls. Arrows move. Z shoots. Shift focuses. This game now includes 3 lives for the player and a boss fight once you've crossed the 1,000-point threshold. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've gotten shot already. Twice. Oh my god. You lost, and that kind of sucks, but at least you can proceed and try again. The red do the direction, blue is just forward. Holy moly, holy moly! I wonder if they can shoot more than once. I don't think they can shoot more than once. Ooh, we got a boss here. Oh, that's a Gradius boss right there. Look at that. It's like I'm playing the Blades of Steel Classic. Oh, it even shows the boss's health. Let's go. Oh, we got 1 billion points. You won! Go you! Yay! We won! Oh wait, I never like shifted to focus. This is some premium polish muppage right here. Damn. You lost and that kinda sucks. Oh yeah, I love these inspired I've never seen before sprites. They're all in some different colors too, which is really nice. Oh, I love also dying. I like that you can hold the button down to shoot. That's a nice touch. Ow. Oh, boss time again. You know, I could officially speedrun this game. Put a time for it up on SRC. I could do that. Let's go, baby. Or a high score where you do get 1 billion points after you win, but after you hit that 1,000 point, you can certainly collect enough planes to get even more score there at the end. That was wonderful. That was enjoyable. I definitely see the beginnings of shmuppage there. Just slight inspiration. That's fucking fantastic. You wanna go, you? To be honest, that's a better ending than some full-fledged NES games. I'm just gonna be honest. All right, what else we had? We had some shrimp to munch on, didn't we? Where is Shrimp at? There we go. Best ending Fantasy Zone. Do. All right, let's go ahead. We're gonna borrow shooty thing for this one. There it is. Meow. All right, press space bar or enter to play. Move Dave with WASD or arrow keys. Munch with the space bar or Z key. Press C for credits. Oh, look at the credits. Music from Konami O Canada by 8-Bit Universe. Oh. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god, Polly! What's up, pup? How you doing? Oh my god. Nice! I got a nice in there. Oh, Canada. Yeah, I'm sure he has. This has been around for a couple of years. Oh, can we get to 200 though? Dave eaten this many shrimps, 191. Press any key to stop now. Oh my god, what a silly game. It is very silly. It is very, very silly. Oh, with burgers? Oh, hell yes. What would the music be playing in the background for me chomping burgers? Let's see here. What was the other? Oh, yes. Polly's 2021 Game of the Year. Something from XCOM? What would it be in XCOM, though? It would probably have to be one of the newer XCOMs. The old XCOM doesn't really have a lot of good music. Just goes like bum 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 bum, and that's like the whole thing. It's just say it's more atmospheric. You think of like a day out of Carpenter's Playbook, where the music's not like something you listen to. It's more like setting a tone. Polyverse Madden I want to work on too. That's amazing. This game was created prior to the accusations against Nominee coming to light. As such, while this game portrays her game Starry Flowers in a positive light, I in no way condone her. I don't know who that is. I don't know what they did, but I probably won't be playing their game. I didn't realize they we were talking some. Oh, is it? Okay. We'll just leave it at that then. Look it up on your own accord if you want to. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Polly's favorite games played in 2021, the visual novel. This is Polly's stream background, which I love, by the way. This is cute. I've always loved your like little background stuff going. What is that? Who is that? I see the F and the A there, but I feel like I've seen this picture before. All right, let's go in. John McClane. Okay, that's who I thought it was. It's like, who is that? Oh, it changed. What? What? Did you like my sick ninja moves I just did now? Yes. It's okay. You can be impressed. I am too. It's a gosh darn good thing you're here, because I invited you, or I have to imagine you'd be quaking in your little socks and booty tooties right now. Your little booty tooties. I'd have to be all wop wop bam. Oh my god, Polly's beating me up 3 seconds into a game with Polly in it. It's gonna be a good time. Go! Pow, pew, pow. Oh my god. Wow. And just between you and me, I'm pretty sure we know that's not any action you want even the tiniest piece of. I might be stuffed, but the righteous fury and destruction contained within these little plushy nubs is enough to start and finish at least one domestic dispute over parking spaces at an apartment complex. I feel like that was an experience one there. I feel like that one comes from experience. But that's neither here nor there, right? That's not why you're here. Like the title screen said, this here is a special kind of visual novel. The first ever of its kind. Nice asterisk. Unless it isn't. You see, a while back in the Sox cast, when we were first announcing our end of the year game of the year spectacular for 2021, I made a joke that someone should do their game of the year list in visual novel form. Like many dumb things I say on the internet, though, the idea got stuck in my big stupid head, and now the big dumb idea is actually happening. Oh, Polly. And for the life of me, I honestly can't think of why anyone would download and play through something like this. Well, maybe you should know better now. Now you get a mouse. I get to give Polly a mouse nose. Ah, there we go. A little mouse nose. It also means I'm putting in extra work this year on my Game of the Year list, having to write everything going into this thing, on top of recording and editing probably over 8 to 10 hours of podcasts. It's really pretty dumb. But that's just how I do things. As big and dumb as possible, and bless your heart for it. And since you downloaded it for some reason, I should really stop wasting your time and let's get right into it. So, for SocksMadePeopleSexy.net, we have to establish a ground rule. The most important rule. Year of release has never mattered for our Game of the Year lists. I like that. Nobody only plays games from the current year, and those lists are often boring. So our rule is, if you played it in last year, it's fair game for your game of the year list, which is a good rule. Why? I could even list, I don't know. Let's pull a completely random and unpredictable game out of thin air. Namco's 1981 cult classic arcade shooter that still feels as fresh and fun in 2020 as it did back then, Bosconian. I've heard y'all talk about this. I don't know if I've played this, though. That's easy enough to understand, right? So, even with the ground rules and introductions out of the way, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some honorable mentions that didn't quite make the list. But I'll still sit solidly at number 11 in my little plushy heart. Up first, we have Mecha Skull's Cyber Shadow, which got the year started off right with some super solid and crunchy 2D ninja platforming actions. I've not played this either. I eagerly followed this game's development for years, and I was pretty happy with the end results, despite a few niggling issues with controls. The level design and ninja moves you get are the true highlights here, and I really only wish there was a new game plus of some sort where I could replay the game with all the moves but still need to get all the power-ups. Up next, even more awesome ninja action coming your way with the Ninja Saviors Return of the Warriors. This looks like a beat-em-up. This is a fantastic remake of one of my favorite SNES games. It does basically everything right by retaining everything that made the original awesome on top of some really great additions with new moves and some awesome new characters that are just fun on a bun to play as. Fun on a bun, baby. You absolutely need to grab this one if you like games like the SNES Power Rangers games or just really like some super crunchy punchy action. Moving on. It's Nom Nom Mani's Bad End Theater. Might want to skip this one. As is the norm for Nami's work, we have an incredible cast of characters who all stand out with strong personalities, set center stage in a seemingly never-ending tragedy. There's an astonishing amount of original artwork here that fleshes out each and every tragic route, which makes exploring every path and branch absolutely worthwhile. The Ninja Warriors? Yeah. Your draw here, though, is the way you toggle character traits on and off to change the trajectory of the story. While the post-credits true ending may not have resonated as strongly with me, I really think Nami's hit of something here is the mechanics of how you interact with the story. Choices really matter. It's like a very solid, cool new game to play by a horrible person with a narrative and visual novels, and I can't wait to see what's going on in this far in the future. Man, that didn't age well. Next, we got ourselves a schmuppy little doubleheader. On the left, we got Gray's Counter, which is a super brisk bullet hell shmup with a very fun risk versus ward shielding mechanic you can use to turn attacks back on your foes. That sounds fun. Sorry, I needed to mute there. Enacting normal mode 1cc for this one out in about 3 hours over the course of one evening because I got so invested and lost track of time. Awesome. On the right is the Ephemeral Unnatural Balance, which is a Toho fan game, and the name didn't already give it away. The picture certainly did. This one's quite a bit tougher and also features a risk versus war mechanic that actively makes your enemies far more dangerous the longer you engage with it. This game features lots of lesser-known Toho girls and also features some of the most fun and creative boss fights I've seen in a Toho game, so big props to the team for turning in something I think rivals current mainline Toho. That's awesome. Definitely Toho. Definitely Toho. I thought it was that game that starts with an M I can never remember the name of. Sorry, Zun-san. And our final honorable mention entry is World's End Club from Kotaro Uchikoshi and Kazutaka Kodaka. It's true that the game's story and ending left me a bit cold, and I had a disastrous crash after beating the final boss that required me to play the game's entire finale again, but a part of me just can't let go of this dumb game for some reason. There's a youthful joy here that's infectious, and the art style and OST are absolutely dialed into near perfection. So even if this game doesn't quite live up to the lofty ideas it has, parts of it did make me feel genuine feelings, and the cast of characters is just so hard to not fall in love with. So that's going to do it for honorable mentions part of the presentation. If you need to use the bathroom, now's probably a good time because things are going to get longer and more gushy from here. Oh, Polly left. Bye, Polly. You left your own set. Please take this time to use the bathroom if you...
Bathroom song. Bathroom song. Bathroom song.
Oh my god.
A bathroom song. A bathroom song.
You know what? I'm gonna be right back.
A bathroom song. 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 Bathroom song.
You know, I never knew a bathroom song had been made until now. Besides the one that belongs in the bathroom, the newer GNR song, whatever the hell the name was. You are delightful, Polly. And yeah, dumb. But so am I. Hard School, that's the one. The one that belongs in the bathroom. God, that song is so bad. Alright, we all good? Nice and refreshed? I am, thank you. You did wash your hands, of course I did. I ain't trying to have no stinky butt smelling game of the year list, so you better be sure you extra wash your stinky butt and hands. I did! I washed my hands. I didn't wash my butt, but I also didn't use my butt while I was in there. Anyway, ready to dive into the real nitty-gritty, the cream of the crop, the good stuff? I know I am, so without further ado, let's rip right into my top 10 games that I played in 2021. Coming up at number 10, we have Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne HD Remastered. This is one I've heard y'all talk about. Nocturne is a game whose reputation kind of precedes it, but I personally think the game's difficulty being its reputation is boring. I also think its difficulty is often overstated. It's the dreary and dead post-apocalyptic atmosphere and moral mushrooms. Moral themes the game presents that made this game fascinating for me. Combat is crunchy, and there's a good deal of fun to be had with fusing and customizing your demons, but this game has a very rad and unsettling at times sense of place. The demon world is full of personality and all sorts of weirdness, so even if the dungeon design got on my nerves at times, I was happy to see this one through. Big props to them for including a button to manually inherit skills from your demons during fusion, too. It may be more or less a bare-bones minimal effort port, but it kept me good company and helped me de-stress at a time when things were a bit stressful. Funny, considering the game's reputation. Up next, Zero Ranger. I gotta play this one. Holy crap. 3-2 very kindly gifted this to me a while ago, and I never really played through it. I don't know that we'll ever see another shmup that loves shmups as much as Zero Ranger does. Zero Ranger is as much of a love letter to the genre as it is an intensely creative force within. This game's hype meter starts at 10, and by the time you've seen the final credits roll of the true ending, the meter has topped out as well over 100. I was literally cackling through the game's whole climax at how absurd it had become, and the best part is that it spends its entire time earning the ability to go that hard. Add on to the meta layer shenanigans this game has going on, and you're looking at a shmup that's more than deserves to stand shoulder to shoulder with its inspirations and even manage to surpass a few of them. Nice. Coming in at number 8 we have... You even have... Polly, this is great. You have the different musical themes from each different game. Like, I love this. We got Ys 9, Monstrum Nox. I did a pretty substantial revisit of this game a couple weeks prior to the Game of the Year list being due. Ys 9 is a game I originally came away from feeling a bit cold, and all throughout the rest of the year that really stuck in my head. To the point that I knew when it was time to start deliberating my list with myself, Ys 9 would need some type of reevaluation. My criticisms of the game making the raid battles a central mechanic still stand, but the fact of the matter is that Ys 9 has some great story chops, and most importantly, it's still so very fun to play. The unique monstrum abilities you use to traverse the world and explore are so much fun to use that I honestly don't know how they continue this series without them being included in future installments. The cast is an absolute delight, and the last 2 chapters of this game's story go so freaking ham that it still hit me nice and hard the second time round. I'm really glad I gave this one a second chance because it absolutely deserves to be on the list. The old adage proves true. Trust in Falcom. And coming up at number 7, it's Dusk. Dusk is straight up the coolest FPS I've played in a long, long time. I've never played this. It's a retro throwback akin to games like Quake, but it doesn't get itself so bogged down in nostalgia worship that it forgets to carve out its own identity. Bless it. And Dusk's cool and unique identity is incredibly smart and economic level design inside a demon cultist world gone completely mad. What's up? Eat it up? The way the game plays with player disorientation by mucking with the gravity you're building levels in such a way where you begin to question your own perception of what you're actually seeing is the true genius here. The weapons and enemy designs may not be quite as impressive, but the combat in the game is still fast, thrilling, and challenging. If you need that old school FPS itch scratched or clawed at by demonic talents, this is absolutely the game for you. I like old school FPSs like this, and I already like this music. I will have to try this one down the road. Alright, now let's see what brings us up to the halfway point. At number 6, well, I'll be gosh darn, it's Atelier Ryza, Ever Darkness in the Secret Hideout. I never would have imagined that at any point I'd be putting a crafting-based RPG on any list that was named games Polly will never want to play, but here we are. I absolutely hooked to the alchemy system in this game, and by the end I spent almost 3 hours gearing up my entire team with the absolute best equipment I could put together for my showdown with the final boss. While the crafting system and numbers game was fun, what really stands out was Atelier Ryza is just how freaking good of a coming-of-age story it is. It's a game about learning responsibility and finding your place in the world and deciding what mark you want to leave. A very simple thing we can all relate to. By the time the credits rolled, I knew this was a set of kids that had real good heads on their shoulders and were going to make the absolute most of their lives. Ryza is just a nice and pleasant game, and I think that's something I needed a little more of in my life. It looks nice. It kind of reminds me of Dark Cloud a little bit with the way this map looks. I don't know why, but... Critique being trapped in a city majority of the game as well. Oh, that's like Final Fantasy VII. Alright. Heck, don't we all? You ain't wrong, Polly. You ain't wrong. Alrighty. How you doing out there in visual novel land? Great, thanks. Tell you what, since we're halfway through this thing, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a chance to get yourself nice and hydrated. So I'll be right back while you do that. All right? See you in a few. Okay. Take a drink.
Take a drink, ba-dum, boom, boom, doom, ba-dum, boom. Take a drink, boom, doom, doom, doom,
It's
ba-dum,
now
take a
officially drink some
ba-dum,
moisture
ba-dum,
time.
ba-dum, take a drink.
Please relax and enjoy your chosen moist beverage while the drinking song plays for your gorgeous ears.
Take a drink, boom, doom, 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 ba-dum, boom. Take a drink, ba-dum, boom, 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 ba-dum, boom. Take a drink.
Oh, take a
drink.
I can just see Polly like off the side of the stage just doing this into a microphone.
Take a drink, 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 drink.
Drink, 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 drink.
Drink,
drink, drink, drink.
Drink, 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 drink. Take a drink. Bloom, 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 bloom. Take a drink. Bloom, 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 bloom. Take a drink. Bloom, 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 bloom. Take a drink. Take a drink. Take a drink.
Oh, that was beautiful, Polly. Thank you. Woo! I don't know about you, but I sure do feel a lot more hydrated and moist. Probably not so good for the old fibers and fabric, but hey, a plushie's got a drink. Anywho, we got a whole other half of this list to go, and now we're getting into the really good stuff. So try not to let these last 5 games pull your pants off or something. Ha! I don't wear pants. So let's get on with this shindiggity-doo-dah day with number 5, which is Unmetal. This is another one I've heard about. Comedy in games is often pretty hit or miss. More often than not, it's just straight miss. Unmetal may not land every joke it sets up, but for me, this game had me laughing at a pretty consistent rate through its entire runtime. What makes it work is that it's often more absurd and silly than it is referential, and the comedy is tied fairly tightly to the actual gameplay, so it's not just laughing at funny lines or silly quips. You're often doing really dumb or funny things or having silly restrictions placed on you because it's just funny to do so, and the amount of variety made this game a delight. While the game does have a groove it settles into with its avoid the guard stealth gameplay, the sheer variety of gimmicks, puzzles, and unique set pieces keeps you guessing. It's easy to recommend this game to fans of Metal Gear, but I don't think that knowledge is required in any way to enjoy everything that Unmetal sets out to do and succeeds at. Yeah, I can see the stealth elements kind of creeping up here. Nice, heat it up. Phew, you can feel the heat now. Yeah, it looked awesome. Things are only going to get hotter from here. You have been adequately warned. Let's go ahead and literally punch and kick things up a notch with my next entry. Clear the lane for Super Crush KO! I have this game, and I have played it. It is great. This one's kind of my unsung hero pick, I think. A game where I will yell about and praise it a lot, but I don't think anyone but me is going to really pick it up or jive with it. This is just a game that I love top to bottom. The soft pastel presentation, the cute story, and most importantly, the easy to pick up and play combo-driven platforming action. I just love how everything about playing this game feels. No, wrong button again. All your moves have really satisfying impact in keeping combos going while shooting and bouncing between enemies while also dashing through waves of bullets just feels incredibly rad at all times. There may not be anything particularly deep about it, but it's a game that I just kept coming back to all year to play a level or two every now and again, and it always felt great to do so. I honestly think I feel so strongly about this game because it's probably a game that's exactly something I've wanted to, and probably still want to, make at some point. I would love that. That would be amazing. Whatever magic Vertex Pop put into making this one absolutely kept it in my mind all year, and I really hope more people give it a go. Are you feeling it now? You should be, because we've now reached the impenetrable wall. These games felt like absolute locks during every iteration of this list. Moving them anywhere else never felt right, so they were always just going to be the top 3. Hey, pup. I really need to try out on Metal, yeah. So, how do you kick off the climax in style? We do it with Mary Skelter 2. Idea Factory delivered big on what I feel was a bit of a comfort food game for me this year. It's pretty well known by now that I like me a dungeon crawler or two, and Mary Skelter 2 has such a unique aesthetic that's always immediately appealed to me. The simple mixing of horror elements, fairy tales, and anime silliness just goes down real smooth for me. It can be a bit edgelord and definitely a little cheesecake at times, but I generally love this series' cast to pieces. The love story that is the heart of the game's narrative is also very fleshed out. It feels warm and genuine, and when it takes center stage in the game's climax, I'm not one bit ashamed to admit that the old eye buttons may have been a little misty. The dungeoning and team-building mechanics may feel a bit lackluster if you're used to more advanced dungeon crawler offerings, but they're fine enough to create a fun challenge. Mary Skelter 2 just has a lot of heart in ways I was honestly caught off guard by, and I can't wait to see how things pan out in Mary Skelter finale. How did they pan out, Polly? Alrighty. We're cruising on into the home stretch, and these last two games are very likely to cause those previously mentioned incidents of pants being blown off, so you can't say you haven't been warned. Panned out real good. Oh, I like that. If you're streaming this or something, you may want to turn your webcam off. I don't want to be responsible for you breaking the TOS. Do I have to hide myself? Am I going to get too hot and heavy here? Anyway, here we go. My number 2 game of 2021 goes to Starry Flowers by Nominee. Uh-oh. Starry Flowers is, and I'm not exaggerating in any way whatsoever, the best piece of gay fiction I have personally ever experienced. Oops. It's warm, it's funny, it's dramatic, it's grounded in lots of very real and relatable emotions. I hate that this person ended up yeah, I get that. There's some cases where you could definitely take off the art from the artist and still enjoy the message that was said in something like that, and still enjoy what it offers. It's a game that manages to balance all these big emotions and clever comedy without any part of it ever feeling forced or out of place. Periwinkle, the consummate playboy, makes for a fantastic character to be in the head of as the game's From Lust to Love story plays out. Pastille and Periwinkle are two grown adult characters who are navigating their situation with believable trepidation and fears. What lines can and can't be crossed, and is throwing away the comfort of the current situation worth risking the possibility of maybe being hurt somewhere down the line? Nami effortlessly navigates these waters, and the conclusion these characters come to an end up feeling as natural and honest as everything that came before it. Starry Flowers is a story that inspires me for many, many reasons as a creator, but also just as someone who loves a really well-told story. And God, don't you just love the beautiful boy to bits and pieces? Oh my freaking God! Ahem. Anyway. Looks like the time has finally arrived. Time to celebrate the bestest and most awesomest and coolest and raddest and tubularest and gnarliest and cowabungus game that I played in 2021. For those that know me, this one probably won't be much of a surprise at all, but the moment I finished this game for the first time, I knew immediately that it was absolutely my game of the year in 2021. And so, with no further delay, my game of the year is Metroid freaking Dread! It really does this little cute, sentient, plushy's heart a boatload of good to be able to put a brand new 2D Metroid game at the tip top of her list in the year 2021. Mercury Steam knows Metroid. Not only do they know Metroid, but they love Metroid. They don't just love Metroid, they love everything about Metroid. They love the atmosphere, they love the exploration, they love how absolutely cool Samus Aran is as a character, and most importantly, they love Metroid as a challenging and incredibly paced action game. The EMMI encounters, or EMMI encounters, make for a solid new addition to the formula. Being dogged by relentless killer robots while running for your life feels both terrifying and exciting. Samus has never felt more in danger, I don't think. Learning the game's environmental cues to find power-ups felt more natural than it ever has. It's a game that's very good at puzzling your eyes in the right direction, and the Shine Spark puzzles are as devious as they are fun to pull off. They got everything you ever knew or you ever need to know about Samus's character across. She's freaking cool! Using just her body language, Samus is a character of cool moments who never needs a quip or her feelings to be crystal clear. And finally, Dread is just an incredibly well-done action game. Samus is a dream to control. She's so snappy, so fast, so responsive, and all the challenges and bosses you'll need to overcome are all built expertly around that. When I finally whumped the game's final boss and completed the game, all I could do was put the gamepad down and laugh because everything I'd just experienced felt so incredible and amazing. I've not felt that incredibly over the moon with an action set piece since the true end of Hollow Knight a few years ago. It's that good. It really is that good. So yeah, Metroid Dread is pretty amazing, and I think you can see now why it's entirely deserving of being my best game of the year. And thus ends my little presentation. If you took the time to actually download and play through all this, then thank you, I really appreciate it. It's just something I decided to put together on a whim based on a joke on a podcast I made, and I'm really not sure what purpose it serves. But if you were in any way entertained or it helped burn some time, then I'm happy to have helped. This was great, I really like this. And by all means, please feel free to check out some of the honorable mentions or games that made it onto my main list, and if any of them catch your eye or my enthusiasm for them has sparked anything for you. Anyway, if you want to catch me or just keep up with the various happenings, then there's a number of ways you could do so. You can find most of my work, including my podcasts, at socksmakepeoplesexy.net. You can follow me on the old Twitter box too. I'm at PollyPlushie on there if you want to keep in touch. I would say it's Blue Sky now. She might still have a Twitter, I don't know. And of course, you can find me at twitch.tv/Polyhead, where we do live podcasts every other Sunday, and you can call all my silly VTuber shenanigans. So, thanks for downloading and watching, and let's all move forward into the new year with some positive energy. Agreed. Be kind to one another and to yourselves. Take care. This is from 2021, yeah. She scooted off. Do we get an ending song? It was 2021 was the list. Yeah, this was super great. I really like this. That's a really fun way to like tie up a game of the year because you're playing it, so it's it's connecting in that way. But you also get to just like, I love the music come-ins. I love the honorable mentions, the little pictures that get shown on the side. It's an interactive experience that's really fun to check out. Like especially from years ago now, we look into this current year, what you thought what you had as your games for 2021 games of the year, and I think it's really neat. I would go through all of these if you had them up like this. I love this. Well, thank you for that fun experience. That was great. Oh yeah, Treasure Good. So nothing. I haven't played that yet, so no spoilers, please. But I've heard like nothing but amazing things about that game. But to be honest, I haven't looked too much into looking for amazing things. But it's something I want to try down the road. Okay. So that was the 3 games I had not played before. I'm so happy I played that. That was great. Let's take a look here. I think we're going to do a little bit of poly gaming now. Oh, we already did a couple of games. But let's do some ASDF. Let's start with some good old-fashioned ASDF here. Writing about games through my plushy character was a really fun exercise. I love it. I loved the whole setup there. I really want to try some of those games. Absolutely. Nothing but amazing. Yeah, I was amazed nearly the entire playthrough. Highly, highly recommended. Pretty sure it's still on Game Pass. Is where I played it. Yeah, I want to get to Expedition 3, but Silk Song still has me in its clutches, and I have Trials in the Sky first, too. Yep. Oh, Silk Song. Silk Song is so good. I still think Hollow Knight has a little bit of edge for me above it. But Silk Song, there's the differences. I feel like I can play Hollow Knight again. And go for 100%, not too hard. And I could do it in a reasonable enough time, and I could figure those areas out. I don't feel like I could do that with Soul Song since it's so big. Maybe I could, because it's such a beautiful game. It's so well made. I think I do like Hollow Knights a bit more. But I gotta hand it to Silk Song having some of the coolest environments I think I've ever seen. And such great music in a lot of those areas. I fucking loved Hollow Knight. Okay, what was I getting to here? I got distracted. Is this the right one? Is this ASDF? Looks like ASDF to me. Oh, I have my high score on here still. 1.1 mil. I wonder how much I can, does this still work? Oh, it should still work. I just have to put it back up, right? Pop up on the damn OBS, you fool. Oh wait, I think it's under, it might be under the background image, which is why it can't be seen. Yeah, there it goes. I was like, I know this should be up here. Oh yeah, I'll play that sometime in the future, Pup, as well. There's a couple times I felt somewhat in the mood, but I just got distracted by so many other things. All right. How's it going out there? Well, Silk Song certainly ups the difficulty if that's what you're looking for. But I will fawn over, like, I know the size is kind of overwhelming. It really is in Silk Song, but I think it's just so... It's just the environments in it are just so good. Okay, now I can't read chat anymore. It's getting too fast. If I had chat like right next to the game window, I bet I'd be able to do it. Yeah, I never got the sense that Hollow Knight was empty. Did you not get far into it? I feel like it's very filled with stuff. And there's some areas, I guess, that are barren, but I feel like that's for atmospheric purposes. But I don't. That's just my experience. Hell yeah. Oh, I just said it there. I was like, oh, what's up, Snooker? How you doing? Everywhere that want to eat your face, yeah. That was bad of me. What's up, Torn? The experience is the same thing. Observe completely different things while yeah. Because of the taste of the individual is just different. And that's where that's why I don't really ever mark anything as just terrible. Like, yeah, it's terrible to me, or it's great. It's great to me. And everybody has their own experience with that. I think that's beautiful. You just gotta, you know, take your experiences and share them, and you know, just be good with that. A lot of people, for some reason, take their experiences and opinion as if like you hurt them personally if you don't like something they like, and then they start like being angry at each other and then mocking the things the other like. It's a no-win scenario. It's just a no-win scenario that doesn't need to happen. It doesn't need to happen. Just enjoy the things you like. I'm sure you could talk to people about them. Everybody likes something different. And just leave it be. Like how Star Trek and Star Wars nerds used to go at it with each other. Like, can't you just like both or neither or just one or the other? And that's, you know, that's you cooking delicious pizzas and burgers and shit. I feel like I could go for a burger right about now. Tasty, tasty burgers. Triple there. Holy shit, that was close. Not even sure why I hit that key there. Holy shit. It got a lot faster at the end there. Wow. I think I got a new high score, though. It's always fast. Yeah. Trash mobs on games like Hollow Knight, I tend to handle extremely systematically, kind of like Zelda 2 style. I always develop a repeatable strategy and never veer away from it, which can sometimes result in burnout if a game is too big. All that needs to be said is nah, not from me. Yeah, pretty much, Snooker. So I enjoyed the final boss. Oh, you're right. I always forget that bombs exist in this. Oh my god. I have to do it again. Shit. Oh, you're right. And now that I know it's going to be that fast by the time I get there next time, I'm going to be ready for it. Start development process and everybody's guides for sure. Yeah, as we've read in Polly's a game making history, she likes typing games a lot, and yeah, typing, and I'm gonna be RB. Use the bathroom. Burp. Love that Star Wars tune. Oh, it's not my highest. It's actually about 50,000 off my highest. Okay. How do I always forget there's a bomb in this one? Let me use it real quick. Okay. Okay. We got it now. Let's get back there. That's gonna be perfect for we'll know around 1.1 million again that it really starts ramping up. And I tell you what, if I get used to the speedy part, it's gonna be so much bigger, baby. I like the tune. Look at the little Angie boys being so angy. Angy boy. Stop hurting these smiley boys. Sometimes you just got a smiley boy for the camera. It requires quite a lot of focus, believe it or not. But we gotta lock in. What do you got to come the blue? Red, don't dread. Blue, that's who. Let's go. Oh, and then I fucked up. I knew as soon as I said something I was gonna fuck up. It's a rhythm game at first, because of the UI and pop music a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's gotta be a Bochi rhythm game at some point. Bochi. I want to watch Bochi again. Is Bochi season 2 out, right? I should watch Bochi again. Bada 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 boom. Bada bada bing bada bada boom. Bada bada bing bada bada boom. Smiley boys. Well, that's not dumb this time. Double bass drum, go. God, that pho last night was so good. It's been a while since I had pho, and their broth is just so unbelievably good. It's fucking amazing. No, 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 no. Later, pup. Oh, no. I was just about to use the bomb. I've been thinking about using it for a little bit there, and oh my god, I was so close. I was waiting just for that 1-1 is what I was waiting for, and I just screwed up right at the end there like a complete fraud dumbass. Son of a bitch. Fuck. You focus, and you just crocus, and you just make one mistake. I'm a fucking fraud. Fucking fraud. Can't even make it to 1.1 million twice in a row. Or twice in 3 runs, I guess, at this point. Get rotated, idiot. Son of a bitch. No, we're beating that score. That didn't happen. Nothing happened there. You saw nothing. See? See? Easy as can be. Smiley boys, oh smiley boys. Smiley boys. Look at them there. Their happy face. Their blue mouth. God dang it. I can't believe I was so close to just using it slightly ahead of time there, too. I was like, I know it's coming, but I want to get all those faces in the screen when I hit the bomb, because that's going to be mad points. And right as we got there, I float. Blue smileys. Blue smileys. It's your birthday. It's actually Polly's birthday. Don't be fucking rude. Forget the release day. I guess that would be your birthday for this game. Damn, brown. I actually listen to the sound effects a lot on this for timing. I feel like this soundtrack makes me feel lost in space. Which is fitting for Smiley Boy game. Oh, I'm a vegan pepperoni. Fuck. Once again, I got late there and I just kind of like scrambled my brain and did a double tap on the keyboard. Like a phony. A big fucking phony, man. Just fucked up. Not like these. Not like these. Oh, thank you, Raven. I do like dodging the Angie boys. We're gonna give it some more goes here. There's plenty of games to play today. Gonna be great. Plus, we have other activity later. It'll be a lot of fun. How have you been doing today, Raven? I'd say I will be Pink Poncho's stream. Oh yeah, no worries. I will wait until you're back from that to do the post-game section. In the meantime, we will be playing and accumulating high scores. Got new glasses? Nice. Is it possible that you could have looked cuter? Probably not. But apparently it is, you know, that you got even new glasses. Headache. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully that stage will go quickly. I am a flirt, you best believe. Oh, some selfies. Nice. Yeah, I imagine readjusting it's gonna take a little bit. Just the sucks. One of the things I have been blessed with in my life is a good vision. Even at 41 and a half, I still have 20/20 vision. So hopefully that'll last for a long time to come. It's all the game focusing, I tell you. I train my eyes every single day on things like this. And my eyes have never been stronger. Phew, Jesus. Brain got a little sidetracked there. Come on now, brain. You gotta focus up. Especially as it starts to speed up again. I did it again. Oh my god. I flirts as I flirt. I should know. I was born to two parents with glasses. I was duped from birth. Aw. Oh my god, I did it again. I did it again at the same point. I want to at least beat that hold high score. I do. It starts to go fast, but the other thing that is I'm competing against when doing this is my brain wandering sometimes. Even when I'm trying to hyper focus on the fast part, my brain will start to just do it. Just like when I was speedrunning, I could be talking to chat and just completely thinking about something else at the same time. And that focus can cross me up sometimes and make me double tap without me even be realizing it. And then mistakes that don't need to happen. Yeah, essentially my brain will just start to do it, no matter what it is. Once I get at a certain point in the game, it will just start to auto do it. So I can get a little too comfortable at one point and kind of fall into a false sense of paying attention. Which comes back and bites you in the ass when you're trying to pay attention to those close final moments in these kind of runs where everything just starts to get so speedy. Oh god. Almost did it right there again. Too early for that. The smiley boys need rescuing, brain. You gotta focus up. I like when you focus enough at the screen, it just seems like a waterfall. A steady, angry red waterfall with some blue droplets in there. It's almost like you're looking at one of those seeing eye puzzles. Like you're truly bringing in the motion of the game. Like, you get there sometimes, you don't even realize it. You just set into that picture. Doesn't help that this music is like just a touch bit anxiety inducing on top of everything else. Which is good. It's a good fit. I did it again. I did it again. One of the games you have to be a bit of a brain break feeling. The Boys series of oh yeah, absolutely. Having a style. June killed it with this track. Perfect for the game. Yes, yes. It's just that little bit of oh god feeling. Especially in that mid part when you're in the 300 to 500,000 part when it starts to slow down and it's just like, and your brain's been seeing these shapes for a while and you just kind of lose it. And then again, it just lulls me into a thought process when I don't want to be in a thought process. I just want to focus up at that point. Brain, do the thing. You a smiley boy, eating bok choy. Do 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 do. I think I'm hungry as well. I might have to grab a snack here shortly. Brain? Yeah, I do this in Clone Hero too, where I'll just play songs and I'll just get completely lost in thought as it's happening. My brain just does it while it's doing it. God. Ah, fuck. Oh, man. Oh, God. I was a little early there, but still. Not bad. Not bad. We got a new high score, baby. I like that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Gonna post this baby right here. Oh, baby. I didn't know what that was called. Yeah, a little rest is good. Rain 2, so you probably need it. Yeah, that's not a bad point. It is 6 hours in. I still feel fine, though. And there'll still be plenty of games and stuff to do. But yeah, I think I may take about 5 or 10 here to grab some food really quick. And then we're gonna go and move on to another one of Polly's amazing games. BRB. Thank you for your patience. Got myself carrots and such. I already ate them, I should say. I ate some carrots. I had a sandwich. Ooh. Tasty. Alright, we got a good score in this. Which is awesome. Excuse me. Alright. Let's go ahead and move on to... What's the list? We did ASDF. Let's do ASDF. No, not the ASTO yet. Oh, excuse me. I was thinking of Yomu Yomu Ball. We haven't Yomu'd in a while. Excuse me. Excuse me. One sec. Alright, I am back. Okay. Alright. Thank you, NES Tunes. Oh, it's not showing up on the screen. Hold on. A hold of your horses, everybody. Where you at, Yomu? It doesn't really matter. We can just use... Where was it? Oh, there it is. That's high score. This it? Yeah, let's go. What was our high score? 1,349. I think that's in the non-mouse version, though. Which I had a hell of a run going there. Okay. Is this... You know, this is definitely the mouse one. Oh, it's been a while. Yeah. And I remember that if the mouse goes off the screen, it can kill me on this one as well. Alright. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. Fair enough. I know having them snacks is gonna be good. I won't be focusing too much on hunger. Even though I normally don't eat until late, but today I was pretty hungry, so I said screw it. Let's get ourselves a little bit of a snack here. Oh my god. What am I doing right now? Need to focus on that ball, baby.
Oh my god, okay. We're doing terrible right now. Hands also feel cold, which they shouldn't. Don't get the cold hands. Don't get the cold hands. Don't get the hands that are cold. Nice, nice. Oh, I was starting to get the focus on it again. I was getting there. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Yomo. Show us your sword skill. Oh my god. Whew. I knew it was gonna be happening soon there, but god, it's still scary, you know? Oh my... You dingus dingbat from Dingletown! Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Goodness flippin' flapjacks. Ew. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, Yomo, you got this, girl. And by you, I mean me as well. We could do this shit together forever. Forever, ever, and ever, ever. Ow. Okay, okay. I see you. I see you. That is a drum roll right there. Oh, god, dude, I am doing terrible here early on. I haven't had enough mouse control game lately, I guess. Even though I've literally played XCOM for years now. Which I have seen my movement in that game go up so much. Like, genuinely, my mouse speed in XCOM has gone to stupid amounts of movement speed, which I like. Okay. Easy there, balls of fire. Okay, okay. Let's chill. Let's get our groove back here. How Toady got their groove back. Ah, guy, I went off the bottom of the screen there. But slowly but surely we climb back into the seats of a Yomu Yomu Balal. I don't know why my hand feels so cold at the moment, though. I felt that way before that. Who knows? Well, that was some good whiffing. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Well, alrighty, that's sorry. I was thinking about something else there. Which is very confusing when I'm amidst playing a game. It's just yelling out of nowhere, that makes sense. Boom, boom, boom. Oop, I did it again. I went off the screen. Alright. So, basically, I may have had a delicious treat earlier of the, relaxing proportion. Edible, if you will. It was definitely edible. And I thought it was only 10 milligrams, and it turns out they were 100. So, well, that started kicking in. And boy, have they started kicking in. That'd also explain why I got the munchies really bad there. Alright, whoa. God dang it, hand, would you stop being so cold? Oh shit. My alarm went off on my phone as I started this right. You know what? I'm just gonna crash now instead of leaving it running. That's just my 5:30 WODS Day alarm. It's no worries. 'Cause some days it's WODS Day, which was 2 days ago. She'll be back in a little bit. She's on a podcast right now at twitch.tv/Poncho Smith. Poncho Smith. Poncho _ Smith, I believe. And what's up, Ant? How you doing? Oopsie. Whoa. There we go. Oh my god, I slammed right into it. Just waking? Nice, nice. Nice to have you back home. We are all very excited that you are back home now, and that there are also puppies back home. Which I have gushed about. Quite a bit. Oh, Yomu, let that one go. Oh, I had it that time. Oh my god. I had some pretty good scores on this game. Jeez. When you starting your high score runs in this, huh? When is Ant gonna get their fresh Sarah Poly high score runs? Well, it's time to relearn how to play video games. Apparently I need to relearn as well. It's time to relearn. There's lots of high score mastery games to pick here. This is just the mouse version of this too. This actually is originally keyboard. But we all talked about having a mouse version and probably put this one together. To have raffles tomorrow? Yeah. That would be a good thing. Oh, did you signed up for raffles on RGL. Where are you going now? RGL. Oh boy. Hello, ba-ba-ba. RGL raffles again. I've been thinking about it. Oh my god. I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure. It'd be a fun thing to do. Again. It's been a bit, but I've been for the read again. You gotta make sure all your stuff's hooked up properly and working. May have to light your CRT on fire. Moving dust from guitar equipment. Yeah. Dying inside. Isn't that a given? Technically, all humans are dying inside after they stop growing. Oh, oof. That was close. Oh, 369. Damn you, fun. God, I fucked it up one more time. Ooh. What are you thinking for dinner tonight? Oh my god. Ah, damn it. Yomo, I'm sorry. I'm not doing great with your game right now. It's been too long. I need to start playing this some more. God damn it. Well, that was a little unfortunate. Oh, Yomu. I'm sorry, I'm failing at you today. We'll give it another go, but I may switch to another game here because we got many more games to go. Ah, okay. Yomu, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say goodbye for now. I am doing just awful at my Yomu. I need to get on my Yomu game. Not good. It's not good, yo. It's just not good. It's just not good. Alright, let's go with some Planet Attrition after that. Now that we got some mouse warm-up. Hopefully, Planet Attrition will go well, though. I worry. We'll see, we'll see. Planet attrition. Survive until the end. 711,000 is a pretty good high score.
Survive until the end.
I was doing pretty good at this at one point.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased.
Threat level increased.
Threat level increased.
Threat level increased. What's up, Faking the Books? How you doing?
Threat level increased. Bomb ready.
Bochi spiders.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready.
Bomb ready.
Bomb ready. Enemy aggression increasing. Bomb ready.
Why would the enemy aggression do that?
Bomb ready. Bomb ready.
Ah. Blank, what's going on? FTB. What's going on? Bomb ready. That was tough. That was tough. Anxiety simulator. Hey, ants are attacking the world.
Survive until the
As
end.
one ant does.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Threat level increased.
What's everybody gaming into right now? Any Silk Songers out there?
Bomb ready. Threat level
Oh my
increased.
god. These mouse phones are killing me
Survive
right
until the
now.
end. Bomb ready.
It's some bologna and cheese.
Threat level increased. Threat level increased.
Sometimes you gotta point at some spiders. I'm ready.
Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready.
Oh, I missed it, yo. I missed it. I didn't get to 100,000 for the first time in a while, though. That's pretty cool. That? You know what that was? That's pretty fucking cool. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Bomb spaghetti.
Survive until the end.
Wait, hold on. Does not look like it's
Threat level increased.
lined up correctly. There we go, that's a little better.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Enemy aggression increasing. Bomb ready. Bomb ready.
Ah, it got me there. Does it have auto? It auto fires, yeah. This one, it fires like every like 10 frames or something like that, so you do have to be a little more accurate than just swiping your cursor. Which makes sense. Do.
Survive until the end.
Yeah, you can. I'm not pressing anything. You can see it's flashing.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased.
Oop, did not mean to do that.
Bomb level increased. Bomb ready.
Yo, Tool, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so very, very, very much. Thank you so much, Tool. How are you doing today? We are enjoying another legendary Poly birthday here.
Bomb ready. Aggression increasing.
And we're continuing to do it today.
Bomb ready. Bomb ready.
Oh, that one was getting out of hand.
Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Bomb ready.
Ah, I got 200,000 that time. Not bad, not bad. Steadily getting better and better. This one is always a toughie. When they get so fast that you can almost like play them like a, like the enemies space out. Almost seems like easier to hit, but they're going so much faster at that point. It's such a fun game.
Survive until the end.
Survive until the end.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Threat level increased.
Threat level increase. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Survive until the end.
55 total months now, Tool. Holy cannoli molies.
Bomb ready.
That is crazy.
Threat level increased. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. Aggression increasing. Bomb ready. Bomb ready. aggression increasing. Bomb ready. 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 Enemy aggression. Bomb ready.
Oh my god, not bad, not bad. Almost 400,000 that time. We're getting the hang of this one again. We're getting the hang of this one. We're getting the hang of this one. Oh baby, yeah, pup. We were close. A little halfway to my yeah, that would actually, yeah, that's over halfway to my current high score. It gets pretty tough when it gets up at that
Survive until the end.
survive until the end part, segment part, you know?
Bomb ready.
Du-du-du.
Threat level increased. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready.
I like that as they come in, they start looking like they're making a web of their own. Which is a nice touch. Oh, why did I miss that? Which is a nice touch from the anemones, you know? When you know, baby. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Survive until the end.
I'm trying, baby. That's the idea, anyway.
Bomb ready. Threat level increased.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Threat level increased.
Whoa, I didn't even see what hit the planet that time. Like, I completely missed it. Whoa. Whoa, my brain was like in the zone and out of the zone and auto zone all at the same time there. It was fucking nuts. That was one of the craziest crazies that ever nutted. Holy moly. There's a blue on top, baby.
Survive until the end.
Gotcha, thank you.
Bomb ready.
I just didn't even see it.
Threat level increased. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Threat level increased. Bomb ready. Bomb ready.
Oh no, I did it again. The Bochi spider got me. It was the Bochi spider. I got Bochied. Bochied. Oh goodness. I think that's where I'm
Survive
gonna
until the
end Planet Attrition for now. Great game, super fun. My mouse skill apparently isn't the best right now. So we're gonna go ahead and play some Plus and see how well we do there. Where is Plus at? That's right, of course it's the top folder because it's just Plus. No. I just need you to be full screen, that's all. There we go. Silly. Tricks for kids game. Where is this game at? There you are. Here we are. Perfect. Alright. I will BRB in just a moment.
Alright. I'll go over the last couple. This is Tetris 2. This is from, is it Eon? Time Diver Man? Time Diver Man. Eon. The unreleased title game. If that's the one you're talking about. Let me put it in chat. Yeah. You got a pup. Of course I do, Peltor. I love hearing about it. Oh, were you, pup? I can't say that took over his sector's raptors, and I'm gonna go after their base after I'm done making enough cracking around. That's a pretty doable base right there, I feel. That's a pretty doable base. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. Been a while. Ah. Oh man. My concentration has gone into death here. Ooh, jeez. 803. A lot of misfires there. Oh my goodness. The base already has got the red base markers. Probably gonna bring an extra las cannon also just to make sure I can get. That's always good to have an extra las cannon. I have no clue what this game is, so you get the blue smileys or the red smileys, and basically you have to click in the direction and then hit either the one of the two colors, either the red button or the blue button. And you gotta do it as fast as possible. You get 3 minutes. I think every correct pop is like 10 frames back to you or something like that, and every miss is a full second away from you. And you get 3 minutes to see how you can get. You got 1,133 at one point. That point was not. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. The thing is messed up in the window view. I just realized. Oh, there it go. Why did it? Wait, what the? That don't make no damn sense. Fine, I'll do it like this. No wonder it probably seems so off. It's like kind of cut off. Wait, what the heck? How do I have two of these here? What in the heck is the other one? Alright, which one of you is grabbing that? Okay, good. It was the wrong one. And now if I do this, will it properly load up? It still needs to be moved. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, that's so much better. Silly me. Okay. Here we go again. Hold on. Okay, I have to get my buttons back there. What is red and what is blue? Oh my god. Can't seem to stop making mistakes right now. Oh my god. Well, we got 100 more that time. Definitely started screwing up in the middle there. Had a pretty solid start for best combo over 200, but then kind of just cut it off. Yeah, it's like it's a rhythm game basically with your D-pad in two different colors. Maybe not a rhythm game, but a pattern game. Start again in just a second. Thank you all for the wait. We're gonna start in just a second. Thank you all for the wait. Gonna start in a second. Thank you all for the wait. Time's up, champ. Thanks, Polly. Over 200 behind what I was at. They put some effort into these times, for sure.
Oof, all right, into the thousands that time. I think we've gotten like 100 better each time. The last put with that color, you get that color in the last spot before getting the other color, and last input is either blue or red. Yep, just a really, really quick pattern game, which is so damn fun. I really enjoy it. I get into this one. I get into all of them, but sometimes when your focus is just hitting it, I think this one has that ability because you control the pace of it, so you can just go as fast as you can go, which is always something I find very intriguing. To see how fast I can push things when I put my mind to it. Speed run or something like that. You know, like a speed run, baby. Come on, baby. All right. Let's go. Oop. Hold on. Yeah, I had to get my buttons right again there. Man, let's restart this one. Oh god. Ooh, I don't think that was much better than last time. I really started failing at the end there. I had some really good movement at the start there, but my brain just started dropping it like a boss, let me tell you. It was bad. Oh, man. Really good start to that one, though. I liked where it was going, but I just couldn't hold on. Like, after a while, my brain was like, hey, it ain't happening, bruh. It just ain't happening, bruh. I said, I'm sorry, and yeah, that's where we left off on that one. Jeez, my brain focuses on that one so hard sometimes. Like I'm just in the zone, auto zone, just blam right there. Alright. Oof, I am not doing so well on this one. we started to pick it up a bit there at the end of that one. My parents started to settle down a little bit and start to focus. That is something I deal with at times, and I think it went pretty well there. Absolutely. Oof, this one's a focuser. I like this one a lot. Still quite a bit off our high score, but we got misfires and slowdowns in there. Ah, God. Not as good as last time. Oof. I think we're gonna move on to ASDF 2 for a little bit. This one is great. It is super focus intensive, like super, especially if you're trying to go as fast. I could probably do a run where I just try not to screw up, which would be interesting. I don't think it would be any kind of high score, but it would be fun to see how far you can get with 0 misfires. 2 separate categories, baby. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom once again. And we'll be alright back. A funny story about that. I had to go to the bathroom there. So Aunt handed me off a bag of delicious goodies. Some of it include edibles. And there are these, where are they at? How the fuck did I get? And, called High Fly. Sour peach rings. I had 2. They were pretty tasty. I thought they were the 10 milligram ones. Turns out they were the 100 milligrams each one. So, after I ate 2 earlier, I had 2 more. Because again, they were tasty. And, and it hit me a little bit later that I was like, oh. Those might have been a little stronger. Maybe it's been that long since I had that, but so now I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a long time, y'all. What a perfect day to get it. Holy shit. Oh my god. And that it hits like the softest little freight train that's ever gonna hit. Do, 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 do. But we're moving on to ASDF 2 before the final proportion? Final portion. You have your buttered ass. Thank you. Thank you. Boom. Bum 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 ba bum. Final proportion. Oh shit. I love the. Oh god, I love the games today. I think my main focus was on ASDF, the first one. Like that one was just hitting today, you know? Oh, it's funny because I messaged one of our group chats. I said, "Man, I know it's been a while since these edibles hit me this hard, thinking they're 10 freaking milligrams each." And it was like 10. Quite like 3 question marks. So those were 100. And I just was like, oh no. And fucking Kong said my man going for a high score. Oh my god, that's so funny to me. Oh man, alright, where is ADSF2 at? Is this it? Oh, that's high score. But that still should probably be up there somewhere. That's fine. See here. Just use this one, that's fine. Hello, computer, could you pick it up? I need to click on it for the thing to pick it up. God damn it. They are feeling it quite good right now. If I get this goddamn thing to do the proper thing I've goddamn wanted to do. That's fine, I'll just capture it again. ASDF2 for real is what I'll call it. Alright, could we do the thing, OBS, please? Oh my god. There must be another source taking it somewhere. I think that's it. Hold on, let me move the, where's the image? Yep, I knew it. Alright, well that's fine. I'll just go down to that one. That'll work. Loving memory. Loving memory. There's like a little bit on the bottom of the screen that's bothering me that it doesn't go all the way. There we go.
Weapon systems. Online. Engage.
You bought an N-Gage, didn't you?
Combo lock.
Oh yeah, right. Use the hell out of me, game. Getting used to the frickin' controls again.
Time 2. Laser fist ready. Time 4. Max multiply. Laser kiss ready. Combo lock. Times 2. Combo lock.
Oh, good one, dumbass.
Times 2. Laser kiss ready. Times
Laser kiss is ready.
times 4. Max multiply.
Alright, I was pushing it there, but it worked.
Laser kiss ready.
We can get some kissing in here, it looks like.
Combo lock.
Damn it, I tried it too hard. I wasn't reactionary enough there.
Times 2.
Son, bitch.
Times 3.
This is like the game that's most hardwired to my brain on the keyboard.
Max multiply. Laser kiss ready. Laser kiss ready.
Ooh.
Laser kiss ready. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Laser kick ready. Max multiply. Combo lock.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, I was doing pretty good there. God damn, I got into it. Holy shit. You ain't wrong, Polly. You ain't wrong. Performance enhancements. Shake my head. What's up, Rizzik? Yeah, I love the Angie Boy spiked as much as I can. I think I got up into like 300s before. I don't even remember what my high score is, but that was a pretty good run. 420,000 is pretty damn good. Oh, 776,000. Okay, so I've had
Weapon system.
quite a run here at
Online.
one point.
Engage. Laser kick ready. Times 2. Times 3. Combo
Oh,
lock.
fuck. Stop that one there. That emote. I was not my best run there. My brain
Online.
kind of
Engage.
had a little bit of a collapse in there. A little bit of a prolapse.
Laser kick ready. Times 2. Times 3.
Ah, shit.
Times 4. Max multiply. Laser kick ready. Laser kick ready. Combo lock.
Oh, dummy.
Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Max multiply. Combo lock. Combo lock.
Oh my god. My brain is losing it right now.
Laser kick ready. Times 3. Combo lock.
No, I I hit the wrong button. Holy fuck, holies, mama zolies. Give me a pepperino right now. She keeps that thought inside your brain, though. You ever just want a big old pepperino sub? Those are delicious. I used to get them from Marco's. Pepperoni melt subs. Pepperoni melt subs being delicious. Delicious. Not nutritious, but incredibly nutritious.
Times 2. Laser kiss ready. Times 4. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Laser kiss ready. Times 4. Multiply. Laser kiss ready. Laser kiss ready. Laser kiss ready. Combo lock.
Oh, I meant to do that in the other order. Shit, I had it, but
Combo lock.
got too greedy. I wanted it, though.
Times 2. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Combo lock.
Oh, I did it. My Friday evening gets even more exciting. Big old fight just now in the alley by my house right outside my What the fuck? Is everything okay? Are you alright? The hell? What the fuck? Oh. That's some shit right there. They know what fucking day it is? Some girl got the shit knocked out of her? Oh boy. Jesus. Well. Hopefully the parties involved, you know, are good now. Oh boy. Gonna ignore all that because of the whoop whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop whoop. That's the sound of the beast.
Weapon system. Online. Engage.
It's time for high scores and something coming up here shortly. It's gonna be a lot of fun, I think.
Laser kiss ready. Round 3. Time 4.
Bum bum bum.
Max multiply. Laser kiss ready.
Oh yeah, laser kiss ready. Calm down there, cowboy. Oh, we did the dumb.
Time 2. Time 3. Laser kiss ready. Time 4.
You just gotta believe in yourself and the high score machine that is ASDF2. That's the order.
Max multiply.
Max multiplier.
Laser kiss ready. Combo lock.
Oh my, you dumb of a dum. I had such a spike thing going, I just hit the wrong button. Good lord. Nerd ass nerd shit right there.
Time 3. Time 4. Max multiply.
Ooh, I'm biting into some there.
Laser kiss ready.
I'm ready to kiss you like a laser.
Laser kiss ready. Combo lock.
Other way, you dum. Oh my god. I'm like, oh, flick it. I'm gonna keep button down. I'm getting the spiked in me now. Look at that score. 200, 200. It's not 200,200. It's just 200, 200. We did vaporize 710 Angie Boys, 328 combo, 2 deflections, 87 spiked, 5 laser kisses. It's a round that definitely got us to 200,000 points. That's the best I could say about it. Alright. Let's get into it.
Weapon systems. Online. Engage.
Engage. You bought an Engage, didn't you?
kit ready.
That's pretty good.
Laser kit ready. Combo lock.
Oh god, wrong button there. Holy shit. Ding 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 ding.
Laser kit ready. Times 3. Times 4. Max multiply. Laser kit ready.
Oh baby.
Laser kit ready. Combo lock.
Damn it. Tried too much there.
Times 2. Times 3. Combo lock. Combo lock. Times 2. Laser kit ready. Times 3. Times 4. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Combo lock. Combo lock. Times 2. Times 3. Laser kit ready. Times 4. Combo lock. Times 3. Times 4.
can.
Combo 1.
Oh my god. Ah. Not bad though. 340 or 59. That's a tough one, but we look at our Angie boy spiked 123. That skyrocketed that time around. Holy cannolis, did that skyrocket that time around. We got the Angie boys, they're so wangy. Angie. Angief, maybe? Even Zangief? More like, yo. Superman, that smiley ho. Oh no. They're just a couple of Angie boys in this one, aren't they? They're so Angie. Kind of crazy how Angie they are. Alright, I think I'm going to move on. I might come back and play some more Poly games, but I think we're moving on to the different part of today's session. I think it'll be very interesting. Again, it's something I haven't done in a very, very long time. And it will be bad. But that's okay. But I'll BRB.
Find a proportion. Indeed, Polly. Indeed.
Bye-bye.
Are you on the list, you son of a... Alright, that hopefully is good. You'll see in just a second. This is probably the best we're gonna be able to get to it. Can't really do it at not an angle, unfortunately, with how my setup is. Oh wait, I don't have that out yet. Hold on one sec. There we go. Okay, have you guessed what it is yet, Polly? I'm guessing you have by now. But bam, here we are. Hi, everybody. That's me. And this is a piece of paper that I'm gonna draw on. I'm going to make my own certified on-paper written poly art today. I got some hand... Oh, also, speaking of... Oh, wait, hold on. You're a little, you're a little dusty. Hello, everybody. It's me, Rika Furude. I come and explode every single time for 200 times a day because the dummy who controls this stream is a moron. And I look adorable right now, don't I? God, do I look so adorable. Little cat ears there, look at that. Look at her face. Oh, oh, oh. But she's super adorable. You can see the base here. Name of the show. I love this. I love this. And, hold on. Aunt and Rachel got me this. They came back from their journey and got me this thing. Which, by the way, is pretty awesome. It's this little royal, very shiny toad creature. That I have no idea where they picked it up, but it's kind of great. It's royalty, and also, it opens up like an old Ghostbuster toy. Look at my insides, everybody. But look at this little adorable thing. I kind of love it. It's kind of great. And it's shiny. It's really shiny. And sometimes shiny is just appropriate, you know? Hop, hop, hop. Hop, 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 hop. Yeah. Gonna be at a slight... This way is what I'm doing. My camera... Oh, my friend's camera that I'm borrowing is like balancing on top of my microphone stand. This is about the best I can get it. The 90s slime in the cavity? Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Okay, let's see here. Okay. So, I think we're going to start with like a front of a card kind of thing here. Let's just sketch it out a little bit. From the top here, we want some kind of a happy birthday. So, whoop, what the fuck?
this thing on like empty? What in the world? One sec. Oh, what the hell? Don't fall off. Alright, I don't think this is gonna be working right, so you know what? We'll just use the different colored pencils for this that we all have here today. Let's start off with one of my favorite colors, a nice blue. This is the first time I've drawn something on paper like this in probably over a decade at least. And at the end of this, I do plan on sending you everything I draw today, if you'll have it. I think it's gonna be a fun little thing going on here. Go ahead and do an A here. You're gonna see why I don't do art often. I'm glad this camera comes with a little light too. It helps a lot. Oh, and yes, this controller, by the way. Oop. This is the one I've been using for Hollow Knight and everything. 8BitDo Pro 2. It's a pretty great controller. If you need it, it's still under 30 bucks too. Okay. Go with a darker color now. Let's go with this green. This Cocorone again? This sounds like Cocorone. Alright. Honestly, when I hinted with the webcam before, I thought it was like a dead giveaway that I was gonna do something like this, but I guess it's the fact that I've never done anything like this. Oh, you got it, you got it. Look at Discord real quick here. Yeah, let me type this out real quick. Oh, did I? Sorry, I'm new to the whole camera thing. It's well on its way here. They are hard. Oh no, oh I could paint my nails on here, that'd be fun. But this is specifically art project time. For somebody who I know loves art, and I'll just, it gives me something to do I haven't done in a long time. And I think we could all have some fun with that. Or let's see here. What color do we want to end with? Go out red for this one. Alright, we got the fart of happy so far. That's how I'm feeling after a few hundred edible milligrams. Oh yeah, let's go, baby. Alright, let's see here. Fucking. Let's do a nice orange here. Gonna see the house light. I don't think it's ever possible for me to get that high. One of the first times I ever got high, I ate a whole 1,000 milligram. And while it was an experience, I don't think I'll ever get that high. Yeah, it was incredible. I gotta say, I'm having fun right now. It's been so long since I did something like this. Alright, what do I want to check this here? Let's get a purple in there. It's poly after all, right? Go. All right, we like that. All right, let's go with a green, maybe a different kind. Do I have a different colored green here? I just used this one, did I not? Oh, the gray then. And I had to actually ask my friend Ray, who's a damn good artist herself, like, because we have a whole arts and crafts room here I never step foot in, which is not the best idea, but also it's just I just have a hard time with doing stuff like this by hand. But I had to ask her and be like, what should I take? What should I use? Let's see here. Got that. Let's go with the blue again. Oh yeah, the H, another H in the blue. I like it. And she very kindly took me through a proper sketchbook. Told me to get and use the what kind of H is that? Well, that's what it's saying. The fattest H you may ever see in your life. Hey Ray, speaking of, that's the one who helped me out get all this stuff together earlier. He does have character, doesn't he? Alright. What do I want here? Oh, it's the A again. We can do, maybe add pink for A. Oh wait, no, there's a D first. Hold on. I'm forgetting how to spell things here. Don't forget D. The A's next. How about we get an orange D?
There we go. I've forgotten words. Triple H. Oh, by the way, I'm getting in and out for dinner. Just a big thank you for that. I am excited. Very excited for some in and out. Well, just enough room to fit the Y at the end of that. I may have been pushing it a little bit, but that's okay. There's still just enough room here. Just enough to get that in there. There we go. All right, so we got happy biggest H ever birthday. Looks like a fucking pizza roll with wings. All right, let's get appropriate poly colors here. Extra seat at the theater. Oh no. Oh, shoot. Okay, oh my goodness. Let's see here. The height-wise, I could never do that. They're decently consistent. Hello, computer. Oh yeah, okay. I thought that was Hebereke. I was like, I know that sounds familiar. To make a turkey? Tracing my hand to make a turkey. Oh, that's freaking cute. Hold on, I'm going. There's one I had in mind. Okay, there we go. Alright. Poly, we should probably do... Let's see. Poly's main colors are red, purple, got a pinkish, and then kind of just outline, so... We'll have orange as well. And yeah, we'll probably use black for the last one. So let's start with red. Alright, and I think we're gonna have pink for the second letter. Wait, what did I put an R there for? I think I put the wrong letter. Well, it's there now. Oh. Oh shit. Wait, I have an eraser. It might work. Hold on. Hold on. No, the outline is too strong. It's there forever now. If it's there for no reason.
Hold on, we can fix this. I have an idea. Alright, let's do a yellow here really quick. Are you a birthday? This is my R. Let's see here. Do a what was this? Do lowercase the rest of these ones here. Oh my god, that is a beautiful E. Maybe the best I've ever done with an E. It kind of looks like a Pac-Man. There you go. Here, I'll even give this one a little blue tongue. Blue lip. There's just an R there. Alright, let's go with green here. I mean, this is what I meant all the whole time. The whole time. I've been here the whole time. That's right. A real one is what I'm putting here because it's all I could think of on the fly. But it's true though. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Alright. Oh god. Get a little gray in there. Just happy hours. Oh shit. Alright, let's get this little end in here. Oh, I thought that was black for some reason. Turns out it wasn't, but that's okay. Alright. We're gonna do another one of their classic amazing E's here. That have a mouth and it looks like Pac-Man. If Pac-Man came back from the dead. Alright, now the art time with Toad is brought to you by the number 420 and the letter M and G. Snake, rattle, and roll. Oh yeah, it kind of does look like that. Chomp chomp. Let's see. Mario. Oh wait, hold on. Go ahead. Give our an exclamation mark for Polly. And then we're gonna fit Polly in here with the correct letter this time. It's gonna be a P, I swear. There we go. I did it. I did it. A prediction code. Another Aaron R. I had to audible. We got it though. I think the purple is more, so I'm gonna make it probably smearing. This is the problem with being left-handed, by the way. You just end up like smearing everything all over the place. Yeah. Wait. Oh, this is blue. Okay, you know, Polly's known for for sometimes being blue. So this works. Where the hell did that purple go? Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Alright, it'll be perfect for the emphasis on the L. And plus, blue is just such a lovely color. Hey, what's up, Kraken? Yeah, we're gonna make the front of her card right now. Left, I'm sure you won't make any more mistakes. Love it when a plan goes together. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think an orange also for the tie works here. Okay, so we got that looks fine in theory. And I think we'll finish out with a black. And we want to put a little orange highlight on the P here, just like Polly's hair. Let's go ahead and highlight this one a little extra orange over here. And let's see here. What do I want for the exclamation mark at the end here? Oh, you know what? Instead of an exclamation mark, we'll go with an exclamation heart. There we go. All right, we got our the writing portion in. It certainly wasn't going to be Happy Birthday Polly ever. It was just Happy Birthday a real one Polly. Full plan, of course. And all right, so now we're gonna try to draw our best. It just reads hard. It's just like a newspaper at RBI baseball. That's all I did. I was just recreate the fucking RBI baseball newspaper. All right, now we're gonna do our best. Pretty standard Polly, I would say, but I like the default Polly. This is gonna be a bit hard for me, but this is where the actual drawing portion comes in. Alright, that's fine to start with that. Let's get you in your nice circular eyes and your big old smile. I'm gonna erase a little bit of the top because that's where I want the hair to go. Where's my eraser at? There it is. I just want to kind of a spot to start from. Okay. Alright, so we got what Polly's always got, like hair coming down from her head. She's got the little Fred part here. Then like hair kind of like something like that. Get your hair back here as well. And it kind of comes up and around. Something like that. I'm gonna put some more emphasis on certain parts of it. But again, this is not my greatest thing, so we're going with what we got here. And yeah, it comes around the other side. It kind of comes in. And we'll kind of have red come around the corner here. Kind of go go over that line there. Alright. And of course we can't forget the patented orange strand of poly hair. Coming down the side of your face. There we go. Speaking of Rolly Seed for a race, it was great. Oh yeah, the seed for the what are they called? The Deus Ex races you'd be doing. Get that emphasis there. Go red a little stronger here. There we go. And then we got a little more emphasis on darkening spot here. Okay. Alright, now we got that lovely pink shirt she has. Hold on. Could probably outline a bit of this in black. Guess I could make the hair come in a bit more too. Deepen in the background a bit there. Right. Light traces here, and then we got something like that. And you got your other arm sticking out here. Might have been a little far. Seems like one of your arms is a little bigger than the other, which, you know, happens to the best of us. Alright, and then we're gonna have a cute little skirt popping out here. There we go. And then, of course, we got those adorable little legs of yours. And your little toesies. Alright. Now we got a poly in most of the form here. Let's get that pink going over this area now. There we go. Okay. Alright, let me go ahead and make the tie first here, however. got, let's see here. Got a tie here, let's start one. Got the square here. Got your fun little tie here. Beautiful, gorgeous, and spectacular. Go ahead and start filling in the bit with the other pink color of your shirt. That is literally you, Polly. There we go. Okay, I wanna give me the black again here a little bit. Go. Get your pot tie a little bit more pop in there on its own. It's a Polly! Whee! Hi! It's me! Alright, we're going with purple. Oh, almost violet, I suppose. We could probably do a little bit of blue and purple here. Hey, there we go. I'm gonna make your hair a little bit darker, I think. It'll look a little bit better overall. There we go. Adorable little Polly. Oh yeah, hold on, we gotta get black here again. You have to outline those fleshy hands. And let's see, we have white here actually. Just emphasize it just a wee bit more. Okay, okay. We got the legs that are on it, we got, oh yeah, where's the bluish color? Yeah, because it's kind of like a darker purple, a bit of look to it. And I would say these are kind of orange-ish down here. And let's see, we can probably take not quite. This black would work out down here. Hey, that's not bad. I got a Polly down there. Look at that. Look at that Polly right there. That is the first thing I've drawn in literal decades. I almost never use my hands like this ever.
Never gonna guess what game this is from, by the way. Let's get it straight for the camera here so it looks a little better. Happy birthday, a real one, Polly. And then we got Polly down here. Probably want to go over it a little bit. Make it pop just a little bit more. Remember you drawing Teen Girl Squad within the past decade? How dare you, Applied Kappa? What's up, Applied Kappa? Alright, I think that turned out pretty good. Covering a second desk at work ended today? Oh, nice. Glad it ended. Well, thank you, Polly. Got our own certified Polly here. This will be the cover of the card. I'm gonna make sure to cut this out properly. I don't want to mess it up. We'll start with that. I think we're gonna have a little something here as well. Okay, let's see here. Oh. Come on, get all the pencils to where I can see them so my brain doesn't forget they exist. Thank you. Okay. And declared herself independent. Nice. Okay. Let's see. I want to start this one at... Probably just use black here. Let's see. Do one of the bestest friends. One could ever hope for. I don't know why hope for is like one word there, but it's now hope for. Hope for. Every day. In this world. That should have been a little bit different word there, but that's fine. Every day in this world. With you and art, game, science.
and goofy ass person now. It is always another day worth looking forward to. You know, this looks like I'm fucking writing my handwriting looks like I'm in elementary school still. I'm just gonna be honest. It's so terrible. Alright, hold on here. Oh my break fucking thing. What does it keep breaking? Oh my god, this pencil just doesn't want to, like, not... What is fucking happening with this thing? Is the lead in this thing just completely broken throughout the whole damn thing? I kind of need a sharp black, what the fuck? It keeps breaking apart! Stop doing this! Oh my goodness. Work, you son of a bitch. I haven't right with this at the... No! The thing keeps falling out of it! Every time I shave it down, the thing... maybe this is just a bad pencil sharpener for this, I don't know. But as you can see, I've been trying to shave this down properly, and it has not done... It's not gone very well. I might have to just switch to purple for outlining here. It's gonna appear at the bottom of the page any second now. It just keeps breaking. Like, what are you doing? Wait. Oh shit, okay. I'm not gonna sharpen you again. I'm gonna just keep going it. God damn it. Man, that looks awful. If I didn't say what I said out loud, I wouldn't even be able to read that. Always worth looking forward to. Good God. That was fucking awful. Hey, what's up, Tengu? Oh yeah, hands. Very close, because this is the best I can do with the camera at the moment. But... yeah, we're not quite done drawing yet, but this is the front. Happy birthday, a real one.
It wasn't certainly gonna say happy birthday, Polly. It was always meant to say a real one. Make a line that's just R. And then I drew a little Polly down here. It's the first time I drew something in a while. And then, of course, I wanted to say a few. I didn't get drawn in a tone being too high, I promise. I wanted to say something nice and from the heart, of course, as I really enjoy Polly in general. I think she's hilarious. I think she's very charming. I think she's very stupid, much like myself. And I think that stupidity is kind of what I really appreciate in an individual. And so I like to take a birthday. Yeah, it was gonna be Raleigh. Oh my god. So I like to take the birthday to show appreciation. We played all the games last year. We played a lot of the games. We went through all of socksmakespeoplesexy.net /games and all the write-overs. And the one thing I can think of that I haven't done was do some art. And that is what we're doing here right now. Okay, where was I? The bestest friends one could ever hope for every day in this world. You and your eye for art, game design, and goofy-ass personality is always another day worth looking forward to. And let's see here. Thank you for all the laughs and getting my ass into some good anime. Too strong for the pencil. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why he keeps doing that with I think it's just the way it's being shaved and it's just kind of falling out, but I don't know. So I'll just switch to purple for now. I have to be writing at this angle. Yeah, it's just because the camera is has to be diagonal from how my setup is. Because obviously I'm sitting right here. The monitor's right. Actually, to you all, it would be in that direction. And this is the best I could get it. From a first-person perspective, I gotcha. Let's see, too many more such times to come. That was always an E, and I will say nothing else for it. Okay, let's try and do a little design here. What really sucks is I really enjoyed this black colored pencil for the tracing aspects of it. And for some reason, it's just being a jerk. Okay, hey. Alright, good. I think I got it. I think I properly got it. It might fall out, but hopefully not. Okay. So now, let's see here. I need a nice picture of one of our other special girls here. Okay, let's go ahead. I need a picture though. Picture to go off of. there we go. We'll try our best at this. This is gonna be completely off the cuff. I'm take a quick phone call. Okay, sounds good. That's because I do on occasion enjoy sharpening a pencil dangerously. Yeah, it's probably a good way to do that. I don't have it though. Maybe the R's keep slipping it because it's talk like a pirate day. Yar. I do be plundering your booty. All right, let's have our little almond-shaped head protagonist here. There we go. And here's blue. Let's get that dome-ass shape of yours. Let's start emphasizing the out part here a little bit. There we go. Of course, she'd be so happy to see Polly. Okay. Go with the little tiny. It is a little tinier than that. Alright, let's get this going here. There she goes. She's giving a big old fist pump on the left hand there, and she's giving a big high five over there. Let's see, we can do that as kind of like that and extend you a little bit here. Okay, buttons there. We'll have you like this, and we'll probably just have some outline of your legs down here. Alright, now we got a rough shape of what we want here. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to add ups to your arms around here, but I mean, your arms look a little broken anyway. It's okay, Rika, you're used to it at this point. Okay, let's see. You have a pretty pink shirt as well. A bit lighter. You could probably go with white as well. Yeah, we'll go with white, I guess.
Oh, I wasn't quite done filling in the shirt aspect and the tie aspect of it. Go. Okay, those are also going to be blue. Actually, a little darker than that. Maybe we should make those purple. Something like that. Not exactly purple, but it'll do for now. There we go. Alright. The middle part is all white, so we're gonna come in with white here. Make it pop just a little bit with some white. Okay, we got an orange, red or pink actually on the tie. I'll do pink. There we go. Let's get the little buttons down here. There we go. Got little buttons. We got the purple eyeballs. Where are you at purple? There you are. He has a tiny, tiny nose. Just a little thing here. Emphasize that a little bit more. Okay, we got our little Arude here. I don't think I really have a skin color. Maybe very, very light on the orange here. I don't think that works too bad. Really, really light orange. Okay. Kind of flushes out the rest of her look here. Alright, and then we're gonna have Polly over here, of course. Got your... Gonna be a bit more oval from the side. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna have to have that brand right there. outline going for a poly again here. Gonna have you, best of our abilities here. Have Polly giving a good old high five to Rika here. There we go. Welcome back. Got the high five glam going on right there. Let's go ahead and get that red again here. They're outlining it heavy. There we go. Get that orange again. Alright. Get that orange streak in there proper. There we go. Back to our black pencil. Okay, we got our other arm down here. Also fist pumping. Can't really tell because it's also a poly plushie hand, but that's, you know, them's the breaks. Alright. Of course, we got you in your normal your get up here. For some reason you're also going to be kicking here in a second. Yeah. Maybe you're just kicking for joy here. The world may never know. Okay, now we got the tie coming up here. There we go. Oh, that looked really bad, didn't it? Oh lord. Well, once we color it in, it'll look a lot better. Let's go and do that. Where's orange? There's some orange right there. Kicking for joy. What's up, Coach? How you doing? Let's emphasize the old knee here a little bit. There we go. Now it's clearly a leg. But yeah, she's jumping for joy. She's kicking. I'm gonna put a moon pie right here. Actually, let me get a picture of a moon pie really quick here. All right. Gonna be balancing a moon pie. Oh, it's plum. I thought it was brown. It looked brown to me. But hey, yeah, we can get a plum looking moon pie here. Why not? I guess it's a plum moon pie.
We could have a little bit cut out of it where we could have the filling here. This looks just like a moon pie and certainly doesn't look like it's like a giant grape or something. But that's a moon pie. Polly is balancing on her foot as she's kicking it upwards. Alright, let's go ahead and do a pink dress. Do a pink dress here. It'll all make sense as we color it in here. Alright. Orange. There we go. Alright, nice purple moon pie balancing you got going on there, Polly. What else? Oh yeah, let's make it do a swift kick upwards as well. That's plum again, that's not the one I wanted. There we go, hiya! Kicking that moon pie's butt, Polly. Alright, that's This is just Polly Plushie and Rika Furude hanging out, kicking a moon pie back and forth. In fact, I believe this looks so much like a moon pie, I'm going to try to draw the wrapper for it on the side, just in case people don't get what it is. I believe it's like a blue, yeah, there it is. It's kind of a blue thing here. You know what, let's just do... whatever the hell that is. Let's see here. Okay. We need to actually trace the outline, that's right. Moon? No, moon. Moon pie. As you can see, clearly this is how the wrappers look in real life. We have, oh, hold on here. We got a moon. Moon pie. We got the moon. That's just chilling here, doing its thing. Got a little nose sticking out. It's got, other features that living moons have. Where is the, there you are. There we go. Our moon pie. And, oh yeah, we need a yellow circle around most of moon pie. And then we can fill you in with the blue. See, it was the plan all along. What could possibly go wrong? And the answer is nothing. That is clearly a moon pie wrapper. If I've ever seen one, anyways. And clearly it looks like I've never seen one before. But I promise you, I think I have at some point seen a moon pie. It's eating many moon pies. That's clearly a moon pie wrapper. See, the queen of moon pie.
said so herself. Alright, see, you can clearly see that purple spherical bitten into moon pie over there is from that moon pie wrapper. Let's put some crumbs down here. As you know, there's going to be crumbs that are flying all over the place because it's a moon pie that's getting kicked around here. And Enrica's super happy because she gets to eat a moon pie with Polly, and Polly's happy because she gets to eat a moon pie with Polly. And everybody wins. Right. I think that's a pretty good moon pie and such there. And I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. They're having a moon pie kickoff. We've all been there. And the winner gets to eat more moon pies. And honestly, I could go for a moon pie right now. It sounds delicious. We're having In-N-Out tonight. I'm pretty excited about that. Kicked around the only... Right? 1 second. Alright, I'll be right back in 1 second.
Hello, I am back. Sorry dinner came. I went to go assist. All right. Let's get that cam back on. As you can see, our masterpiece here of Rika. Let me turn this sideways here. Lovely message to Polly, but then we got Rika and Polly kicking the old moon pie around and high-fiving at the same time. I think that works very well. It's maybe one of the better drawings life has seen. But I don't want to get too high on myself here. But look at those two cuties killing it. Kick the empire, you don't get any points! Alright. And one sec. Athletic, right? You'll notice the moon pie package in the corner, which really sells it. I had one more idea here. Let's see if we can't do it. One last drawing for the night. What's up, Bjork? Yeah, I had to get to the drawings portion of the stream. Okay. So, I'm gonna start with another poly head here. She's gonna have super happy eyes. You have your tongue sticking out. Let's go ahead and get some poly hair up here again. We have that another strand over there. Let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna get the black pencil here. Yeah. Yeah, we got some red hair hanging off Polly's old head. She's happy. She's having a good day because it's her birthday. We're gonna go ahead and give her the appropriate birthday hat here. The rackish tilt as Polly would be wearing it. And of course, Polly is the star of the show. You get my sad looking star there. Alright, let's see. It kind of has swag. Alright, let's go ahead and
and give you a little bit of a star there. And let's have a couple stars here as well, as she is again the star of the show.
Alright, sorry, that's a little off camera there. There we go.
Go ahead and make it pop just a little bit.
Alright. We're gonna have... Let's see here.
Have a big old birthday cake right here. Have some little candles lit here.
There we go. Excited to eat her delicious birthday cake.
Let's go ahead and get her poly hand stuck right in that cake where it belongs. We're gonna have a piece in this hand here already. I have a little bit of your skirt coming out the side down here. Because it is folded, because you are chilling and sitting back and relaxing. Get your little poly legs out here. How you liking Silk Song, Bjork? Little poly legs out here. Go.
Okay. Let's see.
Get some fire on this. Get some different colored candles in here. Let's go ahead and nice blue stripe through this cake here. Some frosting.
There's again, we're gonna. This looks so brown in real life, but it's so like kind of just purple when I see it on paper. But hey, we'll have our purple colored birthday cake for Polly here. They're not wrong. Color is pretty impossible. Let's see here. Let's go back to you.
We got the collar to get here, a little bit of the tie we got going on back here. The orange out.
There we go. And of course we got the pink shirt here.
go. Now let's grab a little Poiple. Where are you, Poiple? Poiple? There you are. Got the cake on your lap, because where else would it be, really? I mean, where else would it really be? Go ahead and give another kind of darkerish purple color to the frosting here. Purple icing makes you poop black. Perfect. Alright. Go ahead and get those orange little feetsies going. And a little dark. Not as dark on the edge there, but a little dark on little footsie. She happy. She having a good time. Okay, let's make sure we get that hair colored in there. There we go, that's looking a lot better now. Get that nice orange strand in there that gives the little poly touch. Just tongue sticking out there. Let's see here. What else did I want to do with this one? Right. The cake on the hand. Because of course Polly would have a big old amount of cake in her hand. It's her fucking birthday. She's getting ready to eat the fuck out of this cake. Got a big old delicious look on her face. We're gonna go with like a chocolate inside here. Just a light drab of black and purple plum. And maybe some white. Inside there, I like that. Let's see here. Ready to get in and devour that cake. And had another. My brain is like it had something there for a minute, and I can't quite remember what it was now. Brain dropping out again. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, let's see. Oh, I know. We can do her, a little living room setup. I'm gonna do this from memory, so this is gonna go great. Okay. Alright, so we got a big-ass sofa here. Got that big-ass sofa. You got your sofa. Your sofa outline here. go. Maybe like that. Let's see. Gotta have legs on your sofa, right? I guess we're just gonna have to use kind of a closest to a kind of tan color I got in here. Maybe the light orange again. Where the hell is my orange? Oh, there it is. Okay, we got sofa getting colored in there. You're kind of floating, but that's okay. Liking it a lot more than you thought. That's wonderful. I think sometimes it just takes some time to adjust. And it's also just a lot different in general. Alright, what else was there? There was a picture up top, but we're just gonna have it kind of frame your hat here. Since it's your birthday, you are the star here after all. You're the star of the masquerade. Don't try to look so afraid. Go. Star of the show. I think we're gonna add a little rug at the bottom here, because why not? Feel like there could be a rug here for fun. Even if there isn't a rug that I remember from the video at all. There is now. Two different layers, have a red outer layer here. Let's see. Kind of a green here. Give it kind of a Christmas vibe. There we go. In the middle, we're going to have Raleigh. Raleigh's brandished rug furniture here. There we go. Raleigh brand furniture is the only kind of furniture for Polly's household. Have a little R there on the wooden peg that keeps the couch up as well. Perfect, perfect. Got that cake piece. There should be like, there's probably like sushi over here. It's just not seen at the moment. But I think there's some sushi over there. Great song. There we go. So it matches up perfectly, really. It certainly doesn't look like this side is much bigger than that side. And we got the Star of the Masquerade. Let's go ahead and fill in a little bit of the background here. Well, actually, the carpet should probably be a different color, but we already started on that now, so it's fine. There we go. We got Polly chilling in her little sofa having a birthday slice. Star of the show with her fancy Raleigh brand rugs here. Implied sushi, absolutely. It's a birthday after all, you gotta get some sushi. Let's turn it upright for once so everybody can see it the way it should be seen here. This beautiful little piece of art where Polly's floating on the couch because she's having such a wonderful day in the land of birthdays. And yeah, I think at this point that is where we're going to stop our little art project for the day. I may come back and do a little more. Yeah, absolutely, Bjork. I'm 100% with you. This is how Polly always deserves to be feeling, by the way. Look how happy she is there. Yeah, she's a bit of a wizard. I realized that now that I think about it. No turkey! I'm sorry, Rizik. But we may do some more of this. I actually had a lot more fun with this than I thought it would. I thought it would just end up being horrible. But it was just fun. It was just fun doing it anyways. And we can have a little bit of look back at what we had here. Starting with the front cover here of Happy Birthday, a real one, Polly. Flawless, planned the whole time. And this is my first little picture of Polly, which is probably the one that came closest to what Polly's actual looks like. And then we had, of course, two with a lovely little set of words for Dear Polly. And then we have Rika and Polly down here playing Kick the Moon Pie. And as you see, Polly's kicking ass. And they're high-fiving. Could be part of the plan, not because of an errant heart. Not at all. Not at all. But you can see they're having a great time there. And of course, Polly sitting on her couch, having a good time, eating a little cake because it's her birthday. And a big happy birthday to you, Polly. I had a lot of fun doing this. And of course, we have to get the Raleigh brand rugs beneath here. And happy birthday to Polly. Alrighty. This is where I'm going to wrap up the YouTube video and stick this big old sucker on YouTube that's going to get billions of views. I can't wait. Thank you so much, Polly, for another wonderful birthday celebration. Thank you for being here, being the driving force for a lot of good peeps. That laugh we all need, that silliness we all need in our lives. And I love playing the games that you make. They're a lot of fun. Short, quick, high score attacks. I do more, but at this point, I'm getting a little tired, I'm going to be honest. My brain did a brain. And I may have taken a little weed. But what a great stream it's been. Really? But thank you all so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow on my regular scheduled streaming, and I may return to this. This was a lot of fun. But until then, thanks for watching. Wish Polly a happy birthday when you see her. Check her games out. Positive vibes, and have a good night.